Hello everybody and welcome to the 13th and penultimate round of this candidates tournament in Moscow. I'm Jan Gustafsson. I'm once again joined by the man who was just voted, or not voted, put on the list of the best online commentators in the business, Robin van Kampen. Welcome.
Thank you. Well, it's a big honor. Things are going very fast for me over here, Jan. It's only been one day at Chess 24 in the previous round, and I'm already getting all these achievements and all the praise. So I'm very thankful for you guys liking my commentary. And of course, I'm very excited for the round today. I think we're going to see possibly the most exciting day in the candidates tournament with some very tense games that are about to start.
Let's have a look at the pairings. Stakes is high, as I like to say, and then people correct me, say it's called stakes are high. We have Caruana against Peter Svidler. That is a big one because Fabiano Caruana in the joint lead with Sergei Karjakin, but Sergei Karjakin holding the tiebreaker. So Caruana needs a victory. What do you think? Is he going to be able to do it?
I have my money on Fabiano still, but it's going to be a very tough game. I mean, winning on demand against a guy like Svidler is not something you just pull off like that. But that being said, Caruana has shown some very good moments in this tournament. I think he's fully capable, but it's all about how he's going to really handle the pressure, isn't it, Jan? I mean, there's a lot of pressure on him right now. Last round he's playing with Karjakin, but with the black pieces, which makes a very big difference on this level. So what we're going to see today from Fabiano is not quite a must-win situation, but he is very, very much at risk if he doesn't win today and Karjakin and him are tied in the last round.
Yeah, he's going to be looking for ways to put pressure on Peter. He does have a pretty decent score. We can see it there, +4, only one loss. And Peter's looked a little shaky against one e4 in his two black games.
I agree. I am expecting an e4 game, a Rui Lopez game most likely. Peter is one of the few guys who does not really play the Berlin, which might be a reason for Fabiano to say, okay, I'm going to play e4 today. Although he's had his success against the Berlin, take into account the game against Nakamura from this tournament. But Peter has been sticking to the Rui Lopez, mostly the Marshall, and I am expecting to see some sort of theoretical fight in that opening.
Very much looking forward to it. Let's look at, well, there's only key games today, but let's look at the other leaders game. Not an easy one either. Black against Levon Aronian, who's at 50%. So for him, it's absolutely last chance to join the race. Levon needs a win. Karjakin, in his tournament situation, a draw would be fine. That puts the pressure on Caruana. Caruana needs to win. And then, even if Caruana wins, he still has white against Fabiano himself last round. What do you expect here?
I'm expecting Karjakin to be very solid. Of course, it all depends on how Aronian is going to show up today. He's not really in contention anymore, but a win would still put him in a much better spot. But I am expecting Karjakin to make the draw. He's been very solid. He has been in trouble here and there, but he's been holding himself pretty well in tough positions. And even if he does get into a worse position today, I still have faith in him keeping the draw. But I do think he'll be under pressure. Of course, there's a lot of pressure on him as well. Playing in Russia, a lot of people have high expectations, especially now. So we're going to see a very tense fight. And again, I think we're going to see some sort of theoretical battle. These guys have been playing quite a lot. A lot of the Queen's Indian comes to mind for me. And I'm expecting to see some sort of new ideas pop up in this game as well.
Yeah, I totally agree with your reasoning. Just to be a contrarian, I'm going to predict a Levon Aronian victory. I feel with white, he's had good positions and some good results against Karjakin. He probably caught his step a little bit with his draw against Fabiano because he was in free fall before that. So I'm expecting Levon to put pressure. But you've mentioned it, Karjakin, amazing defender, doesn't really seem to get nervous. Who knows? Then we have your boy, Mr. Anish Giri, facing... No, that's not it. Facing Vishy Anand. Vishy, after yesterday's loss, back to +1, so it's go time for him as well. He kind of needs to win.
Yeah.
Anish, well, I believe one or two people on the internet might have talked about it. Has drawn all his games so far. This is a safe draw prediction, right?
It is a very safe draw prediction, Jan. I wish I could say anything else, but when the kid is making 12 draws in a row and not taking his chances, it's very hard to determine if he's ever gonna, get away from the streak. And today, with Black against Vichy, I think he's gonna make a very easy draw. I think he's very well prepared. He's shown some very good qualities, but what is lacking is just the determination to actually finish a good position. I don't think he's gonna get a very good position today. I think he's gonna just make a solid draw, and that puts him in a spot to leave the tournament with maybe a good feeling by winning the last round. But today is not the day, I don't think.
It's unlikely. Another interesting question is, it's sort of a must-win for Vichy, but we haven't seen Vichy. We've seen him be very successful with white. He's won 4 games here, but I think we haven't seen him take risks or change his style. He likes these technical, quiet positions where he's been grinding out points. It's going to be interesting to see if he changes his approach for this game.
I highly doubt it, Jan. I think Vichy likes to stick to his style, to the way he does things, and he doesn't strike me as a guy who is planning to play something completely different today. I think he's going to try to get some edge, get some small advantages wide, but he's not going to go for a very risky approach. And if you want to beat Anish, you have to take some risk, that's for sure.
Yeah, agreed. Sounds like we can expect D3 Rui Lopez, D3 Berlin, or maybe another Italian, one of those. Then we have the game that is less relevant to the tournament standings, frankly, but still is probably going to be an interesting fight. Tail enders Veselin Topalov with white against Hikaru Nakamura.
A very hard game to predict. If you ask me, none of these players are really looking to make a draw over here. In fact, I was thinking about this. Maybe we'll even see Nakamura go for something very interesting, like a Dutch or a King's Indian if he gets the chance. I would really like to see just a very sharp fight here. These guys are not going to win the tournament. In fact, they just want to make some points, get back into sort of the middle of the standings. And I do hope to see some exciting game here. I'm actually predicting... I'm not sure. I would always be inclined to say a Nakamura win with black. That would be a very strange result to really predict. So I'm just gonna say a decisive result is what I'm gonna predict, and it could go either way. But these guys are not looking to make a draw. In fact, there's no point at all for them not to show some fight, and it's in their best interest, also stylistically speaking. So why not?
Yeah, I'm gonna pull the trigger, and I'm gonna go with a Nakamura victory in that one. Topalov, he's just looked too bad over the tournament. Looks like he doesn't care anymore. He's trying to play interesting chess, but he's just making too many mistakes, and I feel like Nakamura can outcalculate him if they get some sort of sharp position, which is likely to happen, I would expect. So let's once again revisit the standings to make sense of those, because it's not only a race between Kayakin and Caruana. For example, let's say the number 6 place player, Levon Aronian, wins today against Kayakin. Not impossible with the white pieces. All of a sudden, they have equal points, and Levon would hold the tiebreaker, therefore overtake Kayakin. Anything can really happen. Let's say Caruana pushes too hard, loses to Svidler. Svidler is in the lead. It's
such a close race, and that's what we see a lot with the candidates. It's very hard to just run away from the field here. It's not happening this year. Of course, Karyakin and Caruana are leading, and it would be odd to see another player win the tournament. But like you said, they're very close. So if someone manages to win the last 2 games, well, there's many candidates to still win the tournament. And that puts a lot of pressure on everyone, Jan. Like you said, except for Hikaru and Topalov, there's a lot of chances for almost any player, so they really have to show their very best in these last 2 games.
We're in for some action. Looks like we got a couple moves, so let us go there and let us start with... Where do we start? Let's start with Fabiano against Peter Svidler. Good old Spanish, no surprises there. Peter, I believe he once told this story that he promised some old coach never to play the Berlin, something like that.
Okay.
And he's stuck to it so far. Plays what he pretty much always does, a6 and bishop e7. The usual choice for Fabiano here, d3 or rook e1. Both moves equally popular at this level.
I guess that his team has had quite a tough choice to make here, because of course it's also interesting to challenge Peter in the Marshall, where a little bit more ideas are available, although you still say that it's very much okay for black. I was actually not sure that he was going to go for his usual d3. But, he's still got an interesting position against Aronian, a slightly better one, I would say, in the previous d3 game he had here. So there was not a huge reason to deviate from that game.
Yeah. Peter, of course, an expert on d3 as well. He's done a whole video series for Chess24 on this little move. So check that out if you want to learn more details. But even though he did a video series, it's still hard to choose a line, because all the lines are sort of playable, but nothing like kills the game, which is often what you're looking for. Plays b5, the main move, bishop b3, d6. And this move is small surprise at this level.
I am quite surprised, because back when, I would say 2-3 years ago, Jan, maybe even 4 years, d3 started to get really popular. People were kind of bored of the marshal and they couldn't find an advantage, so they had to look in other places, being an e4 player. And d3 sort of turned into the new main line, and it all started with this move a4. If I'm not mistaken, you've also covered this move in your own series, but at a certain point, white players just couldn't really find a way for white to get an advantage in these lines, and they switched this idea with a3 and knight c3, which we saw against in the game of Fabiano against Aronian. So I'm actually really surprised that he goes back to that old a4 variation. It's something that I was also analyzing a lot when I was trying to play the d3 Spanish, but I was never fully satisfied with it. So I'm sure he's put a lot of time into it, because it's not really a line that has a reputation of being very dangerous at the moment for black.
No, I've lost all these positions on the black side to these guys, probably in this position, to Fabiano. But the current verdict is, I believe, that this move, which looks very humble but is quite clever, solves black's problems more or less. It's a strange move to make. You want to parry the threat of ab5. You generally don't want to put your bishop here, where it's doing very little. There were some tries with bishop g4, but it doesn't really work. So nowadays it's bishop d7 or the move b4. And Peter chooses the main move, bishop d7. Just keeping this bishop on the diagonal and parrying the threat, asking white what he wants to do next. c3 is, yeah, in this particular position, the main move. They've tried all sorts of nonsense, like knight c3. I faced bishop d2 a couple times.
Yeah, bishop d2 is a funny move. Also, it's an idea for like one game, but it wasn't too great.
No, this is still, keeping the game in Ruy Lopez territory, clearing this square, preparing d4 and so on. What I'm curious about, according to my knowledge, in this position, the latest trend is not to castle, which is a normal move.
I was about to bring this up. I remember that I really stopped playing this line when they started playing this move knight a5 and c5 right away. And there were some subtleties here, Jan. You probably know it better than I do, but castling was kind of not a waste of a move, obviously, but there were some reasons why black should maybe delay it so he can go c5 faster and make those moves. And it took away some of white's options. White could go for d4 early on in the game after that, but it wasn't too great.
Well, the point is, if you start by castling, then white plays this. This is all, super GM, like high-level subtleties. Of course, there's nothing wrong with knight bd2, which is a normal move. But the move that bothered people is bishop c2 here, when you can't go knight a5 anymore because, well, it doesn't make sense. And white is ready to play d4 very quickly. And these positions weren't so easy. Therefore, they sort of switched to playing this, this, and this. And here, as far as I know, white has been stuck. But, of course, Fabiano knows this as well as anybody.
In fact, I'm pretty sure that Fabiano has employed this line himself with black. I remember a game against Navarra where he got into a bit of trouble, but I'm pretty sure that exactly queen to b8 was the idea. I'm pretty sure this is a game of Fabiano as black, so he surely knows a thing or two about this variation.
Yeah, we haven't looked it up. I believe there's even a game, Anand, Caruana, in this line, so he was at the forefront of these discussions. But yeah, it could be that he's caught Peter a little off guard, because everybody has been focusing on this a3 line, which is tricky enough. So this a4, sometimes it's enough to catch your opponent off guard to just switch to like 3-year-old theory, because you haven't like repeated it recently. And let's see how Peter reacts here. Of course, castle is not a mistake, but that gives white this option. And I'm not sure if Peter is ready to go for this topical line with this, where you sort of have to know your way move by move.
Yeah, I believe bishop to g5. It can get a little sharp over here, that's for sure. Well, the other option with short castle, bishop to c2, I think it was black who played d5 after that, if I'm not mistaken. I remember some Leiko games over here, but it was a little bit unpleasant for black, most likely. Also not a big deal, obviously, but if Peter is not fully comfortable with the more sharp lines occurring after knight a5, I think he might go for this.
Yeah, we'll see what he comes up with. The practical decision would be to sort of castle, saying, okay, I don't want to look you up in the main line, but that also gives up the theoretical debate in a way. Let's check the other games. We do have some moves in Mr. Levon Aronian against Sergei Karyakin. That's a big, big game. My personal opinion, and I've shared this with Levon, but he didn't seem to listen that much, is one d4 Levon is a much stronger player than one c4 Levon. Like, I've seen him play hundreds of games by now, because he plays a lot of c4.
Yeah, he plays c4 all the time.
In these c4, e5 positions, I never see him getting anything much, really.
No, I'm actually surprised because I always feel that the c4, e5 players, the really good ones, are kind of naturally Sicilian players as well. I know Wesley So, for example, does quite well, but he also likes to employ the Nidor, for example. I don't know. Levon is a pure e4, e5 player. I'm not saying that he's not a good Sicilian player. We just never see anything like that. And really what you're doing here is playing a reverse Sicilian. So, yeah, I've always been a little bit surprised with that choice. And like you said, I don't think he's been that successful, especially in the line that Karyakin always uses. And again, he played it today with e5 and d5. But clearly Levon is sticking to this plan of playing this variation, and perhaps today will be different. But I haven't been very impressed with this score here.
No. He's maybe the only guy in the field, I'd have to look that up, but I think he's the only guy who pretty much never plays e4.
No,
so
that's right.
For him, the playing field is limited to c4, d4, knight f3. And yeah, I believe that his d4 punch is a little harder, but he sticks to the trend of this tournament to play this position. After bishop b4, we've seen two big Vichy Anand accidents by now, so I'm not surprised people are going back to this more solid way of playing. And takes, bishop g2, knight b6. We've seen this yesterday in Svidler against Anish, today a new outing. Yeah, there's thousands of plans available for white, and let's see which one Levon chooses. So far, so good.
Yeah, as far as I can see, Levon is opting for a setup which is quite rare that he's been playing before with a3 and bishop e3. Normally those moves are not really being combined. He tends to follow up with like queen d2, rook ac1, or sometimes rook fc1. But honestly, I don't really understand why these subtle moves should make a big difference. But he's been playing this exact move order, if I'm not mistaken. So clearly he's liking this setup. But I don't think this comes as a huge surprise to Karyakin. Also, Karyakin, I must say, has been pretty much exclusively playing this variation with black for a long time now. So I think he's not uncomfortable with the opening position.
No, yeah, I don't like Levon's choice, especially because he doesn't have anything new. And as you mentioned, yeah, I also think I recall this plan before. It doesn't, at least, not put a lot of theoretical pressure on Karyakin. I'm sure they get some playable position, but in general, Levon with white, you would hope that he has some idea for this game. It looks like he's just doing his usual stuff. We have an interesting position in Topalov Nakamura. This is a position I am pretty sure I have a big file on. Of course, I cannot remember a single thing that this file says, but it's a line we haven't seen that much in this tournament yet. The classical Queen's Gambit declined.
Surprisingly little, Jan. I would actually expect more players to go for this variation. And it was very popular for several big tournaments in a row, several years. It really was revived by many players. But yeah, it seems that theory is again shifting towards new directions, and we're not seeing as much of this opening as we saw in the last couple of big tournaments. And I have no idea why, to be honest.
Me neither. Like, to explain why it hasn't appeared on the board is easy. There's two guys who've prepared the Queen's Indian as their main opening. That's Karyakin and Nakamura. And they've both struggled, but played it a couple times, where you could have expected them to go for this. And a lot of guys have just decided not to go 1d4 because, I don't know, they probably dislike the Grunfeld or whatever. And therefore, we've seen all these c4s. And if you go c4, it's harder to get here. After knight f6, knight c3, e6, there's this line e4, which people respect.
You're allowing some options, that's for sure. And also the lines for g3 are a little bit tricky sometimes. You get into a Catalan without d4, so it gives white a few extra options.
Yeah, and if you start with this move order, which is what a lot of clever people do, but then you give white extra options as well. Knight f6, there's the exchange, which is not to everyone's liking. So yeah, I think this opening is gonna be back. It's just freak occurrence in this tournament.
A matter of move orders as well, I suppose. You're right.
So bishop f4 has sort of replaced bishop g5 as the main move, because bishop g5, all these systems with h6 and then later knight e4 or even h6, b6 are just so solid. So this is the main battleground, and a3 might look like a funny move, but it's actually a well-established mainline as well. We've mainly seen e3, knight bd7, c5 here. This is what everybody's been doing. And a3, the big point is it's directed against knight bd7. If you go knight bd7 in this position, then white has this very funny looking move, knight to b5. We see that the point of a3 was to cover this b4 square, so there's no check. And it's surprisingly awkward for black to defend this. The best move is knight to e8, and then white goes c takes d5. Because in all these knight bd7 lines, the idea after c takes d5 is to go knight takes d5. And this move order is just designed to prevent this. Here you play something like queen c2, or rook c1, c6, knight c3. And I'm not claiming white is winning here, but at least you force black into a structure.
Right, you get into this Carlsblad structure that people generally like to play with the bishop on f4, so that makes a lot of sense.
Therefore, a3 has its own body of theory. The two main moves here are d takes c4, which is logical since this pawn at the moment is not defended, and c5 as Topalov played. c5 is... I'm not sure how much of an opening lecture I should make this, but it's a little less popular because after takes, you're in danger of ending up in a line that is supposed to be a little tricky for black. And I'm quite surprised we haven't ended up there. So the normal line is e3 instead of a3. Here, the old main move used to be c5 instead of knight bd7. But after c5, people have sort of concluded that this line is a little unpleasant to play. Let's put it mildly. And yeah, there's been some questions here. Of course, it's still being played, but it's a lot less topical than knight bd7. And therefore, after a3, c5, this is one of the points that white has, that he can't redirect the play into this line here with queen c2. Okay, theory, something like queen a5, then either bishop e2 or rook d1. A lot of theory here, but it's supposed to be nice for white. Therefore, I'm a little surprised that Nakamura goes here. He's gone here before, was crushed out of the opening by Magnus Carlsen, then miraculously managed to save a draw. But yeah, these lines have never considered to be very appealing. And Topalov avoids it by going cd5, ed5, b4, which I've also looked at. I've spent way too much of my golden years in Queen's Gambit declined positions. But this move d4 is supposed to be a good counter here, which, as far as I know, equalizes. Because if you take, okay, you have to give up the bishop, but black is very, very active, and white still needs two moves. If, let's say, takes, both queen takes and knight takes are fine as far as I know. And yeah, I couldn't see anything here for white, so I'm a little intrigued. The other move after d4 is knight to a4, when I forgot what theory says, but I do remember that I've checked this and I thought it was absolutely nothing. Could be bishop d6 here, I'm not 100% sure.
So a slightly strange choice on both players' part. First Nakamura going for a line which is not supposed to be very good, and then Topalov not going for the most critical approach.
Yeah, at least according to like official theory, I'm sure they both have their points, because obviously they know that. But yeah, we'll see what happens. And Topalov, he hasn't been impressive. Well, he hasn't been bad in the openings, but he also hasn't looked like he's, especially yesterday, like he's in touch with the latest developments somehow. So I'm wondering if this is a case of that, or he was surprised by c5 and decided, okay, Nakamura must have looked at this main line, he has something up his sleeve, I don't want that. Or if it's vintage Topalov sharp idea preparation, which you also can't rule out, I'm really not sure.
Well, we're about to find out, but I have the feeling that Topalov isn't fully prepared for this variation. To be honest, I'm even a bit surprised by Nakamura's opening choice. I thought he would play something a little bit less solid. I actually really could have imagined, even a Dutch, for example, because, some of these openings that he's been playing are supposed to be kind of tricky for black, maybe not the most correct, but he's played some of these lines like the Dutch against some of the best players in the world successfully. So since there's not that much pressure on him today, I figured that he might go for something a little bit more in his style and a little bit more fun. But he's been playing the very solid approach here, so we'll see how it works out.
Yeah, no, always. We are going to have to use the power of hindsight. Because, yeah, if he plays a Dutch and gets crushed by Topalov, then we're going to say, what is he doing?
Why does he do it? Yeah, of course, that's another thing.
It's gonna be tricky. Also, I'm wondering if he has any chances to win the tournament theoretically. I don't think he has, but I'm sure some math genius out there could. Nah, he doesn't have the tiebreaker against either of those guys. He can still reach +1, but it's going to be very hard for him to join the lead. So maybe he's not in a must-win situation, really. He doesn't have a lot of pressure, but a win doesn't do that much for him. Still, interesting position, and interesting for the theory nerds out there. Could become very sharp quickly too, like I'm trying to recall what you're supposed to do after knight b5, for example. Could very well be something like this, like I'm honestly not sure. Takes, and this could get very tricky.
This looks very dangerous for white, with something like knight d2, knight e4 maybe being there. I'm not sure. I see this position for the first time. I have to admit that d4, I have my knowledge here and there, but mostly from the black side, and this is not something I'm very familiar with.
You know, I do recall checking it. I can't remember details. bc5 even is an interesting move. I'm not sure you're supposed to go d takes c3, because you could argue that maybe there's a little something in these endgames if white can get to this pawn. Maybe he can't.
Queen to a5
this
would be
looks
the
interesting.
Yeah.
So this position can get very sharp, as usual, yeah. I don't recall much, but I do recall the assessment that this was totally fine for black. Speaking of very sharp, we have a Juco piano in Vichy against Anish. No surprises there. Anish, yeah, he's pretty solid in the Berlin. And Vichy, he's had success, as some other people, with this very quiet setup.
Yeah, and I'm still very surprised to see the Italian make a comeback like this, because it's not just an opening that people are trying out right now. It's actually legitimately for the moment, one of the main tries for white if you don't want to end up playing the Berlin. There was also a time when people were still trying the Scotch in some openings that I've always viewed as at least a little bit more challenging, but people have found this setup with a4 and the knight to a3, which Vichy's playing again today, and it's just very hard for me to believe that that could be something that poses black any problems for more than just one surprise game. But Vichy's been doing well with it, and he won a good game against Aronian, and he's just trying it again. I guess it's the best thing out there for white currently.
Yeah, I also thought it would have a limited shelf life, but so far no one's really shown a clean-cut way to just get out of it. Even in this tournament, we've seen the game Caruana Topalov, for example, early on, which featured this plan, where I liked Topalov's play. But let's go through it. This is the typical Italian position. White's hopes for an edge are based on this knight being slightly misplaced, and it's easier for white to expand than it is for black. Here, black faces his first big decision if you want to play with a6 or with a5. Normally you do either of the two, because you want to create a nice little square for your bishop on a7. b6 is less good, because then later in the game the bishop normally gets exchanged and you don't want that. So a6 is still the main line, but there is a strong movement in favor of a5 immediately as well. And here, yeah, this is the trendy idea which we've seen all over the place, a4. The main plan being knight a3, knight c2, bishop e3, and this knight gains access to the e3 square one move earlier than if you play the classical setup with knight bd2, rook e1, knight f1, bishop knight e3. And also what a4 accomplishes is, normally in the old days, they were moving this bishop very quickly because there's gonna be a threat of knight a5. So they're doing this, and by going a4, you don't need to do that anymore because the bishop has a square here. The move orders here, yeah, they are normally interchangeable. Most guys like to start with bishop a7 just to step out of any d4 or b4 as quickly as possible. Knight a3, and now black faces his first choice. Does he want to go for this maneuver, which we've seen, which is fairly logical? But yeah, Vichy's had some success against it, again, in both his games against Levon and against Fabiano Caruana out of a different opening, but very similar structure. Yeah, this has been played, and the alternative is to play the more standard plan, which involves h6, short castles, rook e8, bishop e6, and normally leads to a lot of exchanges when white tries to claim the center and be a little better.
I personally always like to play knight e7, knight g6 as black. I'm not a huge e4, e5 player, but it feels like a little bit more aggressive, especially if white is going to think about changing the bishop on e3. I might have a square on f4 for my knight in some positions. And I always have hopes of playing something like knight h5, knight f4, maybe bring the queen to f6. But of course, all of these lines, at the end of the day, black is still trying to sort of equalize it. But once in a while, black can set up an attack on the king side when he swings his knight over to g6. A little bit like in the Spanish, really. But it seems to me that Anish is probably quite well prepared for this variation. I think he's been expecting it. So perhaps today we're going to see a really clear-cut way for black to handle this line.
I'm not sure, because it looks like Vichy is not going for the usual plan here, at the very least. He's played bishop g5, which in these positions is a reasonably fresh idea. I can't recall what move are they use in the other games, probably rook e1 here, or even knight c2. And playing, in a more standard fashion, rook e1, h3, knight c2, bishop e3. Bishop g5, at least in this a4, knight a3 context, I haven't seen. The idea normally is, after the natural move, knight g6, to go knight to h4. At least that's an idea I've seen, because else it wouldn't make a lot of sense. Black goes h6 next. What's the bishop doing here? So I would guess this is the point when, after h6, it's still not the end of the world, but the black pawn structure becomes a little clumsy. The king can't castle so easily. So white has achieved a little something. Well, if you take, let's say, then this pin is a little harder to shake off.
It's a little bit annoying, yes.
Still, I'm sure this is playable as well, h6 or whatever, but Anish has decided to meet bishop g5 with c6.
Interesting. I would honestly not mind allowing the bishop to take on f6 either. I think it looks, especially with c6 there, I can also decide to go for d5. f5, of course, will be the other way. But I doubt that Vichy is going to go for bishop takes f6. It seems to not be a very good idea yet, because black hasn't really castled short or decided what he's going to do with his king. So I think this is leaving black in a very flexible position, and the double pawn is not that big of a deal.
Also, it's not really in Vichy's style, because this is very double-edged, and you could get attacked, rook g8, knight g6, bishop h3, whatever. And Vichy in general, with white, he hasn't been taking risks. He's been playing very quietly, outwardly, but still getting a little something. He's played knight c2 here, which, after you go knight a3, this is what this knight wants to do. And once again, Anish has a choice. Knight g6, the obvious move, will be met with knight h4. And if you're really brazen, you could say, what?
I was about to suggest it. I mean, this will definitely force bishop takes f6, I suppose. It doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to retreat the bishop to e3. So this would actually turn into a very sharp game after bishop takes f6, g6,
the problem
f6.
is h6 is not just a waiting move or a move forcing white to take, it's also weakening. After knight h4, you much rather have this pawn on h7, so you have some knight g6 options.
Yeah,
and here you could just be in trouble already, like queen h5.
Well, still, I think black could play d5, and I'm not sure if I like black's position either, but it seems playable to me. Perhaps even some sort of a... I wouldn't really go for the queen exchange, but I just am not sure how big of a deal this double f-pawn is, even in the endgames. But I do prefer white here, to be honest.
No, my point is after d4, I want to go queen h5.
Immediately, that's a better idea. And that's really highlighting the weakness, you're right.
And I don't know, this feels tricky, because now all the white pieces make a lot of sense. So probably Anish is not going to go h6, like... He doesn't mind daring Vichy a little bit, but not at the expense of this position.
Doesn't seem the right way,
Knight g6 still seems like a logical move. Well, I think this is more or less forced. Takes. Let's say h6 here. And we get pretty standard position still.
Yeah, this very strongly reminds me of some of the games I played in the D3 Berlin. Normally with a pin like this, and there's no way out of it besides having to play g5, I kind of like my position as white here. I think that, you go knight e3, maybe queen f3 sometimes to go knight f5 or even take on f6. Feels like a little something here for white. I definitely think that compared to some of the Berlin positions I've seen, this is a minor success.
But black hasn't castled yet, which normally makes a big difference. If black had castled, I'd agree with everything, but here I have this plan, which sometimes can be very dangerous. Let's say this move to go g5, h5, and all of a sudden this game becomes very sharp.
Right, after h4 you normally go knight g4, and I might be in big trouble already. So it's true, there's something to say for that as well.
So a lot of opening subtleties, a lot of back and forth, which we're comfortable with, because it's really the only part of the game of chess. I think I can speak for you too.
Yeah.
That we understand well. And after they're out of book, it's gonna be much tougher. But for now, I'm really enjoying to see these discussions, even though outwardly this is a quiet position. There's still a lot going on, especially with this bishop g5.
Yeah. No, I like the bishop g5 taking the game into a slightly different type of position we've seen before. I think it's a little bit more exciting than the previous Italian games. Of course, we're going to see how it turns out, but especially this knight g6, knight h4 idea, I must say, Jan, I've seen it before, but not quite in these positions, more in four knight Spanish. It reminds me of a little bit, but I think it's an interesting idea on Vichy's part, and we're going to be in for some sort of interesting strategic game here.
Of course, I could also be totally wrong about this knight h4 idea. Maybe his idea is something totally different, but I don't think so.
No, I do think that he wants to go knight h4.
I was wondering about d4, but
just
h6.
h6.
Yeah. It's nothing. We'll see how that one goes. It's go time for both these guys because, yeah, I keep coming back to it, but even the guys on 50%, they still have a chance. If Anish wins this, Karyakin loses, Caruana loses, Anish is in the joint lead, believe it or not. And yeah, for Vichy, he's on +1, so of course if he wins, he has every chance of still winning this event. Where do you want to go?
I would go back to Fabiano for a minute, just to see what Peter has decided to play. Well, he has actually not gone for knight a5 and c5, so I suppose he spent a little bit of time thinking about this because I think we're both pretty sure that he's aware of this option.
Yeah, of course.
But like we said, it's a little bit tricky if you haven't quite repeated your analysis recently. We really haven't seen this line in a while, so I guess we could already speak of a minor opening success on Fabiano's part. Peter has gone for this move b4, and somehow here my memory fails me a little bit. I remember seeing positions like these. I've played this a lot as white mostly, but d5 is really the move that I somehow remember. Do you know a little bit more about this variation, Jan?
I don't know that much because I joined this knight a5 bandwagon, and after knight a5 instead of castles, I would know more stuff. I do know that, yeah, in the old days we were analyzing this line, and after knight bd2, knight a5, we were happy, or
exactly.
More or less. But then they started playing this move, and pretty quickly, most of the experts thought, this is a little unpleasant for black, let's go somewhere else, and that's how this knight a5 occurred. I don't know much about d5 in general. These structures are a little tricky for black. I don't know move orders here, but even if white just does nothing and slowly stabilizes, if you don't get active quickly, like these squares can be a little weak.
Yeah, and the e5 pawn is always a bit of a worry too.
So b4 I thought was the main move here, but I am lost for direct theory. I'm sure d4 is a move, rook e1 is the move played in the game, just maintaining the status quo. The problem for black is he hasn't managed to move his knight, so it's going to be hard to really generate counterplay on the queen side. B takes c3. Both moves are possible, but I strongly expect b takes c, because knight takes c3 gives up this square. And such positions, I'm sure there have been games, but normally white finds a way to develop some initiative. Bishop a3, d4, knight bd2.
Yeah, one of the main problems here is as black, I would still like to go something like knight to a5, like in the usual Ruy Lopez type of position. But now d4 is becoming really unpleasant. I'm just not in time with my move c5. I have to respond to my pawn on e5 simply being under attack, and e takes d4 is not really recommendable. So it seems a little bit unpleasant to me for black. Once again, I think it was a clever opening choice by Fabiano. Of course, we don't know exactly what he had in mind against knight a5 early on in the game, but since Peter hasn't chosen to play it, he basically got into a line that most players liked without having to face that knight a5 move. So he's back in some old theory, which was already considered to be decent for white.
Yeah. Now, Peter's doing a sensible thing. Once again, I'm sort of out of book, but this is, if you're out of book here, these are the kind of moves you make. You play rook e8, and the standard Ruy Lopez moves are something like h6, bishop f8, and then have a look around, sort of preparing for the center to open. But it feels a bit like his game against Topalov, for example, again, where he also, I think, was surprised. In the opening was this line. He played b4, Topalov played d3, and he started drifting a little here, which is also a very theoretical position. Went for some h6, d6, rook e8 plan.
Yeah, got into a little bit of trouble, yeah.
Quite quickly. So yeah, his e4, e5 repertoire seems to have some smallish holes. Then again, he's very, very good over the board, very experienced e4, e5 player, of course. But Fabiano can be happy for now. He's got a line that's supposed to be nice for white without having to do anything spectacular.
Okay, moving back to Levon Aronian, we've seen, I guess, some logical moves having been played here. We left off after the move, I believe, queen to d7. Two more moves have been played here. b4, threatening the move b5 and knight takes e5. So f6 is kind of the common response.
Yeah, this is always a tricky standoff. I never fully understand it, because you want to go knight e4 to go either knight c5 or bishop c5, but you don't really want to allow black to go knight d5, because this knight on b6 is black's worst piece, and if you can find a good moment to just bring it back, it's normally fine. So I'm sure this is all theory, but knight e4, knight d5, what do? You go bishop c5 here?
It's normally not quite the way you want to approach these positions. Knight to c5, I guess knight takes e3 is
possible.
possible.
I have this? I'm bad at counting. Knight d7, knight d1, knight f8. I'm winning material, right? Yeah.
So this is actually not possible. Well, perhaps he just wants to play knight to c5 and capture with the bishop then.
The problem is this bishop is a little awkward. Like rook fd8. I'm already threatening b6, so you have to do something very quickly. Like b5, knight c3 probably.
Yeah, queen to c1, but I guess you go b6 regardless of that. And you could at least take my bishop on e3 if you would want to. You don't have to, but...
Yeah, a move like rook c8 or whatever also comes to mind. But in general, I kind of lack understanding of these structures, but I feel at the highest level black normally doesn't have problems. Yeah. So you always have this knight d4 move.
Or knight e7 and bishop d5, exactly. Yeah, again, I'm also a bit surprised with this early knight e4. I think normally white is trying to make as many useful moves as possible before deciding on this. And is it true that bishop d2 has been played? Okay.
Which, yeah, given the position makes sense, but yeah, for me it's a little above my pay grade, all these.
Well, I mean, putting the bishop to e3
bishop
first.
e3 and then bishop d2, because d2 is also not the greatest square, no?
It feels a little bit odd what white's doing here.
Still, I always struggle in these positions, because I never know when I should play b6 or when I should allow rook c1, knight c5. b6 here is probably too early, I would guess. You're weakening this guy. Rook c1, queen a4. So I find it slightly tricky to make these decisions. I think black is a good position, but I never quite know what to do. Like, is bishop h3 a good move here, or is that bad timing?
I always try to go for something direct, like a5, b5, knight d4.
Yeah.
That would be something that comes to my mind here.
If I take, let's say queen a4, what's going on? Yeah, you have f5. Huh?
f5 would be my...
yeah, this seems fine for black, because knight g5, let's say.
I could even take a knight c3 probably.
Exactly. By the way, just so you guys are aware, because we normally keep informing you, so far we've been unplugged. That's why the engine hasn't been moved, and all the pawn and piece blunders have been our own. We'll let you know, should that change. I'm sure we're gonna consult with the engine once in a while. But sometimes it's nice to, think a bit by ourselves.
Yeah, especially this part of the game I think is very strategic still. The engine doesn't really give explanations, so... but a5 here, Jan, I think... to be honest, I've studied some of these variations, mostly for black, and I've never seen bishop to e3 followed by bishop d2 so quickly. It seems very strange to me, and given that a5 and knight d4 is a very normal way to proceed for black in some of the normal lines, I don't really see why black wouldn't go for it in this position. Of course, you could consider knight c5 as white, saying that I've slightly weakened my pawn on b7, but normally this is not supposed to be too dangerous. Perhaps this could be the idea.
I guess it is, yeah. If you can stabilize in this structure, whatever, let's say bishop h3, knight de7, then normally you're fine. This is not such a weakness. But maybe white is... Okay, I'm not sure if in time is the right word, but here, for example, at least I can ask some questions. This is probably winning, actually, not just questions.
Yeah.
And I don't know, this looks like a logical move, but, two bishops, unbalanced position. There's at least something to hope for.
Yeah, there's definitely something there. Yeah. So I suppose that knight to c5 would be the principal move.
The thing is, you can always do this immediately if you want to.
Yeah.
If takes, which is not forced. So I can always play something like e3, but you're never better here if you allow this exchange of knights. Like,
No, here black really. I mean, with the knight on d5, you don't really have a weak piece, but the knight on c6 can be a little bit of a worry if it doesn't go to d4 in the right way. But here, black can always go c6 and just be extremely solid. It's not really something you should aim for as white.
so the critical move is always to capture this guy, or not always, but normally. After e takes d4, you need to do something sort of quickly before black goes either bishop h3 or even f5, f4, stuff like this. I don't know. I struggle understanding this.
Again, I feel like black is doing actually quite well here. It just feels like I've gained the tempo because in these types of positions, I always want to go knight d5 and my knight's still on b6. And it just seems like I've, got that move for free.
Yeah, Levon, maybe it's some super subtle stuff, but yeah, it doesn't look very impressive at the very least at first sight. Well, Karjakin's made all the natural moves, now he's going to have to start thinking, but yeah, queen d7, f6, knight d5 is pretty much the setup you want. Now it's decision time. a5, b6, knight d4, rook d8, bishop h3, king h8. There's many logical moves.
Exactly. Yeah.
We'll see how it goes, but so far, yeah, I believe Karjakin, things could have gone worse for him in some theory battle in the Queen's India and some fresh ideas.
That's honestly what I was expecting. Yeah, I was expecting something highly theoretical, not on c4 this variation. But we'll see how it goes. I see that the one move has been played in the Topalov game, but I guess that doesn't give us too much information. I think you mentioned bishop takes d4 here would be the right move, which looks very logical. I don't know. Maybe Hikaru was thinking about playing rook to e8 check first. I'm not sure if there's a big difference, but e takes d4 is probably the least exciting move out of the options we were looking at.
Yeah, I think it's the best move. I believe that's also what I concluded, that the cool stuff doesn't work. Knight b5, knight a4, whatever, knight e2. But if you have to go for this, then it meant that this line was nothing for white. That's why I'm confused. Like, you're dreaming of long term getting an endgame with a tiny plus because of the two bishops, but I couldn't find a way to get there. Let's say you take, knight takes, black is very active, bishop g4, rook e8, stuff is in the air. Even queen takes d4, I think was possible here.
Queen takes d4 is a little bit less logical in my eyes because maybe I can gain some time by playing queen takes d4 and maybe long castle.
Maybe. Yeah, this is interesting. It's double-edged, but yeah, I agree. This is probably a decent try. Wondering about trickery, but yeah. No, this seems sensible. Long castle is important because if you, let's say, go rook c1, then
yeah, the
check
activity should be
there's
enough.
gonna be trouble. But yeah, this is an important resource. So yeah, I agree. Knight takes d4 is a logical move, and
bishop
e3, rook e8.
Yeah.
You're struggling.
I like black's position. I always prefer being in these types of positions. I prefer being black because you're kind of making these active moves, and the way you're trying to equalize is very natural and very actually easy in a way. You're just trying to play active rather than sit back and play against the bishop pair or something like that. So for the moment, I don't see any real troubles appearing here for Hikaru.
I agree. And often in practice, with white just bails out something like this. Okay.
Yeah, it's a matter of
you shake hands, right? But I don't think that's Topalov's intention. So let's see if he can come up with anything. Maybe it's all his preparation, and Hikaru is the guy who's caught off guard. But as far as I know, black is supposed to be fine here. Where are we going? Just continue the tour?
Interesting choice by Anisha, would say, playing short castle. I don't think we've actually looked at this move, but once again, bishop takes f6, g takes f6. It's kind of the thing that one of the first things you learn as a child when you get to play the Yucho piano. It's that you shouldn't allow this ever, right? But this is a slightly different version because the knight is not on c3. Once again, d5 and f5 might follow very quickly. And black.
This knight is perfect here.
This knight is perfect there.
Squares.
And it does feel like it's a little bit more logical to take on f6 now than in the previous position. But I'm still not sure it's the right move for white. Knight to h4 would now be kind of the way to continue, but perhaps black could even play d5 and something like knight g6. I'm not sure what the best way is for him to react.
Yeah, I like black here. D5, let's say. Bishop anywhere. Even playing slowly, king h8. I have lots of logical moves. Bishop e6, rook g8, and if I'm not losing material to some early queen f3, which I don't think I do, I always have this even. I think black is to be fine.
Are you not dropping the d5 pawn, Jan?
I don't know. I'm not good at counting. That's why I hatched, but yeah. Even this position you could argue is complicated, but that wasn't the plan, I'll have to admit. Maybe f5.
And actually also our idea of playing d takes e4, which was previously refuted by you with queen h5, might make some sense now.
Yeah.
I think actually d takes e4, exchanging the queens and playing bishop to e6 looks very safe for black, for example.
Yeah.
Also,
I'm
bishop
still trying
e6
to checkmate somehow here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, bishop e6, knight g6. No, it's maybe principled, but it looks alright for black. And Vichy's played another move that is quite typical for these structures, and I quite like it actually. He's gone knight h4 here anyway. Because now, yeah, h6, as we've mentioned, makes a big difference here. White is like 18 tempi up, so this is dangerous. And knight h4 is also directed against black's other main idea, knight g6, as we've mentioned. Now, if it's white to move, you can even take. And after hg,
it's a very unpleasant pin
this
here.
is tricky.
Yeah.
Or knight f5 is a move, and yeah, you're getting yourself into some trouble. So knight h4 is a move that I like. I believe the logical reply would be to still go d5, sort of ignore it. Bishop somewhere. In general, white only wants to take here if there's immediate benefits.
Well, sometimes you can get some pressure against the e-pawn, but in this case with the knight on c2, I'm not exactly sure if it's the right way to go. But I do like white's position, Jan. I must say that it reminds me of some of the Berlin lines once again, where black could get into trouble. E takes d5, c takes d5, bishop a2. Maybe actually you could get some slight pressure with rook e1, knight e3, and such moves.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering, because if I go away, then probably this is possible, no?
Yeah, again, I'm not sure if you should allow the exchange of queens in these types of positions.
So, I guess something like this. And, oof, it's very double-edged. Now knight g6 makes some more sense, it feels like. Or
Yeah,
starting
also,
with this.
Yeah, and there's that bishop g4 move, which is always kind of gaining a half a tempo. Question is queen e1, if that's annoying, or if we just managed to misplace white's queen. It does seem a little bit annoying.
I don't know. If I get 2 more tempi, I'll be claiming I'm better with black.
Perhaps something like, I'm not sure, d4, would that be playable?
I don't know, I have a feeling we're bungling it. Knight e4 or even ed. Even e4 is interesting.
Ed feels like a good move,
This is the
because
safest,
you always have bishop to b8, or maybe rook e8 and then bishop to b8. And it's probably not too big of a deal to have an isolated pawn. Not very well placed to play against it right now. Yeah. No, I do think that Anish should strike in the center with d5 at this point. It feels like the right thing to do.
Yeah, and he's done it. He's played d5, which, is very, very logical. And Vichy faces a decision. I'm not sure if bishop a2, de4, you can still throw this in. Gf, but here, if you have to go de, it's very little. Maybe it's the type of very little that Vichy likes, that it's still playable.
Yeah, the main problem for me there, Jan, is that after d takes e4, queen takes d1, I would normally think I want to go rook a takes d1. And maybe rook f takes d1 is the better move. I was worried about bishop to g4, yes, and then bring the rook to d8. Maybe there is some pressure on the f pawn.
Well, we'll have tricks. Takes king g7.
Yeah, king to g7 and the rook seems to be trapped.
Yeah. And if this doesn't work, rook d1 doesn't work either. You have to take your worst with white.
Yeah, this is exactly what you don't want to allow. So bishop g4 could be a little bit annoying.
Now you go here, yeah? No idea. I don't know. It's very, very move by move. Like,
yeah, it's
you
very
lose one
concrete.
tempo, you're worse. You win one tempo, you could be better. It's very tricky.
Yeah. Also here, for example, knight at g6. Normally, I would think you want to play knight f5.
F5
Or
or
maybe
G3,
rook
I wasn't
g3
sure.
rook g3 could be a good move here. Yeah.
Yeah, this could be tricky. Because this is just worse positionally and the bishop doesn't seem to have a good square. Let's say it goes here, and then at least we can take a pawn.
Yeah. Well, that's 2 pawns already, I guess.
Yep.
Oh, it's under a little bit of pressure for black. So maybe Vichy doesn't have to take on d5, then he can just remove the bishop back to, retreat the bishop back to a2.
Well, of course, black is also not obliged to take here.
Mm.
Bishop e6 keeps the tension, but then white has some more options again. Like takes queen f3, takes queen h5. It's a tricky position.
Yeah. Oh, definitely a little bit of pressure on Anish, I would say here. Not sure how comfortable he is with what was played so far, but perhaps he still at least understands kind of what he's doing. He has prepared something against this variation, but I'm a little bit scared, to be honest, that he was taken by surprise with this bishop g5 idea. As you mentioned, it was kind of a change of plans by Vichy, so... Yeah.
Also, it's hard to prepare these positions if you don't have a lot of experience, because I have the experience of looking at stuff like this with the computer, and the computer will always say, whatever, it doesn't really matter. If it gives 0.20, sometimes it gives minus 0.10.
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter, because it's like, some weird maneuvering position, and the computer is never going to lose this with either side, because he doesn't make mistakes, but who gets the initiative is very, very tricky. So d5, I would guess the bishop goes here. b3 seems worse somehow, because it's vulnerable to all kinds of things. And it's Giri's move. Knight g6 is still bad, yeah?
The problem with knight g6, I had a game very similar to this myself. You can always play e takes d5, and c takes d5, d4 looks annoying in this case.
Right.
Because you don't want to allow e4, knight e3, and then not only is the d5 pawn already weak, also f3 or f4 could come next, and this is a very, very good scenario for white.
Yeah, I agree. So knight g6 is a move we don't want to play, but it's tricky if you can't get the thing you wanted with this piece set up. The natural move to my mind is still this, if it's not dropping a pawn, just stepping out of potential pins. Still, taking this bishop f6 off the table.
Yeah, with the simple idea of playing h6 actually.
h6, yeah, or bishop g4 is also out there. I'm not sure if white can do something like this. This. It's still very move by movie.
I would think
Also
h6 here might be okay.
Yeah, takes, queen takes, yeah. Should be equal.
Yeah, knight to e3. Bishop e6, yeah, this looks fine for black. I was thinking about knight e3 instead of queen to f3 maybe. Because then at least, if we go h6, then the actually the d5 pawn isn't hanging because my knight on h4 is under attack. So also this doesn't really work. And queen to d6 feels like the right move.
Yeah. We'll see what they come up with, but it's a very tense situation. We're gonna get to our new Anish Giri promotion a little later. Actually, let's mention it now. I'm not sure. Because I always struggle with like the Anish Giri bandwagon, but it's a thing that Spanish guys, all blame on the Spanish Chess24 guys, have started. And we thought it was funny. We're gonna join in. The promotion is that whoever buys an annual Chess24 premium membership before Anish has won a game of chess gets 3 free months added to his account. Normally it's 12 months, but we give 3 free months before Anish wins a game. And we're a little worried with the way this is going. The Spanish guys have been doing it for a couple of days, that if he just never wins a game of chess again, we're gonna go broke with this Anish promotion.
There's a lot of free months being given out. Well, guys, I would suggest that if you want to use this new action, then make sure you get your membership in before the end of the candidates tournament, because Anish has a tendency to go and play some weaker opponents, and then he definitely tends to strike with a lot of wins. So yeah,
We
Make
have
sure.
to think about the rules if it only counts for super tournaments. I really haven't worked out the details, but yeah, that is true. Still, I prepared an expert graphic for it, which we're gonna get to a little later. I believe Anish was very happy to point out that in this London Super Tournament they played in December, both Fabiano and Mickey Adams drew all their games, and he says, people call me the Drawmeister. I've never drawn all my games in a tournament. Those guys did. But he might have to eat his words if he makes 14 draws.
Especially because this is a 14-round event and London wasn't. So this is making setting the tone for like even higher drawing streaks. So yeah.
So let's do another brief tour. Then it seems like the opening phase is more or less over and guys are starting to take time. Yeah, here Bishop d4, Knight d4, Knight d4 as expected is on the board. Palov's gonna need something creative here to keep fighting.
I'm thinking about knight to b5 was actually my idea, with the idea that if you go rook e8 check, and I am actually probably blundering queen e8 check, I have to admit that.
Okay.
So I will switch my move order a little bit. Queen e8 check seems to be winning a piece.
Right.
So I will start with bishop to e3, and if you were to play rook e8 here, then I want to go knight to b5.
Okay. Interesting. For starters, you can play it super simply. I don't think we want to do this, but just to say that while this is White's dream, I'm still not sure he really has anything.
Yeah, because I'm a little bit down in development. So bishop to e2, knight d5, you might start chasing my bishops.
Yeah, bishop c6
bishop
first,
c6
or knight
also.
d5. This is very move by move once again. It looks innocuous, but if White manages to, whatever, get 2 more moves here, then you're gonna play 80 moves and you're gonna suffer with Black.
This is not pleasant, yeah, if that happens. But maybe I didn't have to take on d8, Jan. Maybe I could play bishop takes b5 immediately. I'm not sure it makes a big difference. And then bishop to e2, something like that. I'm trying to achieve the aforementioned type of position. But again, bishop to c6 here, looks like I'm gonna have difficulties getting there.
Yeah, that's a question, because, yeah, let's say castles, knight d5. Once again, if White stabilizes, he's better, but often Black is just active enough to, whatever, get one of these bishops. Let's say bishop d2, queen f6, and I'm sort of threatening
Several ways of getting rid of the bishop.
These moves, yeah. So we'll see. I'm not saying that's the best way for Black to play, but I'm saying the bottom line might be quite okay as well.
Yeah.
But what else can we do here? Knight f5 doesn't seem to make that
And
much
knight f5,
sense.
my idea was just to take on d8 and take on a7. Knight c7 looks nice, but then you go knight takes e3, and I'm not really, it's not working for me. Bishop takes a7 is a pawn, and I'm not sure you are getting it back right away. It does look a little tricky too, but it would be at least a very fighting way to continue the game.
Yeah, this could very well work. Yeah, it's an interesting idea. I have a feeling there should be some tactic, but maybe there isn't. So how do we get here? Bishop e3. Okay, rook e8 is very much the obvious move. Now that I've played some lines where I've had to go rook e8 and then rook takes d8, now I'm thinking if knight f5 immediately could be a move here.
Yeah, knight to f5 immediately strikes me as quite an annoying move to face.
Because if you move the bishop, then once again I have a check at the very least. The bishop is not exactly stable here.
Yeah, check and perhaps even b6 right away.
Yeah, seems to work. And yeah,
I could take and play bishop to g5, I guess, when I'm trying to at least get the double pawn and claim some sort of advantage because of that.
I might check.
Yeah, you check bishop to e2 and then knight to d4.
Normally you're not in time in such positions.
No, also here I'm not probably.
Let's say takes. You have to make some clumsy move like king f1.
I wasn't even sure if you were gonna take. You might take play knight c2 and knight takes a1. I'm not even sure.
Might also work.
Yeah.
Probably actually works because the knight gets out here. So no, in general.
Yeah, I'm not a big. I don't really believe in White's advantage here. It seems like he's too short on development.
What happened after knight e2? Then rook e8.
Yeah. Also rook e8. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get something like this, but knight e2 is also a very clumsy move because it has to move again before this bishop goes anywhere.
Yeah.
So
Also
can't say
here, I
really like
suppose knight f5 would be the way.
No, as I said, I've checked this line. I was pretty sure white has nothing, and I'd be surprised if Topalov changes that assessment because he also seems to be taking time. It's not like he's prepared like some 50-move sequence here.
I get that impression too. Yeah.
Then we have Levon Kayakin, where Kayakin after bishop d2 is taking time, which is logical.
It's a little bit confused, I think. I would be confused with this maneuver, bishop e3, bishop d2. But like I said, I think he has several pleasant choices. So he's just figuring out which move he likes most. I don't think he feels like he's in trouble.
And yeah, the most interesting game, as most people expected before this round, is the Anand Giri position right now after e takes d5. Giri a bit of a choice. I'm expecting cd5, but I guess you could make a case for knight e takes d5 as well. Which at least, yeah, breaks this pin and you can still follow up with queen d6.
Yeah, the thing, one of the main reasons I wouldn't go for this queen to f3, allowing maybe knight f5 types of ideas.
Yeah.
But if you're in time with h6, it might be okay.
Yeah, it doesn't look ridiculous, and I think he's played it actually.
Okay.
Yeah, he's played knight e takes d5, which is a little disappointing because it feels like the more solid move. And often you're going to get a position like this, something like this.
Yeah, that would really take out most of the fun out of this position.
Also, the fun is gone.
But d4 doesn't necessarily have to be played.
No, d4 right here I think is a bad move, but just saying. The structure has a lot of equalizing potential. I guess maybe you try to attack this pawn or something.
Is this idea to go knight f3, bishop to g4? Because knight f3 looks a little inconsistent, but actually black might have a bit of trouble defending the pawn on e5.
Great. And also after h6 now, maybe this is an option.
Yeah, bishop to h4 would be my choice.
Yeah. No, this looks like a good move at the very least. Oh no, this if you have to take, then I don't like it.
I like white.
Bishop h5 at the very least. I'm a martial guy, so I always think about this stuff, but often it just doesn't work if white is too active. So, especially here, I don't really see it working.
No, I mean the solid way for black to play after knight f3 would be rook e8, I guess.
I'm more inclined to go here just to get out of the pin. I'm not sure.
I was afraid that my pawn might get under so much pressure that I need to play bishop to b8 at some point, and now I'm not sure I can do it. But look, rook e1 here, for example.
Can I jump?
That's actually a fair suggestion. Yeah, that makes use of the bishop on a7.
Thanks, man. Yeah, it's a position. Like queen e2 also comes to mind. In general, you don't want to go here unless you really have to, because such structures, this bishop is always a little silly. You could argue this knight is a little silly too, but in general, you don't want it.
No.
Also, maybe queen e5. I don't know. So, I don't know what's going on. I'm reluctant to play rook e8 because, instead of knight f4. Because, yeah, first of all, it feels a little shaky to leave this pawn alone. And here it feels like white can just increase the pressure, and then there's also some sort of tricks sometimes with d4. Or, I don't know, rook e8, you always gotta be a little careful with this bishop.
Yeah.
So, queen e2, what do I do? Maybe it's just not great. You could argue that now bishop g4 is better. But still h3. Or queen e5.
Queen e5,
queen e5 just works, sorry. So still complex, but I like your move knight f3. It feels like, yeah, this is the most logical way to continue. One brief update, and then we're going to go on a break. In the Aronian Kayakin game, after bishop d2, after long thought, he's played your move a5, and he's also played the move we thought was pretty much forced knight c5, takes, and another typical move for these structures, a5, a4.
I didn't think about a4 here, but it actually seems like a good solution if black gets enough time to carry out his plan with knight a5 here.
Also, yeah, just stopping white from going queen a4.
Yeah, no. I think both players made very logical moves here, to be honest, but still feel like black should be okay.
Thank you guys for watching the candidates penultimate round. We're gonna be back with all the action and more. I'm not sure that's possible in a couple minutes. See you soon. Welcome back, everybody, to round number 13 of the Candidates Tournament. I'm Jan Gustafsson with Grandmaster Robin van Kampen in our Hamburg studios, and it does look like Peter Svidler, our friend and co-worker here at Chess24, lost the opening battle against Fabiano Caruana, didn't he?
Yeah, I do like White's position. I think Fabiano has outsmarted Peter somewhat in the opening. Of course, Peter still has a very solid position, but at this point, I think Fabiano is basically going to have to decide when he wants to push d4. But he is going to get the center with d4, and Svidler is in a slightly worse position.
Yeah, we've discussed this critical moment earlier where the theoretically fashionable move at the very least is knight a5, but Peter allowed this stuff. He's been making, logical Ruy Lopez moves. a5 is always a little double-edged, but a very typical way to play, sort of isolating these black pawns from each other. I'm saying it's double-edged because I've seen games where, like 100 moves later, this a5 pawn becomes quite weak as well. But for now, I like Fabiano's decision here. a5, g6, also typical. Just, black doesn't have that much space, so he's shuffling his bishop around to a better square. And he's preparing for these long-term Spanish attacks, which now don't work anymore. But d4 is going to be a big question.
Yeah, the one drawback of d4 in these positions is, of course, that black's going to take on c3, take on d4, and get access to the b4 square for the knight.
Right.
Of course, white will usually play bishop to b1, because otherwise knight to d3 might be annoying. The question is if black can sustain that knight on b4, or if he's going to run into any trouble when white's pushing the pawn to e5 or d5. For the moment, this kind of position doesn't seem all that bad to me for black. Black can continue with bishop to g7 or bishop to b5. c5 might be a possibility sometimes. So I think for the moment, black is getting its fair share of the play here. So if I was in Fabiano's position, I would probably try to figure out a better way to prepare d4. And specifically, if I could stop the idea of knight to b4, then d4 becomes a lot more interesting on white's part.
Yeah, I agree. This position seems fine for me, and Fabiano, fine to me. Fabiano has played another move that is hard to understand at first sight, you could say. Didn't he just play bishop b3 to c2 a couple moves ago, which he did. But the situation has changed, especially now that white's pawn is on a5. You no longer have to worry about knight a5, which is a typical response. And he's also arguing that after the setup Peter has chosen with g6, there could be some tricks against the f7 pawn, like knight g5 is a move you have to take into account now.
Yeah, that's for sure. He wants to go bishop to c4, and that would probably cut out altogether this idea of rook to b8, rook to b5 in the near future. And perhaps then knight to b3, sometimes queen to b3, once again highlighting the weakness of the f7 pawn. I kind of like the maneuver. It's a little bit slower than I expected him to play, but it's very arguable what black is achieving with g6 and bishop to g7 if white's not going for d4. This is one of the reasons why I always feel a little bit uncomfortable playing these positions as black, because you're maneuvering in a way that is only effective against a certain plan of white in this position. And maybe Fabiano has found a way to actually improve his position, rendering Svidler's setup with g6 and bishop to g7 rather useless for the moment. But of course, he has to do something a little bit active. I like white's position.
Yeah, I think it depends a little on details. I'm not sure I can make this work, but often this bishop on b3 is strong, so you want to exchange it. Your bishop is not doing that much on e6 anyway. Where, first of all, this is an option you have to live with.
Bishop to a4 could be annoying.
But I'm not sure if the bishop is really doing anything on a4. So this could be an option, but I was also wondering, after takes you want to take with the rook, you have to be ready for d4 now. And sometimes on these positions, black can sort of get away with blowing the center open, but it's very move-by-move stuff.
In this case, I'm worried because of maybe in this way it's better, because otherwise there would be e takes d5 followed by c4, which is probably the reason why you wanted to take on c3 first. But yeah, if black can get away with d5, then of course that's the most convenient way to deal with white going for d4. And another important thing, of course, is that if you exchange the bishops, the light squared bishops, the pressure on your position becomes significantly less. But you have to worry a little bit about your b4 pawn. I guess bishop a4, bishop takes c6 is not really worth it. You might even win that pawn back very quickly. But still something to consider all the time. In this case, I think black gets very good compensation for it.
Yeah, and also white can, of course, play any move here, h3, and argue. Okay, he's slightly improved his position.
Yeah.
It's tricky for Peter. Game is far from over. I'm not even sure if he's significantly worse or anything. But I'm with you. I like these positions better with white, because white just has more scope and more options. You can always, t4 is always in the air, and you can also make all kinds of quiet moves while black has to sit there and react. It's also tricky where to put the queen. Peter likes this maneuver in many similar positions. Not sure if it applies here.
I kind of like the idea here as well, actually. I'm not sure if it's as useful, but it prepares for several of white's ideas. Like,
Yes.
you always prepare your b4 pawn now, and bishop e6 might be a little bit more convenient because of that. I could very well see him play a move like queen b8 or queen c8 and queen b7. Yeah, those maneuvers actually sometimes are very useful for black, and not that obvious at first, but actually I wouldn't have come up with this so easily myself, but now that I see it, I kind of like the suggestion.
Yeah, it also depends on specifics. Like, I'm always a little worried about knight g5, when I guess here knight d8 would be a logical move. This rook e7 looks very clumsy somehow.
Yeah.
And you have to be ready for some direct onslaughts. I guess nothing is happening, but you better be sure. So yeah, it's a tricky Ruy Lopez maneuvering position where we have the feeling the opening has gone a little wrong for Peter, but the good thing is in these slow Ruy Lopez positions, they still gotta beat you. It's not like, yeah, you're in direct trouble, which happened to him in his game against Vichy, where there was just an early d4, he reacted wrong, and the game was over. That's not going to happen here. Where shall we go next?
I would go back to Karyakin for a second and see what has happened in that game. So kind of provocative play by Levon, really, with this bishop e3, bishop d2. Normally, I'm not a big fan of playing knight c5, b takes c5, but his idea of letting black play a5 means that b6 is not really there once you start attacking the pawn on b7. Still, it feels like he's wasted some time. Okay, Karyakin played that move a4 with the idea of knight a5. Rook to b1 is a very logical follow-up by Levon, rook b8. And yeah, here once again, it starts reminding me a little bit of Anish's position against Svidler, because I think we're going to see the bishop appearing on b3 and white being able to maybe take that bishop as an exchange sacrifice. So white played queen is c2, and here I suppose that queen c2 was actually there to stop black from playing knight to a5, because now bishop takes a5, rook takes a5, and c6 would be annoying. But knight to e7, which was played, this looks actually like ideal for white to get to the b pawn and weaken black structure. But knight e7 followed by b3 looks like a very sensible way to play.
I thought, by the way, that queen c2 was also prophylactic against this bishop h3 move, which I think long-term black would like to exchange these bishops. This bishop is quite strong. But here you can't really do it, because as far as I can see, this is winning material. Queen e6, e4. Since the queen is defended, knight f4 does not really work.
Okay, so queen to c2 actually had several purposes to it.
It's gone here. Very logical as well. By the way, there's a drinking game going on there. Every time we say very logical or very logical move, have a shot. And let's see if you can make it sober to the end of the show. Would be very logical if you couldn't. Knight d7 and rook b2, yeah?
Yes.
My guess is he would just wants to take here.
It sure seems like it, otherwise why do you go rook to b2?
What's going on in such a position?
I don't like this for white, to be honest. I don't see the direct compensation. Actually, Jan, just for a second, before we start looking at this position, is this idea not to go queen to b1 and then kick the bishop out? Is that maybe why he went rook to b2?
Yeah, if rook b3 is no good, he's not going to do it. Yeah, then he's going to go for whatever, something like this. This feels very slow, especially bishop c3. I have knight d5.
Yeah, I also don't really like it. The problem is that the exchange sacrifice itself reminds me a lot of the game of Svidler, and actually I liked white's position more in that scenario than here, because black has a little bit of pressure over the a file, the b pawn is quite well guarded, The king is safe. Not sure where white's compensation is coming from. He doesn't have a whole lot of pressure in the center either.
No, I think I agree. If there's nothing direct, no, yeah, way to activate the position here.
Yeah.
Because this knight also doesn't have a great square. Like normally at least you have a c5 square for your knight or something,
Exactly.
but I can't find any square where I would like it to be. So, yeah, his plan has to be to go somewhere with the queen, most likely here. But then what to do next? Sometimes, under the right circumstances, white can play a plan like this. Of course, it's very committal positionally. You give up the d4 square and the d3 pawn is weak. I guess you're not quite in time here to do it. Rook t8.
In this case, yeah, you would at least need a rook to c1 and a rook c3 or something like that to hold it together.
So it looks like Kayakin is doing all right, at
Yeah.
least as far as we can tell.
Seems very much okay for black.
Bishop b3 is of course not forced. It's logical if you're not afraid of this, which seems like you don't have to be. But you can also play all kinds of moves, like bishop d5 looks like a fairly logical idea as well. I'd always like to find a timeout for king h8 at some point, just so there's never anything happening on this diagonal. However, then you really gotta be ready to go here. Anyway,
Yeah.
let's call it equal. Another position which I'm not even sure we can call it completely equal is Topalov Nakamura.
I'm actually surprised. The lines that we were looking at, Jan, were at least equal for white, but I have no idea what Topalov has gotten himself into. This looks like the very worst case scenario out there. White just has a structural weakness and no real clear compensation for it. Of course, there's not too big of a problem, but to get a slightly worse position as white out of the opening is not a good sign at all.
No, his preparation has really looked very subpar, especially these last two games, because I don't really like to brag about our knowledge. Okay, that's a lie, I do. But yesterday, like in the opening, you've mentioned, yeah, the plan he's playing is just bad, and that's what happened. He just got crushed. Today, this position I'm very familiar with, and if you prepare the move a3 for the candidates tournament, like at least look at this if you're gonna go for it, because after e3, knight c6, queen c2 is the way to play.
And again, he's kind of disappointing us with the amount of new ideas or knowledge that he even displays here.
Yeah, because here this is a known equalizer, and if you get this position, then you have to take time and even end up slightly worse. It really doesn't bode well.
No.
Knight f5 logical, takes, bishop e2. I don't know, maybe bishop g5. He was afraid of also running into some trouble in some of these. I don't know, what we looked at, rook e8 check or knight d4 or whatever it was.
I think rook e8 check here was the move, and then followed by knight
bishop
d4.
e2, knight d4.
But yeah, actually,
How do I
this
equalize here?
we didn't find a way for white to equalize. I think because bishop takes f6 might run into knight c2 check, as we said.
And of this, there is no.
There's no checkmate.
This is often an equalizer, rook e8, bishop f6, but knight e8 just seems to work.
Bishop to e3.
King f8 is at least a draw. Maybe it's still a draw.
I see a very funny line in rook c2 check here. Rook c2 check, king to b1, and then bishop to f5 seems to hold on to the piece.
Because your point is king c2, bishop f5 check.
Yeah.
Picking this up. King d1, bishop g4 check. So here and bishop f5. Oh, that's cute.
Yeah, that's kind of a nice way to get out of this.
And sort of winning on the spot.
Mm-hmm.
So we can't do that.
Yeah, seems like that wasn't good enough. So that's why he went for this kind of sad continuation, allowing knight takes e3.
Because yeah, here black is slightly better, but perfectly for free. You have the better structure, and you also can win a move or two for your development. I don't know, bishop e6 looks logical enough. And then
Rook to c8 with a tempo.
c8 with tempo. White should hold, but you can get in trouble here very easily.
It would not surprise me at all to see Veselin get into trouble here, because it feels unpleasant, actually. I'm not even sure that it's the type of structural damage that you allow because it's equal or like easy to play afterwards. It looks hard for white to play. Not only you have the pawn on e3, you're also down in development a little bit.
Yeah, there's a lot of weaknesses in your camp as well.
Yeah.
I don't know, yeah, this has been an opening debacle, and it's sort of hard in a quiet line like the Queen's Gambit declined to get a worse position after 30 moves than this one, really. So yeah, this has gone very, very badly for Vestlin, who continues not being himself. Bishop b3, queen b1, just a brief update, is on the board in the Aronian game, so we were right, you can't take this guy. It's still sort of unclear what he wants to do next after a move like king h8.
Yeah. Let's check in with Anish, who, well, knight f3, queen d6 was also played, it looks like. And some of our moves are on the board. Rook e1 as well. And bishop to g4 has just been played.
We guessed all of those.
Yeah.
We're on fire. h3 is a fairly safe guess as well.
Well, Anish is going to give up the bishop pair with bishop takes f3 here.
Yeah, because bishop h5, g4... Sometimes you can make a case for such moves, but I strongly, strongly doubt it here with the center being so open. So he should just take queen takes and probably rook a8.
Yeah, and I understand his way of thinking as well, because actually with the knight on c2, it's kind of hard to really show a way to keep the bishop pair and open a position here. Of course, it's not the most exciting way that he's chosen to proceed, but it looks very solid, which I don't think is surprising anyone at this point.
Completely out of character.
Yeah.
But it's also, yeah, this is very much a Vichy position. I wouldn't be surprised. I'm not sure if this line is forced, but if it comes down to something like where rook takes, something like this, where white is a tiny bit better because of bishop against knight, but it's not really.
Not really something big to play for, no.
No. But since Anish chose this very solid line, it is time to bring up our very exciting Anish Giri promotion. This is how it goes. If you get an annual Chess24 premium membership before Anish Giri wins a game, you let us know. You email to support@chess24.com and we're going to give you 3 free months. You get 15 months instead of 12. And we're a little worried. Like, the Spanish guy started this as a joke earlier in the tournament, thinking, okay, he's going to win at some point.
Or lose.
But yeah, it's getting a little closer, but still, he's going to be white tomorrow, so cash in your extra free month before Anish wins the game of chess, else we might have to continue this all the way through Norway chess. Come on, Anish. Gives us a reason to root for him.
Yeah.
You can do it, but yeah, take your chance now. Go premium, get 3 free months, courtesy of, not really courtesy of Anish, but courtesy of our Spanish friends who came up with this. Okay. Well, what else we got?
Looks like the players are taking their time. An interesting move by Svidler.
Chess culture, bishop e6.
Playing your suggestion. I have the feeling you have a very good tell on Svidler's thoughts here.
No, I know the guy, but also I'm an e4, e5 player, so I've gotten stuck in these sort of structures many times myself. But yeah, I'm not sure what white is supposed to do. Like bishop a4 as a move you can sort of blitz out, because I think bishop d7 is forced, queen d7 just looks like an eternal pin, and you're going to run into trouble probably very quickly after d4 actually. Okay, this wins, but I wanted to show this, which also wins, d5, knight e5. So you have to go back to d7. But then the question is this bishop really better on a4 than it was on c2, the move earlier, which is at least arguable. Like, the pawn on a5 could be a little weak, as you've shown. Taking this pawn here doesn't really work. Black gets it back, and even if he doesn't get it back immediately, this structure is normally so bad for white that
it's not
even if
worth
we play
it
slowly, it's fine for black.
Yeah.
And the principal alternative is to take, and normally in these positions you want to be very quick, pushing d4, or sometimes even c4 if you want to play that structure, but doing something before black goes bc and d5.
Exactly, d5 would really solve all black's problems in this type of position. And as you showed, d4, b takes c3, b takes c3, d5 looks like a very critical continuation here. And actually I have the feeling that this is okay for black, because after e takes d5, knight takes d5, what we were talking about before, c4, black now has this very important move, knight to c3, which actually gets him into a very good position. So I think Fabiano should retain the tension with bishop a4, after which bishop d7 will be played. But it's not an easy position because his plan of bishop b3, bishop c4, and so forth is still not really easy to carry out. And I'm not sure what to do here next as white.
No, it seems to me like still doing this sort of quickly has to be critical.
Yeah, I don't think black's approach is going to change. He's still going to put the knight to b4.
Yeah, and here you have to do something. It's very nice to have this d3 square.
Perhaps you could go bishop a3.
That's what I was wondering. I'm not sure, because yeah, if black just jumps around, his pieces feel a little loose, and white, at the very least, has the center under control for now. I was sort of curious about stuff like this. Once again, we're still unplugged, so forgive us for blundering all these pieces. But I wasn't quite sure what was going on here.
Looks kind of dangerous.
Looks kind of kinky. Not sure how to do it, but the king on e3 at least gives you cause for concern here. Maybe it doesn't work.
Perhaps nothing direct, but the ideas are there. Also, I'm not sure if c5 would be possible after bishop to a3. I'm not sure if I should be worried about trading on b4.
Yeah, that's a more
It would be the more
classical
solid option.
way to play.
Yeah.
I was worried because if takes, I felt I probably have to take with the knight, because if queen takes, I was
Yeah,
worried
knight
about
c4, knight b6. Yeah.
about this. And here my pieces feel a little passive, like even here knight c4.
Yeah, I think again it boils down to some concrete ideas. Like, could I go d5 in some of these positions and just go for a bunch of exchanges, or maybe my pieces are just a bit too passive. Actually, here it seems to be okay because I have
takes. You take
takes
here.
e1, and you have to take with the knight.
Right.
And knight takes d5, d takes c5, knight takes c5. Either I'm barely okay or I'm into some.
No,
trouble
here
here.
black should be fine.
I think so, yeah.
Some pieces are also loose. Queen f6.
Yeah. No, this is how people tend to equalize against me when I try to play the d3 Spanish. Like, I think I have a good position, but once you go d4 in the wrong moment, they just play this knight before c5 idea, and sometimes it's not that hard for black. But I do agree that feels a little bit loose for black somewhere on the way there, so perhaps there would be some improvement.
It's also possible, but less fun normally, to, let's say, keep the structure here. At the moment there's no threat, and play a move like bishop g7. Sometimes you get some king's Indian-y type of thing.
Yeah.
Knight to b8 or knight to e7.
My main concern here is always that we already opened up the queen side, which normally favors white, obviously.
White is quick play here.
But it could be very solid as for black. I think Svidler will always try to go for the knight b4 stuff. I think it's more in his style as well. But in case it's not possible, then this is not the end of the world either. I agree about that.
So for now, yeah, big decision for Fabi, what he wants to do. Bishop takes e6 or bishop a4. Two main moves. There's others, knight c4, whatever. But they don't feel so critical somehow.
Yeah.
Topalov looks like Hikaru was thinking.
I would look a little bit deeper into this position of Levon. King h8 has just been played, so your move actually. And I wonder how Karyakin is going to respond to something like bishop to e3 and followed by knight d2.
Let's say we jump somewhere, you go knight d2 anyway.
Well, I'm a bit concerned about the fact that I have to go knight c3, queen to e1 to hold on to my
maybe it
pieces.
doesn't matter.
But maybe it doesn't matter too much because I'm threatening knight takes b3.
Still, this is a funny line here, and now just go back. I don't know, if I don't blunder my knight, I should be fine.
Knight to f3.
Yeah? Yeah, I don't like it.
You have to give up your bishop.
I have to take, which I don't like. And if I take here, f takes e, and let's say bishop d5, what's going on?
I will probably take on d5, and no, actually, I shouldn't take on d5. Maybe I should just take on b7.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering about. Takes, king takes, queen d5, check. How is such a position?
I was hoping I can go knight e4 here.
Which, in fairness, I blundered because I thought I had f5 winning.
Yeah, it's covered by the rook.
That's a bit of a problem. Yeah, it doesn't work, does it? Still looking for tricks, but no, I don't see any.
No.
Yeah, then this doesn't really work. Don't I have tricks? Feels like I should have some trick. Nah.
Yeah, because there should be some check picking up the rook or something like that. So don't see it either.
No.
No. Yeah, so bishop to e3 seems like a critical move. I mean, clearly Karyakhin is not very worried because he could have made a move preparing for this a little bit more. King h8 is not directly preventing any of these ideas, so I think he has something in mind where he feels very safe.
Well, you can always play passively.
Sure, but is he really willing to do this? Perhaps it's not a big deal at all, but yeah, because knight to d2, bishop to d5 actually is looking very fine for black. That's actually true.
Karyakhin, he's no stranger to ugly defensive moves. I have no idea if this is a good move, but in general, he's very capable. If there's a way to solve his problems, he's gonna do it.
I mean, if it works, it works. And
let's try to play a slightly more active move. This move. I was first concerned about d4, but I'm starting to doubt that's such a big deal because gives me this square. Yeah, knight d2, still bishop d5.
If I try to play rook to c1, let's say.
Yeah, but it looks like my position makes some sense. I'm not sure if even here. Here first. It's a strange position. Let me try this move.
It's not that easy to come up with a...
Yeah, for either side, it's hard to make sensible moves somehow. But now I want to go bishop d5 and put this guy here, which maybe I could have done immediately too.
Yeah, actually I like your position after knight d2, bishop d5, and the knight comes to b3 if I move my knight from d2. So, again, it seems okay for black.
I agree. Just because I'm curious, I don't want to start doing this just yet, but we haven't switched on the engine. I'm very curious about his evaluation of such a position, because we think it's fine.
I'm going to go with a slight minus.
Yeah, it gives black a slightly better. Of course, moves we would never have thought about. Then again, rook a7 I just mentioned, so yeah, me. But knight a7 did not enter my mind. Probably a very clever move, but that's a tricky move. But yeah, at least that confirms that what Levon has been doing has not been impressive at all. Topalev Nakamura, yeah, I don't have much to say. Just get the pieces out. I guess he's wondering if he should throw in some early a5 stuff like this, which could also be unpleasant. As a rule of thumb, I don't think you want to exchange any pawns here if you're black, because as the attacker, I don't know, something like this normally makes white's life much easier.
Yeah, it does. No, I think Hikaru is looking for the most unpleasant way to develop his pieces and gain some tempos against, especially the knight on c3. I think he wants to hit that knight with the rook on c8 or something like that. But
normally you blitz out bishop e6, but yeah, I'm sure you can make a case for a move like bishop f5, castles from rooks to c8 or bishop to d3, stuff like that. So.
No, he's trying to figure out what the most annoying continuation is for Topala. He's played knight to g4. Okay, another move that's... It's very directly aimed at the weakness on e3. I guess you have to take it, actually.
Yeah, I was wondering about knight d1, but then this knight can also go here after, well, any developing move, let's say bishop e6.
Yeah, but honestly, taking it also strikes me as... Yeah, because now, if we move our king, the rook comes to d2, or the rook comes to d3 otherwise. This looks very unpleasant immediately.
Actually, yeah, and if a3, for example, now we have time to develop even further.
Yeah.
Oh, this looks terrible. Yeah, Topalov, I don't know. The last two games, he's not playing like a world-class player, to put it mildly.
Yeah. No, knight to g4, I think knight d1 probably should be played in that case. Or rook to d1 if you have time for that move.
Can we play a pretty move like e4?
I kind of like rook to d1, but...
Oh, okay. Missed that one. So bishop e6,
Bishop
let's
e6.
say.
And for example, no, but still bishop takes g4 is not, it's not quite good enough.
Well, it's better than a move earlier, but it's still bad, I guess.
It's still
Yes.
rook to d4 and king e2, but yeah, perhaps something like this would sort of keep white in the game, but it already feels like white has to be very precise to even get a slightly worse position, not even equalize at this point.
Rook d1. Yeah, this is probably the best move, actually.
Rook e8 is possible.
Very possible, actually.
Knight to d5 would be white's choice, I think.
Takes doesn't work.
This is probably alright.
Yeah, if white gets some activity, yeah, that's fine. What I was wondering if I'd just play very dumbly. Takes, knight takes, I guess. Get my bishop somewhere. It feels like a Grunfeld where normally you're pawn down in such situations, but you still have enough play.
Yeah, I might hold on with white with something like bishop to f3. Could be a bit annoying. You might want to give up the b pawn, but yeah, takes on b7 and just try to. Of course, you're gonna win back your material, but I might survive. Yeah, I think this is the type of position Hikaru is gonna probably find the very most unpleasant move to face. And actually, e4 was played as far as I can see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which makes sense. It's not pretty, but at least you're not losing the pawn. I doubt black has anything better than slowing down. Yeah, he's played bishop e6. Tending rook c8. This knight has a nice square here. Still not easy for white. What to do? 95 we can't go because you take, and here anything is good, but 93 looks very nasty.
I almost feel like you might have to go for knight d5 anyway and just play that position with the knight against the bishop, which might not be the end of the world. Like king f2, knight d5.
This, but,
I think it's probably very hard for black to really prove that the pawn is very worth as much as you would like it to be, but it is a bit sad to come pretty much straight out of the opening with a position like this, of course. Let's say in a blitz game, that would be my first choice because it seems like something within the drawing ranges, but of course, being a pawn down is unpleasant.
Maybe black can do better even, like let's say, start with something. Oh no, this is blundering exchange, so probably don't do that. Yeah, maybe you can. No, I agree. This looks like at least you should survive, because maybe 93 is not best, maybe, well. But this position, I feel like it's very close to equal even.
Yeah, I think the bishop is doing very well there.
Here.
Probably rook to c1. It might be possible to equalize here sort of by force. Of course, knight b6 or something like that will hold on temporarily, but white is much more active here, so a4. It seems fine. Like this is probably the way to go about it as white. You need to give up some material to get out of this passive position.
Yeah, sad opening for Topalov. We'll see if Hikaru manages to put pressure or if it's gonna peter out. How's your boy? Vishy didn't go h3. He went bishop h4.
Alright, planning to go bishop g3.
Makes sense.
I guess it's a clever way to force something like bishop takes f3 without actually having to play h3.
Right. Is there anything else? No, this looks...
Actually, could I go... No, because d4 is
Yeah.
Yeah, this could be... Rook takes e5, is that possible?
I was wondering, I guess, just bishop f3, no?
Yeah, this is now good. Just queen takes.
Yeah, my worry in these positions is always just bishop f4.
Yeah, and d4.
ef and then i3 or d4. Structurally, this is unpleasant for black. Here, this knight is on c2. I'm more used to it being somewhere else.
The only good thing is that I can go knight takes e1 after taking, but it doesn't really... I think it should be fine for black here as well, to be honest. It looks a little bit odd with the knight on c2.
I agree. So what else can we do? d4 immediately doesn't really seem to cut it. No. d4, e4. Something
Knight to
like
e3,
this.
yeah.
Still a little tricky. Lots of tensions. I don't know where to put this bishop. Maybe back home.
I would go to h5 probably.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. Slightly reluctant to lose control over this square. But if there's nothing, there's
If
nothing.
it's queen d7,
Yeah.
then if it works, it's okay. But it would actually be nice to see something related to knight f4 appear. It would put a little bit more tension back into the position.
It's white to move. Vichy hasn't played bishop g3 yet. Which looks obviously like the idea of bishop to h4. If you go h3 now, I'm starting to think about keeping this bishop, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because this pawn is defended. And yeah, g4 is sort of too weakening.
We still have this knight f4 idea.
Yep. So let's see what he comes up with. Let's get a quick computer estimation. Yeah, the computer likes Anish's position. Thinks everything is fine. And once again, a move we had not seen. Bishop g3, knight to h5 is apparently very strong. Because he's saying you can't really take.
That's fair.
Yeah, then of course this is
But
good.
actually, then I start to really like black's position. If we cannot go bishop to g3 here, then this last move was really not very clever, I suppose.
No, what you have to do, once again, now this is the computer talking, but tends to be right, the computer. You have to go for this, and now bishop g3, not to allow this knight h5 stuff.
Sure, but our knight f4 move now looks even more tempting than before.
Much more, because h3 is a weakening, this bishop covers the f7 square.
I would not be very happy as black having to play bishop takes f4 and d4 here.
As white, yeah.
That's white, sorry. Strikes me as something. I mean, after d4, we can always go c5 in the worst case, but also simply trying to do something on the king side. Even I don't know. I would have some dreams of playing g5 or something like that in some cases, with the knight being so out on c2.
It's not as dumb, yeah. If you can make it to d3 or e5 very quickly, it'd be fine, but it looks like it's taking too long. So Anish is in good shape according to the machines, which means
The action might very well be. Yeah.
No, it's not a decisive advantage or anything, but once again, and we gotta give him credit, he is incredibly good in the opening, not just... A lot of people confuse it with, the guy's memorizing lines all day. It's not that, he just didn't play extremely well. Tendencies and he's very, very good.
Yeah, I must say that in this case I felt that he was coming out of a slightly uncomfortable position in the opening, and he's really proven me wrong. I really like the way he's dealt with the problems. Also, moves like knight takes d5, I would be a bit reluctant to play them, but by now he has a pretty great position out of it. So, yeah, it might be a little bit harder to appreciate, but he is playing very precise and very, he understands what he's doing very well, like you said.
Yeah. No, the problem is it's not sexy. I had the same problem when I was coaching Leiko, who was an amazing player, his understanding of chess and opening subtleties, but it did end in a draw very, very often.
Yes.
There's lots of skills involved in neutralizing the best players in the world, especially with black, but it doesn't translate to mass appeal sometimes.
Yep.
But still, gotta give credit where credit is due. This dude at 21 years old, arguably the best theoretician in the world already, rated around 2800 consistently for almost a year now.
Yeah.
It's not easy. A lot of people would do it if it were. Vichy in a must-win situation, so I don't blame his opening choice. He's gone for a more unbalanced situation where the play is a little less obvious than in the good old knight c2, bishop e3, h3, and whatever stuff. But looks like Anish has dealt with it very, very well. And probably bishop h4 was not such a bright idea yet. Because you can always bail out, go knight e3 or h3.
Yeah, at this point I also thought that white might be a little bit better, but it seems to be the case that black just neutralized him fully, and not that easy to... What is interesting is that actually I see he wanted to go h3, bishop to h5 without the rook being on e8. So that was something...
I was wondering if there's tricks. Like now, Now the computer switched on, so the narrative changes greatly.
Oh, that's a fantastic idea.
This, for example.
Yeah, this is exactly what black needed in this position.
This is a trick you always gotta watch out for with the bishop on a7. Probably winning here. Just to show it till the end. Now the bishop switches teams.
It's a very nice way to finish off. Okay, so actually black was never intending to go bishop takes f3. That's an important detail.
It's funny, like, that our narrative is probably would have been very different had we had the computer running all the time, right? What is Vichy doing is slightly worse already, but yeah, if you don't have it running, then you appreciate like the practical difficulties a bit more. So there's a lot of pros and cons. I still haven't figured out when to use the mighty machine and when not to. Obviously, I use it while playing, but like while commentating, it's a tougher choice. So where do we go? Let's go back to Piotr. Bishop a4 has been played, bishop t7. Fabiano probably rightly concluded that there's nothing in these d4 lines yet. So he does typical stuff.
I'm always a bit reluctant to go knight f1 when already g6 and those type of moves are on the board, but I guess that the idea of playing bishop to g5 and knight to e3 still has some appeal to it, so perhaps that's his idea with knight f1.
Yeah, that's another thing about these structures, which is not so easy to understand. It doesn't always apply, but generally this bishop is a pretty useless piece. So very often if you can just give it up and in return gain control over the light squares, it is a positional threat, and you gotta be quite careful with black about these bishop g5 ideas very often. That explains Peter's move h6, stopping bishop g5.
Yeah, I like that move. It makes a lot of sense. Bishop to g5 and knight e3 actually seems like a legitimate way to improve your position.
Knight to g3. Now, that this plan is off the table. Knight e3 by itself doesn't really do anything, blocking in your bishop, and this is not a threat. So knight g3. Standard Roy Lopez stuff. Now he took. I'm not sure why to take in this moment. Because in general you want to keep the tension here until there's a good reason, like white has played d4. If you start with this, maybe he was getting worried about
holding on to
white
the pawn.
Taking the pawn.
Yeah, now that white has bishop to d2, of course he's going to hold on to that, but still I would be reluctant to take that pawn as white.
Yeah, I'm also not sure. There's always long-term compensation for it. Just
again, the queen b8, queen b7 would stop e4 most likely, and it's very hard to use that b pawn, that double b pawn in this situation. So, understandable choice by Peter, but maybe not necessary.
Yeah, and the reason I slightly dislike it, because now I'm not sure if this is a good move here, but I've seen this idea. Quite often the bishop can use this square and then d4 without knight b4. I guess it doesn't work here because we take the pawn,
It depends how those exchanges turn out after bishop takes d7 and bishop takes d6, but it feels a little odd to go for it as knight takes d7 would even take out that option altogether.
Right. Draw some arrows. Yeah, this doesn't work. Okay, then I like bc3 more, because my main concern is, because I once did this too early against Kachev and I ran into some trouble after some bishop a3 stuff, but probably doesn't really apply here. Then it looks like the worst is sort of over for Peter. Like, this is a standard maneuver, but it's also not really a world beater, because his knight doesn't have anything to do on g3. It's just getting out of the way to get developed.
I have a strange suggestion. Is it ever possible to play a move like h4 in these type of positions?
Wow.
It's always something that's on my mind when I haven't played h3 as white. Of course, it's normally not a very good idea. Also, you could consider h5 here as black, since my knight can no longer go to e3. But sometimes this can be actually a lot better than you would expect. For example, h5, bishop g5 does give my bishop a square again.
It's interesting. It's a weakness in my chess, which I've noticed for a while, but I don't know how to fix it. I'm a very bad h2, h4 player, because often if you analyze games by top players, they play h4 in like random situations, just to fix the kingside with h5 or get a little weakness here, and normally it doesn't enter my mind. Wouldn't have entered my mind here either, but could very well be interesting.
Well, I mean, allowing h5 clearly is not ideal as black either. I mean, that's going to provoke some weaknesses too, so it's kind of a trade-off, really, I think. And I like it more.
This if we want to go all nutty.
Well, that would
really work.
Yeah, it would.
no.
H4 is hanging though, yeah. It could be, but G3 followed by knight H2 could be an idea because in this case, one of the main reasons I like H4 is because the pin of the knight, well, not really a pin, but just the pressure on the knight on C6 is a little bit annoying. So
That's true.
it might be harder for black to deal with this move because of that.
Yeah, strange idea, but might be very clever.
And knowing Fabiano, he's really capable of playing something like this. I think he's always looking for a way to create more imbalance in these types of positions. So I don't know, I kind of like it.
If I go here, let's say.
Okay, I'll go H5 most likely.
Okay, go H5 directly. Yeah, it's interesting. I wanted to take, but no, let's say knight H4.
Yeah, knight H4, you could take on A4. Let's say. Yeah, then queen to D7 and queen G4 would be there. But I could just go queen takes A4 and play with the better structure, I think.
Yeah, I wanted something similar, but
yeah, it's not completely clear whether I'm happy about what I've just did on the queen's. And after knight to E7, can I have one more look at this position? Because it would be the very normal way to deal with it. If this is the right way, then H4 loses some of its merit.
Well, you can pretend like nothing happened and just exchange bishops, which is generally in white's favor, but then, yeah, H4 is not...
Yeah, I could do that and play D4, but it looks a little funny with H4 included. That's still...
So go knight G4 or something.
Okay, well, it's an idea.
Absolutely.
And once again, I only think this is really something that appears a little bit more when you haven't played H3 as white. It's just that I'm not very happy about my position if I have to do something like bishop to D2 or some move to prepare D4. It just doesn't seem that dangerous. And also black might
play like standard move like H3. What does black do?
That's another question, yeah.
Because, I mean, you can still go for this, but here I have a feeling now white is slightly better because this exchange should favor him slightly. And else I couldn't really spot obvious plan.
Well, what if I play a move like queen to C8?
And maybe to go here and here.
Also, if I ever want to play rook to B8, that could be useful.
Right.
Protecting the pawn on A6.
So hinting at this.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's one of these slowish maneuvering positions where black has now survived the first wave, I think it's fair to say. And nothing too bad is going on. And then Peter tends to be good. Like, he's normally more in trouble of already being lost here. Because, once it comes down to maneuvering, then he can play with anybody.
And I see Sergei Karyakin actually found this move, knight to A7, that we did not come up with, but our Silicon friend suggested it to be the best move in the position. So that's an impressive move. It absolutely did not cross my mind.
No.
Still trying to understand what the idea is. I guess it's a combination of being able to play knight B5 and bishop to D5, protecting B7 in some cases.
Well, if you can get knight B5, knight C6, then white has to do something about this.
Also, C6 and knight B5 looks like it would shut down white's play over the B file altogether. So
that's a very Karyakin-esque setup as well.
Yeah. Okay, so actually the ball is in Levon's court.
Yeah, and we've been critical, and I think rightly so, of Levon's play. Well, to some extent from move one, but in general how he approached this, just play a line. It's not supposed to be anything special, which he's played before, and get some position where black is fine. Doesn't seem the way to put Karyakin under pressure.
No.
So what can you do now? You can always take, but this feels... I don't know, this position feels very, very familiar. I might be going nuts. But I feel like I've seen something like this in some Hammer game?
Hammer had a game with Aronian, but it was not quite like this. In exactly this line. But
yeah, I feel like I've seen something very similar. But I could be going crazy.
I actually have the feeling that after this knight A7 move, if white doesn't act, So with some clever response here, it could start to get kind of outplayed, because that idea of knight b5 and c6 looks very, very annoying for white. Like, not only because you lose the pressure over the b file, it's simply very hard for white to find a plan after that. Not sure where his play should come from.
Okay, let's make some moves here, I guess. Knight d2.
Okay, bishop to d5.
Bishop d5, does this work, or is there some c6 trickery? Yeah, c6. c6 seems to work.
That's a nice combination. I run into the rook c5 in some of the variations.
Yeah. And here takes.
Yeah, that's no good. Okay, so I cannot go bishop to d5 then.
That changes things a little. Like, bishop e6 is possible, but it feels like drifting just a bit.
I'm not sure. I kind of like black's position after e3 and c6.
Go c6.
Knight to c4 and knight to b6 might be the problem. Okay. Also, I'll give some weaknesses here. Okay, not quite as bad for white as I was imagining it. This is actually still very
the
double
move is knight d4, which once again you rather not do if you didn't have to, because I don't know, I might be a sucker for the two bishops, but this wouldn't cross my mind if I had some other options.
It feels very wrong intuitively.
Yeah. So it's still a mess, but Karjakin so far very much up to the task with this weird knight a7 move.
Okay.
Where do we go? Briefly checking in with Vesco. Do you call him Vesco? Do friends call him Vesco? I think they do, right?
I think friends call him Vesco.
Yeah, not saying he is your friend, which I don't know. I know our mutual friend, Jan Smits. He used to be on Team Topalov in one of these World Championship matches, together with Lamy, like two Dutch guys.
Two Dutch guys were there, yeah, that's right.
So he likes Dutchies, and he's always looking like for new blood, fresh theoreticians. You haven't been contacted?
I haven't been contacted yet, no. Perhaps after that last game he would like to get a bit of advice in that Nider variation. But otherwise, right now, I think he is just not very hard working for the moment. I think he's taking it easy. As far as I understood, Jan, his preparation to the candidates was mostly a nice holiday to Brazil. So okay. I'm not sure. Maybe he had a big training camp going on there, but so far it seems to us that not too much work was put into it.
No, because in the last two rounds, Veslin, this is us applying for a job, like with the file I have on this line and the file Robin has on this a3, e6, g4, 97 knight off, that wouldn't have happened.
No.
And this is really not because we are big geniuses. This is more or less common knowledge that all the guys should have.
Trendy lines, just.
And yeah, today what's going on? Castle's 93, rook fc1. He might survive. What has he covered on? Veslin didn't play this knight d5. He just castled.
Okay. Perhaps it was a bit a bit of an overreaction, but it's still
worse.
Yeah,
well, you could also argue about 93 because the long-term grinder's way would just be to put the knight here and then slowly improve the position a little. But 93, rook fc1.
Rook d2 should be the idea, I guess.
Curry likes direct stuff. Yeah, what is worse? Should survive, but not gonna be much fun. Especially for Topalov, it's not his favorite activity to defend slightly. Whereas endgames, especially with this tournament situation, if he gets some sharp calculating position, he could still get up for the game, but here can't be enjoying himself all that much.
Okay, anything new in Anish's game, perhaps? Bishop to g3 was played. Actually, exactly.
Bishop played this correct sequence. h3 and bishop g3.
Yeah, we're expecting to see knight f4.
Yeah. This feels passive and wrong. I don't like it. Like, allow d4, and even if it works,
the question is,
like it.
Can white do something better than bishop takes f4 after knight f4? Which I really do hope that Anish goes for knight f4. Is there?
Guess not, right? Like, this is a scary dude.
d4 is just losing.
d4, e4,
and then some queen move, queen d2. Is that possible?
Oh, that. Plugged in. This is possible. Well, I think you even came up with this unplugged in, but I understood earlier. Yeah, this is no good. So after d4, the problem seems to be ed4.
All right.
And
Well, it actually looks a little scary for both players. Although
yeah,
Anish
but
can
black
always
is more
back
ready
up.
for the opening.
Yeah, and Anish can always back this up with bishop to b8 if he really has to. Like he's actually not running a whole lot of risk here. No, I doubt that Vishy will go for anything else than
Here,
this.
here.
Yeah.
You could really end up in serious trouble with this pin and these
Yeah.
knights in your face. No, Vishy's gonna take and try to navigate the structure. But this knight really is dumb now. Finally, maybe Anish's homework is deeper than we thought. Maybe he understood in some structures this dude is not such a great piece, especially if white can't go for these 93 lines. Still, it's not the end of the world as we know it. I was wondering how bad this is. I'm guessing it's bad, but just out of curiosity.
Actually, didn't feel like it should be that bad because white could maybe have kind of a majority on the queen side in the long run.
Because if you manage to stabilize and then play d4, like
Yeah.
I might even be dreaming of an edge. The question is this a problem?
Yeah, it would not be in Vishy's style to allow something
No,
like
that's
this. But the only thing that I would be a bit scared of is queen d7 and perhaps transferring the knight to g5 in some cases or something like that.
Yeah, well, that's slow at least. No,
It is all a little slow. You have to go queen f5 first maybe or something like that. But okay, black is
only
running
black
very
can be
little
better.
risk.
Yeah, that's true. No, Vishy's not going to do that, but then it's annoying this pin.
Yeah.
Do you have time for like d4, bishop e2?
I'm wondering if you can go knight to e4 in a position like this, just to stop any exchanges from happening.
I want to go here. Now I want to jump.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I'm not that impressed with this.
Yeah, Compi always wants c5, which is very logical, not giving
Yeah.
white a lot of time to stabilize. But even here, if I go here, I feel like if I get my knight to e5, I can't be in much trouble.
Seems very solid for white then. All right. Still, Anish with the slightly better game here, of course. This is very risk-free stuff, I would say. White's just trying to hold on. The membership.
Anish is winning. Hurry. Poor Anish. We've had some good Anish jokes over the last 2 weeks, though. Like, I still like the artist because he likes to draw, and if he was a rapper, his name
50%.
would be 50%.
Yeah. Was one of the best ones. Yeah. I must say, Jan, there's a bit of a surprising move coming from Svidler, if you ask me.
d5.
D5, yeah. And by the way, I must honestly say I'm a bit disappointed with this move h3, but I guess that also shows that Fabi is a little bit more mature when it comes to these positions than I am. Like, I'm thinking very opportunistically here, like, okay, I haven't played h3, let's go h4, h5. But as we sort of concluded, it might not be that easy for black to make a good move here. Like, queen to c8 seemed logical, but it was just kind of a waiting move.
Yeah, rook b8 at the moment it's not hanging.
But I'm still surprised that d5 is played. I mean, it might be...
I don't like it.
It seems a bit early for it.
We have the machine running, which might be biasing my commentary, but I really don't like it because it feels like we are not 100% organized yet for something like this.
And not even necessarily. I mean, this is one thing. It's a little bit more concrete, but actually, I don't like bishop to e3 here.
Just some
And
movement.
I don't really see why this helps black in any way. D takes e4, D takes e4 makes white's life a lot better compared to the previous position.
Yeah, because these pawns are weaker than these pawns. And yeah, it's another Roy Lopez lesson, which I'm sure Svidler has learned many times, that often this d5, de4, de4 doesn't help your situation, it actually makes your problems bigger. So no, this is a confusing move. I know Svidler, he always is pessimistic in these quiet positions, and sometimes he wants to solve his problems directly by leashing out. But there was no direct threat, like rook b8, queen c8, queen e7, knight e7 if you really don't like it, but
yeah, it feels like the better
it feels
way.
like overreacting.
Yeah.
Still, big choice for Fabi. I'm with you, like any stabilizing move, queen e2, bishop e3. I think white is better. But the comp also gives this, which, if works, could be very unpleasant.
Yeah, with the knight perhaps jumping to c5, and the bishop probably will come back to b3 in most of these cases. Yeah, this is not working. I must say, of course, this is also not a pleasant situation at all. Black's still suffering from the pressure on the knight on c6 here.
Yeah, this setup, like, you need like 1-2 tempi to organize this, and
Yeah,
he's
white
not
will
gonna
go
have the
queen
time.
c2 and knight c5 probably next, and it's starting to look very unpleasant.
This is also very much in Fabi's style, like once he is
Mhm.
given something like this. No, d5, this looks a little like, yeah, panicking too early. Let's not forget how high the stakes are for both players. Caruana sort of needs a win. So if he draws, and let's say Kayakin draws, then Kayakin would hold the tiebreaker against him. Oops, sorry. And Caruana would need a win with black in the last round, which is not an easy thing to achieve. So he sort of has to win this game, but also for Peter and for all the 50% guys. If they win this game, who knows what happens in the other games? They have a shot in the last round.
Yeah.
So,
Although let's not write off Peter, Jan, because as you mentioned in the last time we did commentary, yeah, Peter actually had a great run at the end of the previous candidates, and he might be in trouble now, but he could very well bounce back in a position like this as well. Like it's only the start still, but I must say things are looking good for Fabiano. He had a better opening position. Now I feel like Svidler is rushing it a little bit too much. So far Fabi's doing everything right.
yeah, no, I'm surprised because I thought the trend over the last, let's say, 7-8 moves was actually in Peter's favor. I thought he had solved most of his problems, which maybe was too optimistic, but yeah, I dislike b takes c3, at least on site, because normally, yeah, you don't want to release this tension unless you have a very good reason, because it makes white's play a bit easier. d5 I really dislike. Then again, once again, this is slightly engine-biased commentary. Like, without an engine, first of all, you have to make very sure such stuff doesn't work.
Yeah.
Which, who knows, right? Queen c3, e4. Seems like it doesn't, but the lines are by no
The
means
lines are hard. Yeah.
so obvious. Stuff like this, and I don't know. I might stop calculating somewhere around here, seeing this rook is hanging, and okay, my king is weak. So it's still a mess, but especially what you're saying on general grounds, bishop e3 or a random move, and why it's better, this is strange.
Yeah, simply because it doesn't allow a whole lot of tactics, so that's why we go bishop e3. But clearly Fabi wants to probably go for the very best continuation, so he's going to consider e takes d5 as well.
That's the thing about Fabi. He's, in a way, not a very practical guy, because he's always looking for the most principled way to play.
Yeah.
But it also makes him incredibly dangerous, because you can't like bluff the guy at all.
No,
he doesn't have tendencies.
He might get into a bit of time trouble sometimes because of it, but most of the time he's gonna really find that most unpleasant continuation if you make some inaccuracies.
And he, speaking of which, he just did take on d5 indeed.
Yeah, I'm very impressed with decisions like these. Like I said, I'm a bit of a lazy guy when it comes to this. I see a square on c5, I think to myself, well, bishop to e3 serves that purpose. But probably this is even more unpleasant for black.
Yeah, so Svidler probably in a bit of trouble, even though sharp lines will be played. I don't know, what was I doing last time? I started with queen c2, which was the computer move, but this, I believe, is a much more human way to play.
Yeah, I would also go knight to e4. So what happens if knight to e4? Do I have time to remove my knight from c6 here? That's what I would try, like knight e7 maybe? Bishop to b3. And again, f5 still getting into this pin.
This looks logical.
Yeah, bishop to c6 seems logical.
Why is this so bad, actually? It doesn't look so bad. d4 I'd be concerned about, but I guess I can take and...
Bishop to b7 after knight takes, I guess.
I was trying to be tricky with knight c3. I don't know if that works. Yeah, it seems to work.
Even better, yeah.
And cd, okay, this is the computer likes for white, but here,
No.
sane human is going...
Normally speaking, this doesn't really guarantee anything for white.
So you gotta sort of play it more slowly. Oh no, bishop d2, queen c2. But then, don't I have some time to, I don't know, go king h7, f5? Or
At first,
do
I wanted
something?
to actually suggest bishop to b2, but maybe it's because of knight f4. Because at first I thought I'm threatening c4. Now this is probably annoying. Getting pressure on the d pawn.
Once again, d4.
Yeah.
If you have to do it, you're gonna do it, but as a rule of thumb, okay, seems to be tactics here, but you never want this structure either, even if, I don't know. I was gonna say bishop d4, but that's maybe a little extreme. But even something like this.
Yeah, not a big deal for black.
Not so bad for black. So, no, it's still very much a game. Knight to e4 has been played. Knight e7. Yeah, I thought bishop b3 was clever. You could also, I don't know, try to play something like, I don't know, c4 or bishop a3, some position like this, and go for a mini edge.
Yeah, or maybe bishop to d2 without exchanging also makes sense.
All right. Yeah. Because f5 looks still very weakening. Knight c5 and this square is weak.
The e pawn as well.
Yeah. I like this move actually.
Yeah, bishop d2 looks like a sensible move.
Keeping the options open. Well, yeah, Svidler is worse, but it feels like both sides have been taking a bit of time, and this is gonna get tactical around move 30.
Yeah, this is going to get very sharp. I think it's only the start, like I said, and Svidler is very good at calculating. Both players are, but I mean, making a few positional concessions is not enough to beat him. So there's still a lot of work to be done here. Fabi with a slight advantage, but the coming moves are going to be very important. So.
And also the nerves, I think. Fabi has shown in his career that he has good nerves, but he's never been in this spot in a sort of a must-win game, which gives him an excellent shot at qualifying for a World Championship match. So we'll see.
Speaking of which, I was having some dinner with Fabi's manager the other day, Mr. Lawrence Strand.
I heard of him.
Probably not unfamiliar to the crowd, and I think that we can definitely deduce that Fabi's nerves must be a lot better than his manager's, because Lawrence was not holding it together. Lawrence was not keeping it together. No.
He's a mess.
Okay, let's see what's going on in some of these other games.
He stresses out about way different things than a World Championship match too. Greetings, Lawrence. Hope you're watching. Okay, let's do another brief tour, then another brief break. That's my routine. Brief tour, brief break. Like a cyclist.
Okay, so knight b5, knight d2 has been played, and here we were saying that knight d4 would be the best move according to the engine, but I still feel that it's not a... I would be very surprised to see Caruana go for giving up the bishop pair like that, or at least his bishop.
My theory is that he wanted to play this and missed c6, which is not a big deal because all the other moves are good, but normally from far you think, okay, here I'm better.
That's exactly what I was saying, like bishop to d5, and then you hit me with the c6 idea, which is actually b takes c6, Jan. Is that also very bad for black?
I'm winning a piece, right?
I have bishop takes g2 still, but you probably are gonna take on f6 or something like that.
Some sufficient soups.
Yeah, that's not. No,
this is
not a good position.
Yeah. Too many targets. No, this looks very strong, and this is right up Levon's wheelhouse. Okay, all the guys would find this move once this position is on the board. Because you're looking for a way to unleash your pieces. So he has to do something else. Given that, knight d4 I'm still not a fan of.
No, bishop e6
go
would be...
somewhere. And then we were looking at this position, e3 is probably clever to control the d4 square.
Yeah, and I probably hear c6 is what you would like to play, but the knight is going to come to b6 or d6, so it's kind of committal. Yeah. Maybe we will see something else like knight to d5.
This looks natural as
knight
well.
c6
Can't I go here? Compi is not in my team, but for example, it gives this position as good for white, which first sight is very strange.
I think it's concrete again. Removing the bishop and taking on b7 is probably the point. But I must say that Levon's position is surprisingly... Like, there's definitely some potential for white to get better here, and I was really thinking that it's going nowhere, but it's a tricky position at the end of the day, and still completely unclear how this is gonna unfold, to be honest.
Yeah, also we were very much on the knight a7 bandwagon because it was the computer's first move, but it's...
Not so much anymore, no.
Maybe maybe wasn't the greatest decision of all time.
In hindsight, I would have gone with your suggestion, Rook A7, probably.
Beautiful
the
move.
easiest.
Yeah, just take it from there.
Yeah, keeps the pieces on the more natural squares.
But also that's my overall kayaking theory, which might not be true. I think he's good in the opening, not the best prepared, but quite well prepared. Then he's weak from move 15 till 25, of course, for 27, 50 plus level. There he sometimes gets into some small trouble. But then he's fantastically strong defending the slightly troublesome positions he gets.
He's one of the toughest to defend the worst positions. For example, the position that Topalov has today, it would be in the best hands of Karyakin. I think Karyakin would hold this game almost against anyone.
Yeah, and he's also, I think he's by far the best at it. Like, Magnus is amazing and slightly better endgames, but in worse endgames, because he's not so used to them, he's also lost one or two. Well, Karyakin, because of his tendency, once again, with the greatest respect, blah, 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 because of his tendency to sometimes get into trouble against his peers, he has a lot of practice and he doesn't seem to mind. He has a unique psychology that it doesn't make him weaker when he's defending a bad position, while most guys are slightly steaming like what has gone wrong and can't really shake these thoughts.
Yep.
Let's check in with the Gearster. By the way, another thought I had, I'm not sure if you agree. There's a lot of slightly exotic first names in this tournament. Peter is the only, like, okay, completely regular first name, even though you have to know in his passport it says P-E-T-R.
Peter.
Yeah, we call him Peter, but I've seen that passport. Like, I check it whenever he comes here if his papers are actually legal.
Legitimate.
But okay, I guess that's just the Russian spelling, or of course, in Russian it's, yeah, anybody's guess how to translate it.
Well, Sergey is a very common
Sergey is a
name.
very common Russian name,
Yeah.
that's true.
Sergey, but the other names are a bit exotic. I must say, Levon is not something I've heard before.
Yeah,
Of
Anish,
course,
I don't know
Anish
any
and
Anish.
Vishwanathan is also, at least here, is not very common.
No, in India, okay, the rules are different. I keep getting them wrong. I'm sure some Indian viewers can correct that. But I think for Anand, Anand is both his first and his second name in a weird way. Like you address him as Anand, but also as Mr. Anand. And Vishwanathan is his father's name. So it's not really a first name. It's, I think in India the rules are different when it comes to that. And I have no idea if Anand is a common name, but I've certainly seen some other guys called Anand.
Yeah.
So maybe it is, but please explain how it actually works, because I'm never sure. Everybody in the chess world calls him Vishy, because it's just easier. But he once told me that, yeah, he's Anand and Mr. Anand.
Yeah.
And the others, yeah, Levon, Veseline, I don't know. But I don't know anybody else.
I don't know anyone
Veseline.
else. Veseline, I don't know Hikaru either.
Speaking of no Veseline, that's a very famous NWA, no, Ice Cube song, so that's the only context.
No Veseline. Spelled slightly differently.
Slightly differently spelled. Hikaru, I think, is a common name. I think there's even another famous Hikaru Nakamura.
That's true. In isn't it Sogi or some other game like that even? Doing some research over
He's
here.
less famous than a chess player, though. Hikaru Nakamura, you run into mainly the chess guy, but I'm sure I've seen other guys called Hikaru Nakamura. And of course I've watched the show Heroes, which has the character Hiro Nakamura, who is a hero.
That's always impressive.
Yep. So, yeah, I'm not sure my first name's theory holds a lot of water. Speaking of which, I can't. No. Not going there, I need a break. Oh boy. See you soon. Welcome back, boys and girls, to round number 13 of the candidates. And happy Easter, everybody. I was just informed that it is actually Easter Sunday, whatever it's called. Kids out there, I have bad news for you. There is no Easter bunny, no matter what they told you. Do you believe in the Easter bunny?
No, but I believe in the special Easter Anish action. I think that's just 24's thing over here. This is a special Easter. And for those who haven't heard it yet, my good friend Anish is on his way to draw his 13th game, at least so it seems. And if you're in time to get a membership before Anish wins his next game, you get, how many months was it, Jan?
Three free months. Like if you get it, annual 12-month subscription. We add 3 months, and I'm afraid it's not just an Easter action, because this promotion is going to last until Anish wins the game. So come on, Anish. But it does not look like it's going to happen today, I have a feeling. They've played all the moves we were looking at. C5, bishop e2, which is very sensible, breaking this pin. CD4. Compy liked some weird moves here, but CD4 is normal. Knight takes d4. This feels like not that much is going on.
No. I was kind of hoping to see something like knight to e4 here, but I'm not sure if it's actually a good move. It just prevents white from moving the knight on d4 and adds a little bit of tactics to the position, but I'm not sure what to do after bishop to d3. Normally I would like to go f5, but question if
Queen b3.
Question if it's really bad.
Yeah, this looks like pushing it.
Yeah, I need a tempo to get my bishop to take on f3, but after king h8, queen takes b7, I guess that I'm not in time because bishop takes f3, queen takes a7, and yeah, this probably
tricks. Knight queen g6, knight f3. Yeah, it seems to hold.
Seems not to be good enough.
We'll see how it goes, but yeah, for now. He's played rook e4, which looks like a perfectly sensible move too. Turning rook e8. But Vishy's gonna defend. This is not the sort of position where Vishy crumbles. The piece placement is natural enough, no?
Yeah, although I still think that black has the pleasant side of the game here.
Here, if I try to, just exchange everything.
Yeah, and white has that queen c8, which is quite important.
There is a little check here. Of course, this position is still probably equal to g5 for any move, but
yeah, white's doing okay. No, Anish has to try to find some sort of way to retain the tension after queen to c2 is the move that you proposed, right?
Yeah.
But I'm not quite sure how he should go about it. Perhaps it's just very close to equal in this position.
Feels like it. Let's go to a position that is not that close to equal. That is Fabiano Caruana against Peter Svidler. We've been slightly critical of some of Peter's decisions, especially d5 looked like pushing his luck a little bit before he was fully ready for it. And he's played knight b8, which makes a lot of sense strategically if you can recapture here with the knight. The problem is his knight is sort of out of play for a moment, and Fabiano might be able to use that. He's played bishop b3, bishop to e6, and can't I just jump here? Or knight c3, yeah? That's what I was trying to figure out. Because if takes, knight takes e6, and I think the body count is in white's favor after knight d1, knight d8. So you have to do something. Fe just looks horrible.
Yeah, rook takes e6 might still hold on because you can go rook to c6 now.
Ah, okay.
But
it's so shaky.
e5 is hanging actually.
Just takes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, this starts to look really bad for black.
And if you go back. Maybe there's nothing immediate, but there's a lot of warning signs.
Yeah.
This pin, the lack of development.
Yeah. No, knight b8 is not a move that you make when you think that nothing's wrong. So clearly Peter is kind of in survival mode, but I'm not sure that he's gonna get out of this in the right way.
No, because knight c5 is also sort of an easy move to play. Like, okay, it depends on probably this position. All these moves look fairly forced. Yeah, Compy wants d4, and I wouldn't be surprised if black was in big trouble here.
Yeah, I agree.
Knight c6.
Okay, well, the moves are not that straightforward. I suppose bishop to b2 or something like that, and white keeps the pressure on. But
here I was wondering if I'm in time
to set up this isolated pawn.
Okay, the computer's gonna
Yeah.
hate me. Queen c6 is a problem. Because here I'm never sold how bad it is.
Yeah.
But it seems like this works. And, okay, this is more worrying.
Yeah, here it seems to go downhill for black.
Yeah. So
Okay, so Fabi actually here possibly thinking about a very concrete way to punish Svidler for this knight b8 stuff. Honestly, let's go back to that moment for just a second, because that seems like such a dramatic way to solve your problem. We were looking at knight to e7 and actually thinking it's not the end of the world yet. Must say that it feels a lot more logical than the move knight to b8.
yeah, I agree. Defending this guy. If takes, this can't be too bad. The queen goes here and like, okay, nothing much is happening. So bishop b3 is still right, but you'd much rather have the knight here than here in this position.
Yeah. And here we set something like
go
bishop
here.
to c6. Obviously white's better, but it's black's, besides the knight on e7 still being somewhat misplaced, black's position doesn't look that bad here.
No, even this knight is not too terrible. You
Yeah,
can
you
go
can-
here or here.
Exactly, a few moves and black would be back in the game, so white has to show what he's got over here. But with the knight on b8, of course, white is very comfortable.
Very different story. And tournament-wise, this is huge for Fabi, of course. Not saying he's winning, but he's certainly in a position to put pressure. Because if he wins, I don't think Karyakin's going to win, even though we're going to get to that in a minute. He could once again take over the pole position.
Yeah.
Let's see how Sergei Karyakin is faring against Levon Aronian. Dr. Levon, as I call him, even though he's not a real doctor. He's like Dr. J.
Alright, so Karyakin has actually been making some... Since he went knight a7, I've been losing track a little bit of what especially Karyakin is up to in this game. Went bishop to f7, which... Well, I guess the difference with bishop e6 is not huge, but he clearly had something in mind, putting the bishop to g6. It all feels a little bit improvised, to be honest. I feel that he's not really following a real plan over here. He's just kind of playing move by move.
Yeah, I think from afar he won a bishop d5,
Yeah.
and that's his key tactic we've shown earlier. c6 works here for white, so he had to change gears. And this e3, bishop g6, yeah, it feels like drifting. Like, okay, it's nice to attack this pawn, but knight e4 is not a complicated move.
Yeah.
Knight d5, and now it's
I would
up to Levon.
I would be very, very tempted to play c6 here as white.
Yeah, I thought the obvious move was removing your bishop somewhere, d2, e1, let's say e1. When knight a3, I guess, doesn't work, because... actually, we have the computer on. The computer refutes all my great tactics in a minute. My plan was this. But here it looks like the a pawn is too strong. Queen b2, and this guy is running.
A lot of complicated...
Okay, then it's not as easy as I thought. And what about c6?
Yeah, I just wanted to give up the pawn to get my knight to c5 and then think what to do next. It just feels
this
like
construction very solid for black.
Yeah, probably it's not that dangerous. It just seems like a very nice square for the knight. Yeah, black will play queen d8, I guess, or queen e8. And I'm not quite sure what I'm doing here as white, I suppose. Probably queen to c2 type of move. But yeah, honestly, it's more visually nice than that I really have a good continuation here.
Yeah, maybe you're right, because all these squares are, these pieces are hard to touch, but it feels like black is solid.
Black is also
solid.
on that track, yeah. So
what have they done? He's played bishop e1, and this is on the board, knight a3.
okay, well that means that this game is about to really spice up.
Heat up, yeah. Because my line was no good. Queen a2, knight b5. Maybe that's what he's banking on. But now this move, not the first move that comes to mind, but it seems strong.
Jeez, it actually looks
Go
very
take.
troublesome. I mean, I would be scared as black here. C takes d7.
Takes. Okay, this dude is sort of stuck behind enemy lines.
Knight
and
a3. I would
here-
just go rook a1, I guess, here.
rook a1 wins the knight, yeah?
Yeah.
Knight c5 also looks terrible. But yeah, this is good enough. So you can't do that. So what do? You have to move the queen somewhere. Eh?
Queen, yeah, queen.
Hang on, takes.
It's a nice intermezzo, I give you that. But can I not just take on c6 and go rook to c1 and go for the same line again?
Well, these are c pawn's gone, but or it's not on d7, which I thought was an improvement. But if I still lose a knight, it's probably
Looks worse.
still a problem.
Yeah.
Still works. So has he missed c6? Well, what's happening here? Comp says queen e7, queen a2, b takes c6. But whoa, this
looks.
everything's sort of hanging in black's king.
I have to calculate a bit here, Jan. This is like, this was a very positional.
I'll drink something off screen, which is gonna be hard to do. No, I'm gonna have to drink on screen. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, bishop to f7, I would say. Looks like the move. Oh, this is horribly complicated. Rook to c5, breaking the defense of the knight.
Go here. Boom.
Knight to g5. Also possible.
I don't know what Comp is gonna say, but from far away, I'd be considering my position lost here.
Horrified. Yeah, this looks. I'm surprised that Karyakin allowed this to happen. I mean, he went from a very solid position to almost lost, I would say. I mean, it looks like black is holding on, but already really on the edge after c6. Like,
no, I think he blundered c6. Yeah. Like he probably calculated this, which was the first instinct, where indeed black is fine.
Yeah.
But c6 is a very nasty Zwischenzug, just breaking the black coordination. All the pieces are loose now. So this is heating up once again.
Maybe we're seeing Karyakin under some pressure here, not only in the game but also with probably he knows that Fabiano has a good position against Svidler. At least it's looking good, and if he gets into trouble now, that means that there's some additional pressure on him. So this could very well end up in a very bad situation for Sergei.
Yeah, and if Sergei loses to Levon, then Levon jumps all the way up from number 6 to tight with at least Sergei Karyakin. There's also a move in the Svidler game, but it seems like our top boards are really going through some changes here. Bishop e6. Caruana didn't go for the sharp line we looked at, knight c5. Bishop d2, natural, but it gives black a bit of a breather to cover this c5 square. So I'm not sure if he missed the moment a bit here.
Yeah, looks like he had a momentum there he could have used. But still, I like White's position somewhat. But now, at this point, I start really considering whether e takes d5. I mean, e takes d5 had to be followed up with very concrete play.
Yes.
If he was gonna play moves like bishop to d2, I would have not gone for ed to begin with, simply because it's not really in the style of that decision. So right now, actually, Svidler's position with f5 coming on the next move looks very healthy again.
Yeah, and it looks like there's always going to be long-term counterplay in the center, e4, f4 ideas. Bishop a4 has been played, pinning this guy. And I guess it's time to make sure no knight comes to c5, right? Because if you take, this looks fine for black. Let's say here.
Yeah, this is not something I would fancy as well. Odd.
Okay.
I really expected Fabiano to use that knight b8 move a little bit more than just allowing it back to d7 and giving Svidler a second chance, basically.
No, everything seemed logical, but this really seems like the moment where you want to strike. And okay, once again, armchair computer generals here, but knight c5 is a move you really have to
calculate out.
Think about. This position feels very, very shaky for black. Probably he did calculate all this, and yeah, one of these lines, knight c6, he thought black was fine, which might be the case, but now it's, as they say, play for 3 results, because black can generate some initiative.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I do expect Svidler to go f5 and continue quite actively from this moment onwards.
I'm not sure which move you play here. Rook b8 is always a logical move. Getting out of bishop c6 and the comp move he's not gonna play. This is a sick move.
Actually, a very nice move if you have to take on c6 and allow some pressure on the c-pawn. Because bishop takes d5 or bishop takes d7 both looks like
This is great.
very, very bad for white. Like this is a very important bishop for white to keep things together. But no, this is not good. But c6 is
It's ridiculous.
such a ridiculous idea that I don't think it will happen.
Yeah, I doubt it too. Maybe c5 though, just grabbing some space because this bishop looked a bit
c5 looks normal, and queen c7 next.
No, this could go either way because this knight on g3 is not really a beauty if it has to go here.
Well, I think right now we're really waiting for is seeing if Levon comes up with c6. I do expect him to find that move. But this game is completely back to unclear positions, so everything's still undecided. Let's have a brief look at Anish's game, see if any update is in that. Okay, for the moment queen c2 was played your move, and I'm guessing Anish is trying to find how to squeeze the maximum out of a slight initiative, but Vishy's position looks very solid here.
Yeah. I don't know. I'd like to claim Anish is winning. Get your Anish promo in now, but it's gonna continue.
I have one suggestion here, Jan. What happens if I take on d4 and... Because then knight takes d4, at least the rook on e1 is a little bit unprotected, so rook to e8 would be my move.
Ah, okay, you wanna pin. Ah, that's interesting. I'd hate to play f3.
Yeah, that would give black some...
even just long term,
hope.
rook e3, bishop g6, rook e3 might have been a blunder, but yeah, you don't want to do that. Rook e5, I guess. So yeah, Compi bails out with rook ed1, not an obvious move, but not impossible either.
Okay, that's actually solving the problem, I suppose, because you get rid of the pin.
Still.
Yeah, there's some f3 move here. Actually, I would be quite scared.
Here I'd be very afraid if I spotted this, because you can't take, I guess.
Yeah, we might give up on this game a little bit too early. Like there's still definitely something for Anish to fight for, but of course he really has to come up with very concrete ideas because Vishy is about to equalize with bishop to d3.
Yeah, one more move and it's a draw. So this move and it's CD, but okay, CD you can be worse at the very least. Go here anyway, and now this plan I guess no longer really works. Even take here is good. Yeah,
just this one. Okay, I see a move was played in the Aronian game, I think.
He's gone c6, yeah?
Looks like he's gone c6, yes. Queen e7, queen a2, b takes c6 was played.
Yeah, rook takes c6 will also be played, targeting this knight. No, I think this whole line will appear on the board. Bishop f7 also seems extremely logical. And now it's decision time for Levon. I want this move, the complex this or this. This move I find... maybe it's not that hard.
No,
it's just targeting.
It's just targeting the knight. It's not an impossible one to find. I would be a little bit afraid of rook b3 here, to be honest, because it's defending my knight and my queen is still in that scope of the bishop. So rook to b3 here, if I have to take it twice, the question is if black can actually do something with his knight, but it looks like queen to b7 is the answer to almost any knight move.
This. Okay. Has to be calculated, but still quite possible for Mr. Levon.
And of course, even if black manages to get his knight back into the game, but we're left with the backward c-pawn, that's a huge advantage for white. That's a very unpleasant position.
We can win this pawn and stabilize, then it's grind forever to bishops.
Exactly.
I mean, Kayakin is the guy to survive this, but you don't want that.
No, for the moment, Levon is much better, I suppose.
Pressure. Speaking of much better, did Hikaru make any progress?
Well, clearly
Strange position.
some things have happened in this game. Last time we tuned in, it was around here.
Yeah, we've seen
Rook to
something like
D2.
this. Bishop F3, Rook D8, E5. So yeah, bottom line is white is trying to equalize and black has to keep him busy before he achieves that. Rook E1, slightly odd move. Okay. Knight C4. Knight G5.
Okay, so Hikaru allowed this pawn on E6, but
He's not so much a structure guy, Hikaru,
No.
somehow, right? He likes activity and
no,
he's willing
he
to...
always goes for the dynamic
Yeah.
way. Like he likes to calculate it and. Okay, well, I mean, he still has the more active pieces here, and even like ideas just like King F7, King E7, in case you don't have exactly a plan. It's still pleasant for black, but yeah, the question is if something like Rook E4 is good enough, because honestly, I'm always very skeptical in positions like these. I just feel that the bishop is actually a very good piece, and should be quite easy to hold these kind of positions. No,
Can
if
we
white
just take the pawn even?
Yeah, can we just get the pawn back?
I'm not sure Rook C7 is also a move, but just check, check. Like, normally I get checkmated with some Knight G4s here, but...
Yeah, they have G3, I think.
Knight G4. Ah, there's not even a check, so you even have
There's
H3.
nothing,
Okay.
H3. Yeah. Well, this looks like it's okay.
Then this is a draw.
No, I think Topalov, even though he's played a pretty bad opening, he's probably gonna draw this fairly easily. Like once again, with the bishop, it's not that hard to get into an ending where you can win back a pawn or hold fairly easily. It's hard for Hikaru to prove something. I would have gone for a bit of more stable advantage, especially that moment knight to E3 that you pointed out. A few moves back, it was kind of it's typically a decision that I think both of us would not have taken. I think we would have gone knight to E5. And of course, black's not winning by any means, but it's more of a long-term slight advantage.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean. Like, Hikaru always goes for the direct option. Also here later, like, I'm not sure, maybe it was all forced, but to allow this knight G5 and knight takes E6,
Yeah,
if I could avoid it at all, I'd be
Be very
tempted
hesitant to do it.
yeah.
Yeah.
But okay, still,
Yeah,
up
still.
to Topalov to survive. Any moves from Anish? Nope. Levon also calculating. Okay, rook takes C6, he is gonna do. And Svidler? Just play F5.
Yeah,
Let's
to
see.
be honest, I liked your solution of F5 and C5. That seems like a very active way to deal with.
No, of course, the sickest move is this, but yeah, this
No, but that is
too hard.
Yeah, I think that's not good. But C5 is actually a normal solution.
Yeah, if you can get a couple more moves, you can easily be better with black here. So even like some C4 long-term pawn sacrifice.
Is bishop to C6 annoying at all, or you just go rook to B8 here? Rook to
C8,
C8,
bishop
bishop
B7.
B7.
Yeah.
I wanted to.
What's going on here? Okay. Maybe it's
Okay.
fantasy. No, this is actually not so tough. Takes.
No, no.
Okay. Here.
An E4. That's
Here,
of course
this is-
like stream position. Yeah.
What are you dreaming of?
Yeah. 95, 93. This is really horrible for white now. Yeah. So after C5, I start liking black's position here.
Yeah. Still double-edged, but it feels like it's easier to play with black. Like, computer now starts going for your H4.
Yeah, I'm no
H5
longer a big fan of
operations.
it, but I see what the point is. He wants to go H5 and bishop C6, bishop takes D5.
But if here,
Yeah,
like,
no.
why is he so happy?
No, I think that there is a concrete idea, but after queen C7, H5 doesn't seem very sensible.
What's this?
King
I'm sure some
H7.
trickery. King H7, H5, G5, bishop G5 or something.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's
By the
seems
way,
like-
even this position, like, I can't take, I guess, because of some tricks. But even if I don't take this, I'm not so sure how bad it is. But
yeah,
okay, might be stretching it.
yeah. Okay, this type of stuff looks very dangerous just because of the light squares.
Yeah, okay. But this is comp most, but this is good compensation all of a sudden for sure. Yeah. And yeah, it looks like Peter played F5, C5.
Okay.
And Fabi has to come up with something. This could really go either way, and Well, I'm not going to argue with the computer's assessment. I'm sure it's right. Practically, this position feels easier for black to play to me. If you have to go for this queen c1 and h4 stuff, not so easy.
It starts reminding me a little bit of Peter's game against Magnus that he won, where at first he was into a little bit of trouble, and then as soon as he basically recuperated from a slightly worse position, it started to go really well for him. Like, it's almost going into that direction here. I think the computer is suggesting it's like 0.30 or something like that, but 2-3 moves, and black is really much better here, just having the space advantage. And if white doesn't leave himself with some targets to attack, it's going to be very hard to play this position. So the things are really drifting into the wrong direction for Fabiano. However, not quite as bad as Karyakin's position, which looks, I mean, with the help of the computer, it seems to be surviving more or less. But a first look at this position, it looks almost lost for black.
Yeah, now it's go time for Levon. He has to now come up with one of the moves. Rook c5, knight g5, knight d6, which all look quite tempting. This is, yeah, by far the most logical. I'm cutting off the knight. What happens after after f5? I'm just... now I have this and overstretching. Okay, this is
That's
not...
actually not a trivial move at all.
Not obvious at all, no. Because I thought if takes, then okay, at least white is pinned and it's messy again.
Yeah, it's unclear.
Okay, just... Yeah, queen c5, knight f7 wins. And queen g5. This I'm still confused why it's so great, but who am I to argue? Queen takes d5.
Yeah, it's...
Yeah, generally once the play opens up, you feel that this knight on a3 is out of play. Even if it's only for a couple moves, then it can be too late.
Yeah, I'm worried for Karyakin's position, but yeah. Actually, this could mean some very interesting implications for the overall standings.
That's what I was just thinking.
Yeah.
If they both lose, that would mean Svidler jumps to 7, Aronian jumps to 7, so we have 4 guys on 7 already.
Let's not forget that it means that either Anand or even Anish could catch up if he manages to...
Let's say Vichy draws, which is likely, then we will have 5 players tight going into the final round. Yeah. Good luck to whoever has to figure out like who holds the tiebreaker over whom and why and what then. Because the tiebreak rules, in case you don't know, they're reasonably straightforward. The first is the direct encounter. That's why Karyakin is in the lead. No, that's not why. The first is the direct encounter, which between Karyakin and Caruana will be decided in the last round. Second is number of wins, which translates to number of losses. So it's better to have 1 win and 1 loss than 2 draws. And then, I forgot what the third was. Wins with black?
Wins with black sounds reasonable.
Maybe, I'm not sure. But anyway, it's direct encounter and then number of wins. But of course, if we have 5 guys with equal amounts of points, I'm not sure how the direct encounter stuff works anymore.
That sounds like it's a little bit strange. Let's start looking at that.
We'll figure it out. But for now, yeah. Really is a lot of drama, and you've mentioned this game Carlsen against Svidler. That was the last round in London Candidates, and there, both Carlsen and Kramnik lost in the last round. Both playing for a win.
A very strange end to such a important tournament, but okay, for the moment, of course, especially Fabi is not anywhere close to losing, but both of the leaders seem to get into slightly uncomfortable positions. I think Fabi is still doing very okay. If he is able to find something that with h4 and h5, some of these sacrifices that we saw, honestly, I was more of a fan of the time I suggested h4, but perhaps I struggle to find a good way for white to play here. So if you can create play by doing something unorthodox like that, maybe that's the right way to go about it, because at least you're using some of the power of your knights on the king side, which right now, I mean, you're attacking e5, but your knight on g3 is a pretty bad piece in this situation.
Yeah, I agree. Then again, it feels like There's so much happening on the board. Like, why would you have time to play h4 now, which doesn't really even imply a threat, right? It's strange to me that this
h4 has the threat of h5 and bishop c6. That was like kind of one of my only reasons. If you play a random move here, like king h7, imagine it's not a very good move, of course, but then I would go h5, g5, and bishop c6 is supposed to win a pawn, I think.
Even here. Yeah, okay. I don't want to give you that pawn.
But it's far-fetched, of course, because queen to c7 will be played, and yeah, we're actually going immediately into that line with the sacrifices, queen to c1. But I would be quite scared of this as black, to be honest. Allowing a sack on g5 is not something I would prefer to do, but maybe
you can
f4.
play this, which is horrible positionally because you're giving up this square.
But yeah, that means a complete switch of the, like changing the entire position again. I would be inclined to do something like that though, because allowing the sack on g5 is just very scary.
I don't know. Another question I keep having, but I guess I'm never in time. So if I can just give up this pawn at some point.
To play e4 again.
Yeah, problem is after dc4 I need a decent square for my knight, and I guess there is none, because knight f6 would be best, but then e5 is hanging. Knight e7 looks very clumsy.
Also bishop takes d7 and knight e5.
Yeah, exactly. Also, yeah, maybe h5. And yeah, e4, there's knight d4. I guess it doesn't work, but positionally I'd be very happy to get rid of that pawn and put my knight somewhere. Just seems like I'm not going to be able to do it. If I go here though. Nah, just takes. Okay.
Yeah, it gets messy.
Fantasy stuff, it gets messy a bit. No, queen c7 is the move.
Okay, well, bishop to b3 has been played. Now it really feels like Fabiano is drifting because
he's played a lot of bishop back and forth on this diagonal.
He's gone bishop b5, bishop a4, bishop c2, bishop b3, bishop a4, bishop b3, as far as I know.
Let's track it. Bishop a4, bishop b3, bishop c2, bishop b3, bishop a4, bishop b3,
bishop a4,
a4,
and bishop b3 again.
b3.
That's
a
lot
of movement on these three squares.
Don't try this at home, people. This is normally not a very good idea, and actually I feel that he's been overdoing it a little bit now.
He wants to go here now, which is sort of nice because yeah, you can't get tackled with knight b6, and he wants to stop this c4 idea.
Once again, it's sensible, but it really also seems like a sign that he's starting to drift a little bit.
Slow.
Yeah. Okay, well, bishop to c4 does introduce ideas of queen b3 and also opens up the a4 square for the queen, so it all makes sense, but it's not putting heavy pressure on Svidler either.
Also, Svidler has a good structure. Like, I don't know, if let's say we do this and knight somewhere probably here. If takes, knight takes. If I'm not losing any material, why am I in trouble?
Yeah, queen to a4 or something like
That's
this.
still the light squares.
I mean, white is also not really doesn't have much to worry about as long as there are no c4 and e4 idea here. But we're gonna stop that by playing something like queen a4, queen c4. I guess it remains a very tense position actually. Like anything can happen here. But yeah, the best position so far for Svidler in this game, I suppose.
He's played queen c7, also natural enough. If bishop c4, what does he want to do? Just nothing, yeah? Oh, maybe go here or something.
Yeah, I suppose that or queen d6 even also looks normal.
Yeah, it's true. Just keeping everything defended. Maybe it's not in black's interest to exchange these bishops so quickly unless there's some immediate benefit. Very, very tense.
Yeah.
But yeah, the trend is Svidler's friend, even though he's Caruana's manager, because earlier Svidler was just in trouble, while now it's just super complex position, play for 3 results. They can't have a lot of time left, each of them. It's move 26.
Yeah, very few exchanges. That's the one interesting thing about this position, is that it's just full of life. Both players are not really looking to exchange pieces here.
Yeah, just one pawn has been exchanged, right?
Is it 2 pawns?
Ah, yeah, I'm very bad at counting pawns. Yeah, one here and then one on d5. So yeah, anything can happen. Just FYI, this is the computer line which I would be very surprised to see on any chessboard.
Yeah, this is not something that I think is very feasible.
I also don't like it. It doesn't feel enough. You get 2 pawns. Even if I take here.
Yeah, this is completely unclear.
Okay, whatever. Yeah. This move.
I
think I take black here.
Yeah, those kind of material imbalances are one of the few things that I often don't agree with the computer.
So yeah, it's a mess and it can explode at any moment for now.
It looks like Levon has found the move rook to c5 though, so that's bad news for Karyakin. So Levon so far playing all the very best moves according to the computer engines, but yeah, like I said, to me it looks like the best thing for Karyakin is to get out of this by just losing the a-pawn one way or another, if that's possible. And it would leave him in a very poor position.
Yeah.
Like this rook b3 move is kind of what I was suggesting. And here c6 is barely holding it together. We can't take on c6 because now knight takes e3, I guess, and there's no longer queen b7. It's all very narrowly holding. But like we said, c6 and white can make any slow move, and he's just much better. Like I would be very surprised to even. Yeah, I wouldn't go for an exchange of rooks. I'll just go queen b2, like you just put on the board and.
Yeah, there's no
Not
f5.
like
You
that.
always gotta watch out for f5, of course. But it seems like it doesn't work. There's a lot of tactics in this position.
It's
So
just all the time the same.
this once again, very nice. I thought I had spotted the idea. I haven't even seen it. I thought this was the point.
No, the
This
bishop
is
to
not the
g8
point.
is still there. Yeah.
Said this. Oof.
And it doesn't even stop there. It's rook to f8 and it's okay.
Okay, it's let's switch off the engine for a
Yeah.
second. Driving us nuts here.
Okay.
But bottom line is, Aronia is better and Karyakin has to fight for survival. And this is not the typical position Karyakin defends easily. Like in tactical
No.
complications, he goes astray. I'm thinking, like, for example, his first game in the World Cup against Peter Svidler in the final, where Peter also got some initiative like that. Here he can make mistakes. Some technical endgame, he's normally flawless, more or less. But here, this could end very badly for Sergei. And Caruana has now played h4. These games are really both
They're both. Well, I mean,
extremely
the
tense.
Karyakin game has already sort of exploded. It's the question whether Karyakin can even hold, at least leave himself with a defendable position, which already looks to me like it's unlikely to happen. I mean, black is really on the edge, but h4 really in Caruana's game signifies that this is really about to go nuts. Like,
Taking the gloves off.
yeah.
What does black do? Can you go here?
I kind of like that move queen d6 again, to be
Oh,
honest.
just to stabilize it?
If it defends against h5, of course.
No, I'd be very worried
Yeah,
on
bishop
both sides
takes
of the
it.
board somehow to like all kinds of madness. Now I've switched the engine off, which means I have absolutely no
No,
clue
no
what's going
clue.
on. This is just incredibly sharp, but yeah.
Yeah. I would always try to find the most straightforward way to play, but knight takes c3 looks like a very bad decision here. So I'm not sure what I would suggest. You can
Yeah,
do
let's say
takes, rook
even
takes,
this,
queen to b3, and f5 is also hanging now. So this is
looks
just
like
looks like it's over.
something's gonna give. For example, this I can't even calculate.
Queen takes d5, yeah, it's a nice finish. No, actually,
He's played knight 5 of 6.
okay, yeah, probably the safe way to handle this.
Is
but
it safe?
it feels like you're allowing some structural damage here, but f4 is maybe what he's counting on after h5.
With queen b3, I want c4, and then I'm happy. You can always have that pawn. No
That's a
more-
very
no
nice
questions
yeah,
asked.
That's a very nice way to deal with it. But h5, f4.
Do you have to go f4? I'd be thinking about e4 at least.
No, I don't like e4 because you will take and play knight to h4. Looks like I'm getting the squares that I want to fight for, basically.
That is true, I guess. Yeah, if I don't have any tricks and I don't see any then it doesn't really work. And
But
let's play
f4
more.
isn't f4 actually just? I want to take on h5 with my knight.
Ah, you're that
Yeah.
simple-minded.
I'm not suggesting any deep ideas here.
I just hate it, but yeah, probably you're right. This c4 anyway. Huh? How's such a position? Who's made more concessions? Maybe white actually.
Well, definitely
yeah?
white, I think. Yeah. That double pawn is horrible.
Yeah, this pawn is too weak. And even this construction is not that solid once I start exchanging it. Okay, so can't do that. But if you can't do that, then black is in pretty good shape, right?
Yeah, or maybe white shouldn't take on e6, but it feels like the most logical thing.
Start with h5, like I'll once again be thrilled to throw in c4, I believe. Because I can still do your f4 business.
Yeah, no, you should take on e6 here as white.
The problem is if you could play queen a4 magically, queen c4 magically, it'd be much better, but no such luxury.
Oh, I'm sorry, is there not f4, bishop takes f4?
Ah, do we blunder something simple?
Yeah. Actually, I'm not sure because
not that clear.
It's not, but at least it looks like the best try for white. h6, g.
This could just be lost too.
Yeah, just knight f8 on the next move. No, this is bad.
Too many pieces. Yeah. No, I like Peter's position. Like, not sure how interested you are in my constant engine on or off updates, but now we've switched it off, and then sometimes it feels different, the position, than if the computer gives 0-30 here. Like, to me, it feels like white is fighting here for his life. We're gonna see what the Fabster comes up with, because we have a spectacular move in the other car guy. This game, Kayakin took on e3.
Okay, we can figure this out, John. I'm pretty sure that this is a bad move.
You figure it out. I drank my Frappuccino. Shout out to all the coffee stores nearby. This was the only one that was open.
Okay, first of all, if we take on a3, he just wants to return the knight to d5 or f5, I suppose.
I thought he wants to take everything. Let's say.
Bishop takes g2. And
not sure if f5 immediately, or throw in something like this.
queen to b7.
My pawn is not quite queening, yeah?
Still stop it there.
Yeah, it looks like this is too slow.
So knight takes e3, queen takes a3. What is the idea? I mean, you're a piece down.
If I go f5 here. Probably some sick knight g5 winning, but I never understood how that worked.
Yeah, it's.
Okay, shall we give up?
No, Jan. We can do this.
Very low self-control when it comes to pushing the engine button. Okay, rook b8 looks sort of normal.
Yeah, rook b8 looks normal.
b8. And now there's many tempting options like queen c3, but I'm not sure if any of those are winning really.
I think first of all, we should try to just hold on to our piece. Let's play knight to d2 or something like that.
But then I thought rook b5, and aren't we pinned?
Are we? d4, does that clear up squares for me, or just give up a pawn for nothing?
Squares for me.
Okay, but rook to c3, let's say.
Oh, this side basically missed. Oh boy.
Yeah, check f3. I mean, it looks like a piece to me.
This is a piece. Yeah, I agree. That's why I wanted a3 stuff, but it doesn't really seem to work. What is he doing? Let's get some confirmation.
Just pushing the pawn right away. Queen b7. Yeah, I actually felt that this position is not entirely clear.
Yeah.
But bishop to c3, let's say. a2. Bishop a1 looks the normal way. And here it's simply not that clear.
Yeah, it's possible.
I do have a slightly weak king as white in the long run. Given that I'm never going to get rid of the a2 pawn. Okay. It also seems that there's something going on in Anish's game from the comments.
Very hard to believe. Oh, there is.
Oh my god.
Quite something going on.
Okay, well...
Anish is going out of his way to end our Giri promotion. We finally provoked him into some crazy sacrifices.
I must say I already had the feeling that something was about to happen in this game because I felt like black had something going here.
But he played rook c8, which is a strange move.
Well, it threatens rook takes d4.
Okay.
Or bishop takes.
Parried with this. This happened. And now he's gone for broke. Bishop takes. Okay, you have to play knight takes because...
Oh, this was clearly calculated by Anish. He saw that this is losing material, so knight takes, and the idea here clearly was this sacrifice, which is actually a very nice idea, I must say.
He's going for it.
Yeah, really going for it. Check.
6, king f1 force, because here, once again, you lose at least a pawn. 2 to the pin. King f1, knight h5.
Yeah, g4 looks like the... Is it the only move? There's also knight to d4. But again, that's losing some material, right? Check and rook takes d4.
This is always the trick. So Vichy played g4.
Okay, and this is really... Okay, it's creating some space for the king, for those who are asking about the g4.
Yeah, it's just stopping knight g3 checkmate, because he can go here.
And white keeps his piece, that's the biggest point of it. Instead of giving it back after knight d4.
Very interesting. People have tried to attack Vichy in this tournament normally successfully, but if he can just make some only moves and calculate his way out, this could really go either way.
But I have the feeling that black has some pawns already, doesn't
Two, right?
2 pawns, but I don't know, I wouldn't be completely comfortable here as white. Bishop to d3 looks very logical.
Then rook f4.
And then rook f4, like this kind of position, just because I have so many pawns on the king's side, if I can just go g6, and as long as I'm not losing my g3 pawn, it might just be very hard to play.
Yeah, also this rook, if it ever sidesteps and the knight it comes here. It's very, very messy.
Well, I do appreciate the effort by Anish. He's definitely not reducing the amount of risk here in this position. He made something very interesting happen. Yeah. And I see we have another move, bishop to d3.
He took, that's strange.
Well, he immediately wants to jump in with knight f4.
Not that strange, actually. And also, with all the fun we've made of Anish, I believe he, like everybody, his main goal is to win this tournament, and it might be a little late, but if he doesn't win today, it's over, so he understands he has to go for it here.
Has to gamble a little bit.
Therefore, yeah, he sacrificed this piece, creating a mess where either side can go wrong, because here with white you make one mistake and you resign. Like
honestly, it seems totally unclear to me. Once again, one of the main reasons that I have some faith in black's attack is just because he has such a pawn mass on the king side.
Yeah, even if you play this and you want to put your queen here,
just keep playing.
Bring the rook somehow. Anything can happen.
Yeah. So we have 3 super exciting games.
Too much for my heart. Yeah. Should be like having Easter breakfast, looking for Easter eggs. Poor chess players, they're never home at the holidays. Yeah. It's a Qatar Open at Christmas, candidates at Easter. It's a hard knock life. But yeah, kudos to Anish for making this weird. Okay. I think, there were some strange computer lines that kept a bit of pressure. But in general, if you do nothing here, Vichy's going to defend without problems and it's going to be a draw. He clearly understood that he's not in trouble here. They still decide to go for this piece sec.
It looks like Fabiano and Peter actually got the position on the board that we were looking at.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Sickos. Takes h5, and he played your very greedy, but probably only good f4 move. takes. Actually, this was also an option.
Yeah, pawn takes, I guess.
Pawn takes is ugly. Like now the structure. Give me 2 more moves and I'm winning.
Yeah, I would have to go c4 here probably. Yeah, I don't like it for white actually. Also knight b8, knight c6 then is one of those ideas.
Anyway, Peter took on h5, the most obvious move. And the onus is on the Fabster to come up with something.
Yeah, it looks actually not very good for white at all. At this
I'll go
point.
c4 against pretty much every active move here. c4 takes knight f6.
Yeah, and you're positionally just taking over here.
Yeah, just go here, put the knight on c5 if possible. Very dangerous for Fadi. The guys are really going for it with either color. There's like blood on the board. Everybody's going for complications.
Well, let's have a brief look, check back in with Aronian's game.
Probably did what we thought he would do, right? Takes. And yeah, this was his weird line. Oh, sorry, takes here first. Takes a3, queen b7, and whatever.
Looks like
queen d8.
Sergey is still in the game over here.
Yes, it's also a funny thing with opposite color bishops. Sometimes being a piece down is not
that
that bad if your bishop is like working. Because yeah, if these bishops are of equal color, then you're just gonna get checkmated somehow. But here,
yeah,
especially this dude stopping the pawn, but it doesn't have that great a view on a1. Still a mess.
A big mess, yeah. But it looks like Sergey probably escaped a little bit somewhere, because it felt like after rook to c5, Aronian was close to really winning. So I'm not sure exactly what he missed.
It was sort of forced, right? Knight a3.
Was it all forced? There was a difference with taking on b8 first.
I could have taken here first, and then this pawn doesn't really advance, yeah, which does make a difference. Takes. Why didn't he do this?
This looks a lot better, actually.
That's a bit odd. Maybe there were some tricks. Don't seem to work, but from afar, they can scare you quite a bit. Because here, yeah, I don't know. It seems like you can take here and it's sort of holding together, but you have to be very careful. Even this line, I'm not 100% sure if this is as winning as advertised. Seems like it is, but why?
Rook to a7 and knight to c3, I guess, and then just picking up the pawn.
Yeah, okay. Not in time to do anything. Okay, so there was a better option, but the position I have on the board now, after a3, queen b7 is
totally unclear again.
Messy.
Yeah. Okay, let's check in briefly.
That would sort of be... Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to check in with my friend Anish, who has this really exciting game going on for one of the first times since he had that winning position against Nakamura. I also read that Vichy is quite low on time, so I feel that this is really... this could be anyone's game.
So this might be your very last chance if you want to get a Chess24 premium membership, which gives you access to thousands of videos. Robin is just here, just yesterday. We locked him up in the studio and he's working on a wide repertoire against all Sicilians, which I'm very much looking forward to. There's my fantastic new series. I've been told, like I would never say that myself. With Artur Yusupov on prophylaxis, lots of good stuff. And if you want to have 15 months of premium membership instead of 12 months, you gotta get it before Anish wins a chess game. This is the promotion. We thought he's gonna crush Vichy with black, so it's only gonna be valid for a couple hours anyway. What's going on here? G6 is very, very natural. You just want to luft, you want to cover h7, you want to stop knight f5. The computer gives white a small plus, but it doesn't really mean anything. Over the board here, I think I'd rather be black. It feels easier to blitz out moves with black. Queen f6, queen h4, rook c5.
Yeah, no, I guess not too much has happened, but Vichy is apparently short on time, and it's not the type of position you want to have.
Nice, play bishop e4.
Yeah. That's the thing, like apparently bishop to e4 is not a very accurate move, but I would probably play it in a blitz game.
Yeah, it feels natural. Like you can block on f3, you activate this guy. Queen f6 also feels very, very natural. You want to bring your queen closer. You still have contact with this guy.
Yeah, now white actually has to probably allow black to give him a check.
You normally played this, right? Just trying to
That's true. Yeah, actually knight f3 would be the
safeguard
safe way,
all
yeah.
these squares. Can make a draw here. Queen b6, knight d4, queen f6.
Okay,
knight
that would
f3.
be a big anticlimax. Something like rook c5, rook h5 I would think about.
Yeah,
I'm
I would
not
even
sure.
be tempted to start thinking about this, but probably not quite in time yet. Let's see what's going on here. It's a massive. White manages to get this, he can also be winning.
Yeah, queen e6. But h4 actually in general is kind of a problem against my rook h4 idea because I could take it, but I just take it back, I guess, and it doesn't quite mate at all. So, okay, well, it's up to Anish to try to find the most resourceful way to build on this initiative. But yeah, very, very interesting game from really a game I expected very little of. So,
It's always a tricky one. I wouldn't be surprised to see this.
Really?
Maybe I would be, because I think both guys sort of have to win this game, so one of them should avoid the move repetition.
I don't think, I mean, from Anish's perspective, it would be a very odd choice.
I agree, but it's kind of logical play in a way. Queen f6 is the obvious move. Knight f3 is as well, and then you're tempted to go back, creating this threat of virtually mate. White has to block it. But Anish can deviate. Like, comp move is b5, which is also quite logical, just keeping this pawn alive, threatening b4, opening a new front. And it's very tough to play this with white in practice, because now if your rook is still in the 8th rank, you don't have any queen d2s.
Very tough position for both sides, to be honest. But yeah, okay. Let's briefly check in with Nakamura, see if he's up to, if he's about to maybe. Okay, queen f6 was played. Up to vision now to find knight f3 or play another move. Looks like Nakamura made some progress over here. How did this happen exactly?
I don't know. Topalov is just not really himself in this tournament. So b5, a4, a6. Okay, bishop b7. Taking this. Knight b6 here. Looks like a5 was an idea. Okay, took. Bishop e4, knight c4. And apparently this is a big mistake. I guess. Well, Nakamura went here.
Looks like black is just winning the e-pawn.
Yeah, and even here, like you've mentioned it before, these types of endgames, the bishop is normally strong enough to survive.
Yeah, exactly. Also here it looks like good chances for a draw.
But Topalov, as is his nature, went for activity. He probably spotted a nice little trick here. Okay, one, and if rook takes e4, he saw he had a perpetual. Because winning attempts might backfire.
Yeah.
But after rook a1, Nakamura, who's a decent tactician himself, just took. Now the king has the f6 square.
Yeah, it looks like Vasilin is in a lot of trouble actually, because this position is just lost. He loses the b pawn as well.
Yeah, if you keep this bishop, then black can even play it slowly. G6, G5. I don't know.
Yeah, no, the b pawn is going to be lost on the next coming move. So
yeah, Vasilin, he's just not playing well. We have like 800 moves. It feels like made in Aronian Kayakin. And now it's very Kayakin-ish. It's an endgame, maybe slightly worse, maybe not. Queen b7, queen d8. And a little surprised Levon took here, but maybe it's the best move. We were looking at this thing, which, yeah, was very double-edged.
yeah, well now queen takes d3 will be possible if he tries to go for queen takes c7. Why actually did he not play it over here?
Takes.
Maybe just removing the knight. Knight f6 looks good.
Oh, I was going to say takes, but this is much stronger.
Yeah, this is probably. Yeah, and
king's
you're getting
too weak.
mated. Yeah. Okay, so this.
So he took him bishop d5. Okay, a2 doesn't really run away. Let me count the pawns first. It's 4 against 6. So you have 2 pawns for the piece, but one of them is going to be pretty far advanced on a2. Can you win this? With white, I mean.
It looks to me like there should be winning chances, but it's very hard to get rid of that a2 pawn. Like you're just gonna go bishop to f7 or something like that, or bishop g8. I don't know. And then try to get the rook to b1, I guess.
Yeah, and the bishop is also taking away all these squares from the knight.
Yeah, bishop a1 is kind of forced, I guess.
Sorry.
And rook to d8 or rook b8, I don't know. But it looks like it should be a draw, to be honest. It's very solid for...
I go for some devious traps
and
here.
rook e5, right?
You might spot those, yeah?
Yeah.
Boom.
That would be quite the ending to this game, yeah.
Problem is this kind of turns the tables a little bit.
Yeah.
No, but if we get this pawn, I think it's 0 winning chances, or 0 might be strong, but very few. But I miscounted earlier. I'm not very good at counting pawns.
Just
I
one
do
pawn.
have that weakness. I counted 4 against 6.
No.
It's 4 against 5. So with just one pawn, it's sort of strange that this holds, right?
Yeah, no, I agree. There's just the pawn on a2 is... You're never going to be able to take it. That's one of the main issues.
And here there's f5 stuff.
Yeah, g4 would be another way, but then... Like a2, bishop a1.
Now here you free yourself with half tempo, creating a luft and attacking this pawn. Very curious. But I'm not surprised Levon went for this from afar. Okay, your piece up.
Yeah. No, it's a safe route, but... Okay, at this point, by the way, I think that he has to play a2, otherwise you might allow rook a5, which of course would be a big achievement.
This is winning. Like bishop g8, rook a5, I think it's game over.
Yeah, that removes black's most important source of counterplay.
Yeah, now you just bring the king and pick up this pawn or open the queen-king side.
Yeah.
No, a2 is forced, but he's going to do it.
Yeah, he's definitely going to play that move. Let's check in with Fabiano for a second. We haven't seen what happened in that game. Still a very wild position. Well, looks like Fabi actually had to deal with Peter playing c4, which is kind of predicted. And he went d4 after...
He went d4 directly.
Directly even, wow.
Wait for c4. Queen c6, queen b3, c4 with tempo. Queen a4. Peter avoids the exchange of queens, which is also curious to me. Might be clever. Just so I get it. If you take, rook takes, then you're not in time really to defend c4 and stop this, which is a positional threat.
And knight to d6.
Yeah. So he went queen d5. It looks like... I think this is what Peter does best. If he doesn't get too nervous, like he survived the opening, now it's very complicated and strategic decisions, fight for initiative. This is his game, and I would not be surprised if he... I'm not sure. I shouldn't jinx with any predictions, but things are going well for him, I believe.
Yeah, no, it looks like Fabi might be in some trouble, but I'm really not sure. Rook to d1 looks like the given move, and then bishop c1, and still the queen might be under some pressure as well.
If I take here, just...
Okay, c takes has to be played, and I still had tacked the knight on d7. So, yeah, this could... I'm not sure, Jan. This position to me is maybe even more complicated than the one of Karyakin, just because it feels like White, if he gets some central play going and some exchanges will happen, he might have a saver king and be better again. Like it's
once again, it's very possible.
It might look good for Peter now, but yeah, it's he needs to be very precise here to hold on to the advantage.
He's a pawn up. That's a nice little margin of safety in the complications. You can always give a pawn back and you're still equal in material. Words of wisdom.
That's about everything, yeah.
I don't know, yeah, it's gonna be a total mess. And they can't have a lot of time left, judging by the clock, which says 10 minutes to 6. here where we are, that means both players should be down to the last minutes.
I see Hikaru also suddenly, like a lot has happened.
Let's go there for a minute, but Hikaru, I already decided he's gonna win. Yeah, he's gonna win.
Bishop to d7 here. Simply rook takes e8 and knight e2 check. Yeah, this looks like it's lost.
Yeah, Vesseling.
Yeah.
He's just gone. He's not even putting up a fight. And
you called it. You called it.
Which would mean Hikaru, after a pretty horrible tournament for him, is back on 50% as well, and Topalov's nightmare just keeps getting darker and darker.
Going to -5 at this point, as we can see. Very, very bad tournament for Vesel and Topalov.
So where do we go? There's so much action.
I would go back to Anish for a second, just to see if some moves have been played. It looks like
A lot of moves have been played.
Yeah, again, lots happening. All the players seem to be short on time.
Queen f6, Vishy can go knight f3, when bishop f3, also logical. And Anish went for material gains. Very small material gains though.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, this might be the best objectively, I'm not sure I like it practically.
No, I would think about that move b5 that was suggested earlier also looks kind of tempting with the knight still being on d4.
Just keeping the tension.
By the way, hold on a second, Jan. Why is there no queen takes d4 trick? Is it because the ending isn't very good instead of b5?
Rook e8 check.
Rook e8 check right away. That must be the reason. Yeah. Okay. Important one to notice though.
Here. Yeah. The rook takes cd, and else we take the rook.
King g7, rook takes c8, and black has no direct way to.
Still scary, but a rook is a
very
rook.
Scary. Yeah. Knight d3 and wow. Okay, rook e8 is the only defense. This is actually a very, very tough line to spot. So Vishy definitely calculated something before going bishop to f3. This was all forced. All right. And okay, then still, I suppose that another move, like I would even sometimes play a move like king g7 if I have time for it. Although maybe here it doesn't do much for black's position, but I would try to find a move to keep the tension. That's why b5, b4 seems logical.
Anyway, Anish went for this, and he won the rook against the pawn and the knight. Knight f3 takes, and now we have some weird material distribution. 3 against 1 on the king side. Black has a safer king.
No, this is definitely better for black. Especially on low on time, just having a safer king is worth quite a bit. Of course, both players don't have to make too many moves anymore, but it seems like black shouldn't risk much in a position like this.
No, he doesn't risk much, but his winning chances have also gone down. At least the practical winning chances. I feel like Vishy should normally hold this. Sometimes these endgames can even be good for black. If in some lines if you get one more pawn on the queen side, you're more or less winning with a 3 against 1. But it looks tough to achieve that. The white pieces are reasonably well centralized. So
still, this game could continue to be very interesting and sharp even after the time control. So I'm glad to see that.
I think it's going to continue to be very long and boring, and they're going to play like 8 hours in some endgame, which is a draw, but Anish has like minimal pressure.
Well, that means it's a long day at the office for us, Jan. That's what we experienced in the last round. Sergey has actually landed his rook on b1, I see. All right, so I suppose that both players made a fairly logical move.
How did they get here though? We've seen something like this.
Yeah, he went for
rook d8.
Rook b8 instead of rook d8. Honestly, the difference, I would go rook b8 kind of as an instinct as well.
I'd go for this pawn.
Yeah, I just don't see the big difference with rook c3, for example.
Yeah, fair enough.
But the position that they have also still seems very solid for black. Like he's gonna play h6, king h7 probably.
I'm not buying it. I think white is almost winning if I can stabilize. I don't see how yet, but I have a feeling.
Just bringing your king to the...
Bring the king and go after the pawn? Like,
yeah,
I'm a piece up.
Maybe you were right about attacking the d-pawn. I'm not sure how it... But I just don't see what the point is after rook c3 if you would have gone rook to d8.
Yeah, there's... And probably rook c3 is the right move. I'm not sure earlier. I think it was the evil computer which led us astray. Because here, if we don't win material immediately, I'm really not into... the difference is some line like this, rook d1 now.
And I can't keep my bishop on the diagonal whilst...
Knight c5, then all of a sudden this the white pieces can't really coordinate.
Okay, but I actually feel like black should be able to create some play after rook b8, rook b1 as well. Is there not a bishop d5 check in the game as well? Some option like that?
So we got this position.
Ah, that's the point. The rook is actually
this rook is actually well played, but he's played rook d1 now, which makes a lot of sense too. And if knight d2, he wants to bother the bishop. Yeah. Okay, so it comes down to more or less the same thing. I got a little overexcited. Still gotta bring the king.
Yeah, but if it's two pawns, I really don't believe it.
Decent chances.
No, I think two pawns and still the pawn on a2 should be very hard to...
I'm still not sure. Like, I think it's still tactical, because if I manage to somehow coordinate and get to this
but
pawn...
I will start exchanging pawns, no? h5 or something like that.
Okay, but how many pawns can you exchange? I'll go h4.
Yeah, I have to be careful as black, it's true. Maybe rook b8, rook b1 once again, I don't know. I feel like there should always be a way to counterplay whilst you're bringing the king over. Like, I want to go.
I might self-mate here as well, which is important. I'm very capable of this.
It's not even a rook ending yet, Jan.
No, that's why I have a bit more confidence in my opinions. But yeah, you gotta be very careful. And yeah, if you get another pawn, then I'm with you. Then black should draw this.
Hold on a second. Has Anish just won a very important pawn in his game?
Wasn't this? Yeah, that's what I said. Don't blunder the b pawn, because then you're more or less lost.
Jeez,
Didn't listen.
That seems like a very important...
Queen d4, check, king f2, queen b3.
And he's just giving it up.
He's going for attack.
Okay.
Probably a good decision, because even this endgame,
might be
I'm not sure if you're not in trouble.
Yeah.
Like, maybe you're not, but this is very dangerous strategically.
Yeah, actually I didn't really notice that after knight e5 you have knight d7, knight g4, all these kind of ideas that might be dangerous.
Still, it's a pawn. Where did the king go?
And I can maybe launch an attack on the c-pawn with rook c8. I guess king to g1, otherwise rook c8 would leave queen takes c3 check.
My first instinct would be this. My instincts tend to be terrible, but just...
knight to g4.
Yeah, then queen c3, and
knight
I couldn't see any.
And you go back to
makes,
g7.
yeah.
Yeah, queen d6. But the rook is also hanging.
Okay, can't have everything.
Yeah, but with a bishop you should be able to hold a...
Yeah, I guess so.
Although I'm not sure what I'm doing. Queen f8, queen f8, queen takes f7. And some perpetual check should follow.
Okay, so probably I shouldn't give up on my material. I feel like this could go either way. White could also win this, because you have to be extremely careful about getting checkmated.
I actually think that this is actually more likely to head towards a draw again, because they reached move 40, and it seems to be very, kind of move by move play once again.
Right.
Like it's not just a position that either one of the players can grind out or try forever. Like black has to hold on to his king. Rook c8 actually makes a lot of sense to me, but then knight to c6 will defend against queen takes c3 and threaten knight e7. So now black has to deal with knight e7. I'm not sure.
The problem, white has to go for the initiative, no? Because like materialistically, if that's a word, probably it's not, but black can win this, like an endgame. If the queens come off, I believe black is very close to winning here. Yeah,
that's for sure. Yeah.
But probably white is too active for that to ever happen. Like, let's see, I'm already losing here in a couple moves.
Yeah, okay, it's a tricky position. It remains to be seen. Okay, let's go to Fabiano, who I think we haven't seen much of in the last...
By the way, Vasilin Topalov has lost in the meantime to Hikaru Nakamura. Means Nakamura sweeps the series against Topalov 2-0. Does he? I think, yeah.
Yeah.
But didn't have much else going for him in this tournament. Still, yeah. tough days for the fans of the Bulgarian. What's going on here? Svidler bungled it?
Looks like a lot of exchanges are about to follow.
So we've seen, whatever, rook 81, he's played rook 88, de5, but that allowed Fabiano to... What is going on? To win his pawn back.
Oh, there was clearly not a lot of time left for these players to make decisions.
Yeah, of course. King h8.
It looks like Fabiano is in the driver's seat here.
How did this happen? Also,
Check
why
on
is he in the
e8.
driver's seat?
Oh, bishop to b4 is a very nice way to
This
hang on
just
to your
defends
pawns.
everything forever, and then, oof, these guys are very weak.
But why can I not create some counterplay with rook to g5 and h5?
I have another question, which is probably a ridiculous question, but I can't do this at all. No, I can't.
b5 is always
b5 is always winning? Yeah, and also rook c8. No.
Yeah.
So sorry, back to the qualified questions. Rook g5.
Yeah, rook g5 and
f3, h5. Still looks like it should be a draw, even though you gotta be very careful with this guy. Yeah, even this may be smarter.
I guess it's hard to stop that pawn.
It runs very fast.
No, really the main reason why Fabiano is better is this bishop on b4 is like the ideal spot for this ending.
Yeah, looks
It's
like
just working out for white quite well here.
looks like Peter must have missed some bishop b4 from afar, because I'm sure he went for these complications knowingly. Also must have been crazy time trouble, judging by the clock. And Fabiano once again kept his cool under pressure.
No, that's why I was really not
Kudos.
jumping to conclusions, because after rook d1 the position just seemed very out of control.
That is true.
So
Bishop d6.
no, after bishop d6 I guess white is going to b4, and regardless of what black does he's a bit better.
Well, this is king h8 is also sort of a typical time trouble move, like stopping knight f6 checks trap.
A bit of a clumsy move most likely, but very safe in time trouble.
So they're gonna have this, rook a8 check is on the board. And yeah, this is much more Fabiano's play than Peter's. Defending a worse endgame is not exactly Peter's forte. Fabiano is gonna be thrilled to have survived. Now he can calm down and then decide which pawn to go after. Gonna be a tough defense for Peter. Sorry.
Yeah, and Fabiano actually also still knowing probably that there's a chance Karyakin might lose. At least he's suffering, so looking like a good position for him now, not only in the game but also in the tournament.
Absolutely. A lot of action. Caruana at the moment, and this can change anytime, but looks like the favorite to win this tournament because he has decent winning chances against Svidler. Karyakin has some losing chances, probably no winning chances against Aronian.
Yep.
And yeah, if Caruana wins, no one else can really join this race. Vishy could still win his game, which is not out of the question. Then he'd be back.
Well, I honestly don't have that much faith in Vishy winning. I think Anish is either going to draw or win this. And, well, like I said, I still have the feeling that this somehow should be either better for black or white has just enough activity to hold this together. But I want to give some credits to Anish because actually probably somewhere on the way he was worse. It didn't seem like a fully sound sacrifice, but a long-term kind of just giving your opponent a hard time. So today, to all those Giri fans in the chat and watching, I want to give some credit to Anish regardless of the results for actually making a real interesting game out of this, because it wasn't Vishy who was creating the play this time.
No, I could not agree more. I'm just looking for something. I'll be back in a couple hours. No, and I believe this game is going to be very worthy to be included in the book because it's really been a great, exciting fight. We all know how it's going to end, but it's been a very sharp piece sacrifice, and kudos to Anish. I'm totally with you. No, seriously, I'm just gotta feed the bandwagon. But Anish, overall, he's just very good at many, many aspects of chess. He's not mastered the last one, yeah, that judging the right amount of risks to bring the game
points home, yeah.
home. But everything else he calculates well. He's excellently prepared. He has very good judgment. I'm impressed with the guy, even though a lot of people out there are not. So 95, still, this is a high-stakes situation. What do you think about his nerves? You've been around him for quite a bit. Does he get nervous? Does he rise to the occasion? What do you think?
Well, Jan, there is also a reason that he's never won a tournament. I don't think it's necessarily related to his nerves, but it's more that maybe he doesn't feel like taking the risk because he gets nervous when he sees he can. So like he keeps his nerves under control, but he doesn't go for situations in which his nerves will be really tested. I think most of the players at this level have really strong nerves, but I don't think he is as cold-blooded as, let's say, Caruana. And at the same time, not as much of a fighter as, let's say, Hikaru Nakamura, who I don't think has amazing nerves per se, but it really depends on his opponent. So
I think Hikaru is a lot more dependent on the flow and if he has a psychological initiative, but it can also go the other way.
Exactly. With what we see with Magnus, I mean, Anish is clearly not suffering from that. But if you look at how, well, first of all, Nakamura is such a great blitz player. Blitz still, I think, requires the most nerve out of pretty much all the types of chess out there. But
Think so? I never get nervous at all when I play blitz.
really, I think if you're one of the top blitz players, especially I'm thinking more the match Nepomniachtchi against Nakamura, situations like that, where Nakamura always prevails pretty much. Millionaire chess playoffs, those kind of situations, not maybe blitz tournaments.
Right.
But no, I think Anish doesn't have the best nerves, but I don't really see it as a weakness for the moment. I still think he hasn't been in enough tense situations to really tell.
But the few playoff tiebreaks he's been in, he hasn't done so well, right? I'm not sure how much I remember, but in London he lost MVL, for example, in the first round, and in Bilbao he lost to Wesley. So
yeah, but I think, for example, that's one of those arguable things, because against MVL he actually, both players were drawing, and he got into the situation where he had to win his white. It was an Armageddon game. So arguable, okay, he played bad in the Armageddon game, but it's always nasty to be forced to win and get a bad position. Normally it goes downhill quickly. So
No, but my point is when it comes to these nerfs, I'm not sure if I recall it correctly, but he won the first game with black, the rapid thing,
true.
And then he screwed up like an equal position with white.
That's true. No, that is probably a good example that you're giving. Yeah. Well, like I said, I don't think Anish has the best nerves. Out of all the younger, let's say, stars, he most likely so far has proved to have the weakest. You could probably make that argument.
Yeah, the other way around. He doesn't have a lot of experience in this situation, but we'll find out. In general, I think he's a guy who's very aware of his surroundings and what's going on. Well, obviously, follows a lot of stuff, as you can tell by his writing and his interviews. Those guys, to my mind, this might be wrong, but normally are slightly weaker when it comes to nerves than the guys who seem like more singularly focused or less aware of the surroundings, who can sort of zoom everything out during such a tournament.
Yeah, no, the one thing I know about Anish is that he's always busy trying to evaluate himself and his weaknesses, his strengths. Right. So I do think that's also one of the reasons he's improving a lot as a player, because he simply is very critical on himself. And I think that, that's always kind of a trade-off. Like Svidler was also talking about this before. Anish is very confident, but at the same time, I think when it comes down to it, or you could even argue a little bit arrogant, but when it comes down to it, and he's in the training session, he will admit like, oh, I played poor here, or I didn't play good. And other players don't have that as much. They always try to just tell themselves, I'm great, I'm playing amazing, and so on. So it's always a bit of a trade-off there, but coming back to this position, I think he will keep his cool, especially after move 40. Most of these guys manage to sort of get themselves together and find the strongest continuation once the clock is no longer such a big issue. So
also here, this is not a situation where you should go crazy, get crazy nervous. He's on 50%. He has very little chance of winning the tournament anyway. So I don't think he's gonna crack here. But it's still a very tense round for everybody and a crazy time trouble. I think Svidler, I'm not sure if it's a nerve thing, but clearly things have gone very, very wrong for him.
Yeah, although he probably played the best move because rook e5 is the only move that really holds on to the a pawn. To rook a8, rook e6, probably something like rook c8, rook takes c4 has to be allowed at some point here. But clearly, with just this having the c pawn down, you have much better chances than losing the a pawn. And I'm not sure if I'm expecting Peter to hold this or not, but it surely isn't clearly lost nor clearly winning. It's somewhere in between. But it's going to be a very tough day at the office from this point onwards for Peter.
Yeah. No, I think he's going to be in trouble. Objectively, I'm not sure, but also psychologically, because he was close to having a good position, very sharp position.
Yeah.
Now you have to defend worse endgame against Fabi, who loves this stuff. Peter doesn't love that stuff. And yeah, I think he's going to be in trouble. Let's have a look at Levon against Mr. Kayakin. Yeah, I should stick to either first names or last names. That sounds wrong. Levon against Sergey.
Actually, this is a very tough moment for Levon because he has to apparently give up the d3 pawn over here to keep the game going. But like I said before, I would be very reluctant to do that. The problem is that, as you pointed out, knight d2, rook c1 looks like an immediate draw. So there was no real way around this. Knight to c4, and I guess... Oh, that's interesting, actually. It's kind of a tactical sequence what's happening here.
You can't do this because it's checkmate, that's the point. So apparently you have to find this move, but Sergey would find this. These complications are not that hard to calculate after the time control. And yeah, there's too many loose pieces.
Yeah, so king to f3 would be the way to keep this game going. And we kind of had a... Well, you thought that Black probably still has good chances here, right? I'm very
White.
White still has good chances. I'm very reluctant to. I don't see Karyakin losing this position, but of course it's only White who can press and can win. It's just that Black just has to exchange a couple of pawns or win one more pawn on the king side, and it's a draw. If we're getting like a 2 against 4 or something like that with the pieces that are left on the king side, that should be a draw. So it seems like White has to make a lot of progress getting to the a2 pawn, and the only way to win is by not allowing any real counterplay on the king side, which seems very, very hard to reach.
Yeah, no, I do think I agree. Also, it's a bit of a random point. I'll just make some terrible moves to prove my point. Ignore every move I'm making. It's also not a legal move. Okay, let me do this. Such positions are not an automatic win. Like here, I believe there's actually decent drawing chances. I'm not sure it was this structure, but I've seen this in some books on Trovatsky stuff or whatever, where it was argued that this thing is just a fortress.
Okay.
So if that's the bottom line, and of course this is the very best White can dream of, then yeah, Sergey has very, very good drawing chances. And here I'm not sure. Of course you try forever, but it's understandable. It's very hard for White to make progress without exchanging pawns.
Well, he's gonna have to exchange a pawn to even get closer once Black puts his king up to f7. But yeah, even to get here in the first place is gonna be a huge struggle for Levon. So
yeah, no, I actually have to change my mind. I believe you're right, and it's just a draw if you lose the d pawn.
Yeah. So. Okay, still, I do expect Levon to find a way to continue the game because it's a must-win for him. Once again, he's not very likely to be in real contention for the first place, but as we stated before, everyone who's on 50% has to try his very best. And we're seeing players today all trying to complicate, and we don't see any real boring games. Topalov lost his game to Hikaru already, but Anish and Anand are both really going at it. It's still a very complicated position. And Peter in trouble versus the tournament leader, Sharwik Karyakin, Fabiano Caruana.
Lawrence Trent must have suffered a couple heart attacks in the last hour.
Yeah, this was an up and down game. And yeah. Well,
Rook c8 on the board.
Rook c8, yeah.
I guess you go here.
f3 looks like the logical move.
Not sure if you provoke f3, it might actually help White, I'm not sure. But it's gonna come down to something like this, I guess. You exchange a pawn as quickly as possible. Then you fight, but yeah. I like Fabiano's winning chances.
Yeah, I do too. And he's a very well. Both of these players are very skilled calculators, but as you pointed out earlier, that Svidler has actually had positions of this type, and he's not winning them as white. But he's also not the type of person like Karyakin who enjoys defending them and fights in the very best manner always. So it's comes down to something that Caruana is extremely motivated right now to get the most out of this position, and Peter is not in very good shape, neither on the board and also I think mentally and stylistically. This is not his type of position, as you mentioned.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. It's going to be a long day at the office for us and for Peter.
Yeah.
Because, this game, either way, is going to continue for at least an hour, probably more than that. In other news, Topalov lost to Nakamura. Topalov is just playing very badly. I don't even want to go into the details. He's just playing very substandard.
We've had our say about it in the last round, and it's unfortunate, but people have been banking up playing against him and beating him this tournament, so it is the way it is.
Anish has played rook c8 as you expected. He found the best move, knight c6. Then he can either go queen e2
or give a
check and see what happens. King h2, let's say queen g5. Rook e8 is probably also good.
Yeah.
So Anish can try. We're gonna try to go on another break because we've made it past the time control. The play is gonna slow down now. We still have 3 exciting games going, and we're gonna be back to give you all our insights, which aren't that many in my case once we get to endgames.
Okay, see you soon.
Welcome back, everybody, to the post-time trouble drama in this penultimate round of the Candidates Tournament. We still have 3 ongoing games. I'm with Grandmaster Robin van Kampen, a friend of Anish Giri, as am I. We have to clarify I don't think we've made too much fun of Anish Giri, but
No.
if we do, it's always with the highest respect and not being able to win a game so far, but I'll play people quite consistently in this tournament and be on 50% as a 21-year-old. Not so easy to do, people.
No, and it looks like something interesting has happened in the game versus Vichy that's going on right now. We thought that actually the position was close to equal, or at least I had the feeling Vichy had enough counterplay, but right now it seems to be the case that it's not. I'm not exactly sure where Vichy's play is coming from. The B pawn is not under attack, nor is there a direct threat over here. Let's see where we left off, Jan. After king to g1, rook to c8, we said we expected the move knight c6 to be played because it actually indirectly defends c3 and threatens knight e7 check. And this move was not played by Vichy. Why exactly, I'm not sure, but queen to f4 attacking the f7 pawn is what he opted for instead.
I have a feeling he missed a tactical detail, because Anish played this clever move queen a2, covering it, and my guess is that his idea was c4, but he missed this very sneaky check, defending the pawn, and then you can either go b4 or bc4 next move, probably bc4.
And how would you evaluate that position? I'm not sure we can just get to a 3 versus 1 there, or if there's more tricks involved, but if I can go knight takes c4 here.
First question is, this endgame, I believe, is a draw, even though I'm not 100% sure. I've seen people win some very similar things. So
It looks very close to me. I mean,
actually, I've had this once, and I won it with black. I'm not sure if that was because of my genius play or opponent's help, or if it actually is winning. But it could very well be, because normally you can organize, you push your 2 passed pawns supported by the king, and I think I'm going to take back my initial statement. I think it might very well be winning. Because, of course, that's huge. If you can't exchange queens with white, then you have a lot of less margin for error. Yeah?
exactly, yeah.
I'm not
sure. And if I attack the knight, and there's bishop to d5 in that position, instead of queen to c7 there, I could go queen a4, something like that, but white is able to defend with bishop to d5, and probably not a check in order to win any of those pieces, or specifically the bishop. And white's holding on here as well.
Yeah. No, to me, I think white is so active, his pieces are so active, that the queen exchange should be...
Right, well, we're really in for a treat if something like this is about to happen, given the position that Anish played out versus Svidler, which was really close to a draw throughout the whole game. If something like this is to appear, I'm not even sure what Anish is capable of, but we might still be sitting here well after dinner time. So I'm very curious what this game has to bring, but Anish is gonna, of course, try his very, very best to get his first win in. And I think he's only beaten Vichy once before in Bilbao, it was this year, I think.
Out of the opening.
Yeah.
Here we see their head-to-head. He's never lost to Vichy. This storyline gets a lot less press than his score against Magnus, which is more or less the same. But he's +1 without a loss, goes to show. Not an easy kid to beat, this Anish. Yeah, the more I think about this, because, I'm pretty sure I've had this exact same endgame. I think it's just winning.
It's just winning?
Maybe not just winning, but I think
it seems horrible to
kind of
defend.
winning, because this rook will always find an open file.
Yeah.
Sit somewhere on b3 or c3. And then you push.
But it will boil down to 2 pawns and a rook versus 2 pieces, I suspect, right?
Yeah, but that's normally winning.
Yeah, that sounds like
you
it's
can
winning.
get your pawn to g4, your king to g5, and then push the f pawn, supported by a rook on the 3rd or 2nd.
It surely seems like it should be a win to me. Okay, so if something like this is the scenario that we're gonna see for Anish, then there is very good hopes of him winning. Bit of a turnaround then. So Anish now with real chances of getting his first win in, which would be a bit of a surprise at this point. And for those who just tuned in, Jan and his Spanish friends have instated a very special action. Get your membership before this game ends, because Your premium membership is worth a whole lot more until this guy is getting his first win in, and it sure seems like there's a good chance of that happening now.
He probably saw us announcing it on Twitter and he said, okay, enough is enough. Like, these guys are making fun of me with that promotion. Which we're not, but it certainly got some attention, his results. So yeah, if you get a premium membership before Anish wins a classical game of chess, then you get 3 extra months added to your account. And it might look like it's really gonna end today, because I think the bottom line is, in this position, these pawns are bound to be exchanged one way or another, c4 most directly.
I think we're gonna see the position that we just discussed, and
Yeah, he's played c4 actually.
okay, well, he's immediately going for it.
Queen a7 check is clearly the idea, the only good move. King somewhere, and bc4, and probably here. Vichy is very good at knowing what theoretical endgames you can go for and what you can't. Probably here he's going to avoid this and try something like bishop d5, just to
Keep some more.
keep it messier.
Actually, looks kind of dangerous. I don't know if I can just play rook to f8, but it's definitely not what I would like to do.
Yeah, here you get scared of, like, okay,
some
checkmated somehow.
serious checkmate ideas. So it's not quite that easy to reach this ending.
There's also knight g6,
And
forcing a draw.
forcing a perpetual, yeah.
With
Okay.
Knight g4, it seems like black is still in time to defend.
Getting the queen to c1 probably. Okay.
Still, yeah, rook f8 feels too passive. And this, okay, you have to calculate.
Not an easy task at all for either of the players. It looks like it can either be some sort of perpetual or... Of course, when you're going for something like this, you have to be 100% sure, because leaving the c-pawn alive in the situation like this is really not something you can afford unless it's an immediate draw.
Yeah, then again, if everything else is losing, you might as well. And
Yeah, you might as well try it, yeah. That's true. But I would be interested to see if Vichy actually goes for the ending with the 2 pieces and the queen's exchange. That would mean that he actually thinks it's a draw, and I'm still not 100% sure, Jan. Like, it sounds to me like black has really good winning chances, but if it's actually a theoretical win, it's a different story, I think.
I think it is, the more I
Okay.
thought about it. And I think it's even straightforward. I think you don't need to be a magician to convert this.
Just a matter of pushing your pawns up and getting your rook to the active square. Yeah, perhaps. Yeah. Okay. Let's move back to some of the other games.
Yeah.
We have...
People are asking in the chat, just to clarify, if they sign up right now, if they can still get the 3 months free. Yeah, that is the idea. But you gotta send an email to support@chess24.com, and we're gonna check the hour, because if you sent it before, or after Anish won, then it's clearly no longer valid. But if you get it in before, then you're golden.
And the 3 months will be added to your account. We have Fabiano Caruana with a much better endgame against Peter Svidler, and something similar along the lines to what we were discussing has happened. Peter has gone h5, the logical move to exchange some pawns and get his own pass pawn. But I suspect Fabiano's first thought is to activate his king, and then at some point he has to start pushing the c-pawn.
Yeah, what I'm not sure about, if you're white, would you rather play this where you have your own passed pawn, but black also has a passed pawn, or would you rather play, I don't know, let's say, okay, maybe that's a smarter way to do this, but this structure where neither side has a passed pawn, that one I'm not sure
I think
about.
it's a very tough choice to make, actually. I'm not sure myself.
Because you could argue for both. Like, in general, of course, it's good to have 2 passed pawns, but also if black has a passed pawn, your king can't really stroll over to the king side quite so easily, because this will keep you busy.
My intuition tells me I would probably try to provoke h takes g4, rook takes g4, but it might actually also help to imbalance the position some more. It's one of those choices that it feels kind of risky to allow gh, but at the same time, maybe your winning margin isn't quite big enough if you don't go for g takes h5 now. So it's an interesting choice for Fabiano, and probably that's what he's considering right now.
Another thing we should point out, we're not there yet, but let's say these pawns are somehow exchanged, which here, okay, at least they're on track to being exchanged. White does have the wrong bishop, so
No, these pawns are
There's
vital.
always going to be bishop takes c3 defenses. Without these 2 pawns, I believe it's a pretty clear-cut draw, actually.
Yeah. No, first of all, white, of course, has to keep the rooks on, most likely, in most of these situations. And secondly, the pawns on the king side are very important to retain as much winning chances as possible.
Now, I have a feeling you should not allow black this passed pawn because it's going to be too much of a distraction.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens. So far, yeah, what would you say? I would say it's one of these more or less 50-50 win or draw situations. I'd give black slightly better drawing chances than white winning chances, like other things being equal.
Yeah, I have that feeling as well. Especially now that I think about it some more, I specifically don't like g takes h5, g takes h5 because we were talking about how great that bishop on b4 is, but in a situation in which black actually gets some counterplay because of a passed pawn or something like that, suddenly we see that it's not a very flexible piece anymore. Removing it will weaken the pawns a little bit, especially the a pawn. And yeah, getting here, it was very useful to get the bishop to b4, but now I'm also not that sure about white's actual winning chances. I would be more inclined to say that Peter will hold it, given that he's going to find the most accurate defense in the coming 10-20 moves.
Yeah, we'll see. Then again, it's Fabi. He's an Iron Man. He's going to keep posing problems.
The question is Karyakin very close to a draw, or is he still suffering as well?
Yeah, we've said earlier, and I still believe that, even though I haven't looked at the current position yet, that it should be very, very close to a draw. I like f4 by Levon because, yeah, if stuff gets exchanged, I believe it's just a draw, probably even without the pawn. And with f4, maybe you're creating some tactical chances, like rook to a7, some knight takes f6
some
in
pressure
the air.
on the g7 pawn, potentially.
He's played check.
King f2, I suppose, would
F2.
be the move.
And yeah, this happened, takes.
Probably wants to get the king out of there with king g8 or something like that.
Yeah, white, I guess, just wants to try to somehow build up an attack by maneuvering. I find it far-fetched.
Very far-fetched, yeah. Definitely, the white's winning chances here are a lot smaller than in Fabiano's game. So I do suspect Sergey will hold to a draw, which adds a little bit more pressure to Fabiano now.
Yeah, let's once again look at the standings. Sorry, those are not updated, so they do not include the win by Hikaru Nakamura against Veselin Topalov. But yeah, Karyakin in some small trouble, but should be a draw. And if Caruana's game is also a draw, even though they come from opposite sides of the spectrum, Karyakin fighting for it, Caruana pushing, then that would mean that Caruana needs to beat Karyakin with black in the last round, because Karyakin owns a tiebreaker against Caruana. So it's big round today. Vishy, yeah, if he won, he could join the leaders, but that's very unlikely. It's more likely that he's gonna lose, which would in return mean that Anish Giri with an outside shot at 7 points. The other two guys have 7.5, and Anish wins the last round. I don't know, I'm not good at math. Anish certainly is not gonna win the most decisive games tiebreaker, but no one's out of it just yet.
It's all still in the game. Yeah, today is really the day for Fabiano Caruana once again. If they're both going to end up drawing this game, he's in a very tough spot tomorrow, having to win on demand with black versus direct competitor Sergey Karyakin. And I don't think nor Lawrence, his manager, nor he himself is looking forward to that scenario. So this is really perhaps one of the most important games in the entire tournament.
Yeah. Would be fun if chess was a little more like wrestling and Lawrence was like standing behind them holding a chair or something, and just to, get something going, get the manager a little more involved. But not happening in chess. Looks like both players do agree with our assessment that, what am I trying to say? That you want to keep the f pawn against the g pawn and not the f pawn against the h pawn, because Fabiano did not take on h5, and Svidler was in no rush to take on g4 either, just played king f7. Yeah, the game continues. White should probably give a check just to cut off the king. Rook c7, king e8. In fact, yeah, I'm not 100% sure if Svidler had to allow this.
There might be some situations now where I will consider taking and playing rook h7, pushing my f pawn up and trying to get my king more active. It always boils down to more specific situations. Of course, I have to consider counterplay against the c pawn, but at some point, white has to do something with his g pawn. He has to come to a decision.
Still, I have the feeling that here black is comfortably in time. Because yeah, rook c6 is a big threat, right? So
Yeah. No, surely this is probably not going to be the best way to play for a win. Perhaps after rook c7 check, king e8. I was wondering, can I play a move like f4, or am I getting cut off with the king or something like that?
trying to lose.
Takes and king to g3.
Let's get rid of these pawns.
That is kind of a problem. f5, rook to e4, is that your idea?
Yep. No, I'm playing for a win.
This is
Probably not successfully, but it looks like I have enough counterplay.
Yeah. I do have rook a7, but it looks a little tricky.
For argument's sake, can I do this? Oh no, I can't because I don't get the pawns I want. Bishop a5 and king e7. No, that doesn't work. No, but rook e4 looks good enough. No, a lot of tricky choices to be made. Again, you first give this check, which is useful in any case. Now you think, oh, I guess I'd just go here. Because here, there could be scenarios where even if these pawns are exchanged, the black king could become a factor and there could be some mating attacks.
Yeah.
Not sure if that's very likely to happen. Maybe black's just in time, go king d8 and if rook somewhere, rook c6. Yeah, it looks like. I'm wondering, okay, this is a bad move, but just
I actually
speculating. Is this a draw?
It comes down to tempi, but rook to c5 cutting off the king.
It's very similar to Giri Svidler from yesterday, isn't it? Exact same material.
The question here is always, can I go rook takes g6, rook e6?
Right.
This is the endgame we were discussing all the time there.
But normally you can't.
Again, we're running into the same defense, which, for those of you who watched the last round, rook to a8, followed by checks. And white can actually not proceed to push his pawn up the board here without support from the king, but the king runs into checks.
Yeah, if you try to build a bridge, normally you can bother this rook, which has to stay on the e-file, because else the king comes over, and yeah, there's just no way to make progress, so this would be a draw. Of course, not likely to happen, but it's a lot of potential endgames these guys have to evaluate when judging this position, or when trying to find moves. They don't have to judge.
I have one question, Jan. Can I try to go f4 immediately here in this position? Yeah, because I might king g3 now. I might be in better shape with rook on c4.
Stop this. Hang on though. Maybe if I go. Oh no, I can't go active.
No, you always have to watch for rook c6.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Once again, I have more rook endgame questions. Ah, but this you go rook c7.
Yeah, that's a pawn ending. King takes g4.
Where do I want my pieces? I want my rook on f5, I guess, if possible.
Okay, I'll go rook to c5 to prevent it, probably.
I tried. Okay, I'll bring my king somehow.
Okay, c4 maybe. It feels like I'm getting somewhere, but maybe I'm not.
To me, it feels like a draw.
Yeah. Rook d5 check, for example.
Somewhere.
And here. Yeah. Can I get my bishop to e5 maybe? You're gonna go rook c6. No.
It feels like you have too many weaknesses. Well, I can cover my two guys more or less comfortably. And you have rook d6. This pawn always drops, so I feel like this is just a draw.
Yeah.
We'll see, but yeah, it feels tough for white to control everything. If your king strolls over, there's gonna be some way to prepare g5, most likely.
Yeah.
I guess something like this would be a draw as well.
If I take...
If you take, at least king e4 is probably a good move here, but
Yeah.
just, yeah.
This
This
would be
is
just
even
a
a dead
fortress.
draw. Yeah. No, it still feels like there's enough defensive resources. But yeah, I'm not sure how happy Peter's gonna be, because a draw, even though it's a success from this position, also means he can't win the tournament anymore, which this position means anyway.
Yeah.
So his motivation might have crumbled a little here.
Let's check in briefly with Anish and see what has happened in that game. So
I got
actually,
this.
Vichy sort of confirmed what we suspected, or at least you suspected. The endgame with the queens off is probably not a very good scenario for white at all. Might even just be losing. And he went for the more active and much more complicated move, bishop to d5. And now Anish is probably making a very important decision how to defend against the threats against his king.
Yeah, we looked at rook f8, which seemed too passive, queen f6, and there's knight g6 threats even. So yeah, king g7 feels natural, but you really have to calculate this very, very deeply.
Yeah, this seems
Else, yeah.
horribly complicated.
There's one more tactical line which we should look at, rook to c5. If knight f7, just rook d5, I guess, works. Queen f7, the problem for white is he can't take both pawns and keep his pieces, so this just loses. And therefore that, I guess, leaves us with bishop f7. Maybe not, but just to show my point. King g7, and now the white pieces aren't so coordinated somehow. Queen c7 is a threat.
Yeah.
Bishop takes c4, for example, queen c7. And no matter what you do, you're going to lose material. One could think about if something like this is a fortress, but I doubt it, frankly. Do you know such stuff? I'm not sure I do. Such a position. Is this a draw?
Seems lost to me, but I'm just trying to think of a position where I wouldn't be able to approach white. Like, imagine I put the knight on g2 and I go king g3, king f2. Would that be some sort of fortress?
Yeah, I'm wondering the same thing. But even that, let's
think
put on the board.
you should cut me off right away with rook to c3 maybe, or rook c2, and then rook c3.
Okay, but here, no, I don't want you to get here actually. So
no, I will go rook
c3.
c3. Yeah, I think that could be a key move.
No,
So-
this is lost, right? Like,
Yeah, I'm
king
just
comes
closer to the king. And
and
rook
this knight,
f3.
yeah, can't stick around.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
you
this
can
should
cut
be-
it off like this even. But no, this feels lost.
This should be a loss, yeah. Well, the one thing I do know for sure is that Vichy is never going to go for a theoretically lost endgame. He probably knows those very, very well. A lot better than we do. So
No, he's mentioned that in
Yeah.
preparation for his World Championship matches. He goes over all kinds of theoretical endgames just to know what he can do and what he can't.
Yeah.
Another thing is, yeah, if you actually hold them, because even if you know the assessment of a position, normally such stuff can be quite tricky. But yeah, here this looks very straightforward. The problem in knight test, when it's too close to the rim, it doesn't have a lot of squares, because there are no further squares to the right of the H file. I'm showing it with the mouse, but it's not on screen. So no, this is just lost, is what I'm saying. And if you could keep the bishop, I think it's also lost for the bishop, but there I could be wrong. Anyway, rook c5 looks like pretty good move, but it has to be calculated very carefully.
Yeah, it would be very impressive if Anish finds this move, if it's truly the best.
Another question:
Mhm.
if this move, queen f6 again, yeah.
Well, first of all, I'm also not really happy about bishop takes c4. I'm retaining my attack.
Yeah, it's true. I wanted to go here, but then
Knight
knight
g4.
g4, and your pieces are once again very active.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, the added value of rook c5 is really that we also prevent, or at least not prevent, but bishop takes c4 runs into queen c7, and it sort of creates some problems in the coordination of white's pieces.
Actually, yeah, the more I see this, the easier this move feels to play, because these lines aren't so calculated,
Yeah.
aren't so complicated. Always bishop f7, king g7, or bishop c4, queen c7. So he could go for this, which is brought to you by the computer.
But it seems that the computer just wants to go for the ending once again.
But yeah, after rook c7, now we sort of want a tempo. Let's say queen f4, I guess now c3, or, well, must be some ways to exploit this.
Yeah, it will be very hard for white to find such a... to just give black that move for free.
No, this endgame, yeah, I'm still reasonably sure it's
Yeah.
just winning.
For the moment, Yeah, I wouldn't know how white can set up a defense against the simple plan of getting your king and your pawns rolling.
We can make some moves, but in general, yeah. As I said, I've
F5.
played this exact endgame and it felt very, very simple to play. Like, it doesn't matter if you go h4, I'll be happy to go h6. And
Yeah, that's the problem. I just don't see where the counterplay is coming from.
you always get something like this. When these pawns, they advance in concert. Is that a word? Whatever. In unison.
Oh, rook d3 is already.
Okay, I already blended the piece, but
Yeah.
yeah, just...
But the plan is clear and it's not really possible to prevent it.
But yeah, you go here, then you put your rook always on the most active square, and white will sooner or later collapse. There's just no hope. And it's not complicated.
Is
so,
there a possibility to take on f7 in that
Oh,
position? That's
Anand played rook f8.
Okay.
That's a big letdown. Well, once again, we're computer amateur generals, but this felt probably was winning and also felt like a good move to make. Well, after rook f8, it looks like white can force a draw with this move, queen f6. The big threat is knight takes g6 with a perpetual.
Yeah, queen f6 is not too hard to find, I must say.
Well, there's an alternative, maybe. That's the temptation knight g4, which also looks...
To be honest, rook f8 feels like...
Feels very wrong, yeah.
Yeah, I would be more inclined to go even for rook c7 or a move like that.
Yeah, that is odd. And okay, rook c5. Might have been a bit of a freak chance, but actually the lines make sense. White's piece are active, you want to bother them.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Didn't feel like that otherworldly. So rook f8, and yeah, now the problem is queen f6. And no matter what you do, you can give a couple checks, but they don't really change anything because there's always this threat now.
Yeah, and white will probably move.
Let's say c3 at some point, then this forces a draw because this is a threat, and hg, queen g6, followed by
It's a bit of a letdown, I must admit. I did expect Anish to find a better move than rook f8, but I guess it was a lot harder over the board than I suspected. But still, like you said, rook c5 had a lot of logic to it, and also rook f8, queen f6 is like a very straightforward resource for white, so I'm not sure what...
Yeah, it could be they just missed this queen f6, knight g6 idea, because normally you're more focused on this knight g4 construction, but no, it's just forced, right? You can pin it for a move, and here it looks like you might even lose.
Yeah, now you're actually getting to knight g4, yeah.
No, this rook is just very, very badly placed. So no, that's been... Yeah, it's been a mistake. Rook c5 was winning. After rook f8, it looks like black even has to be accurate to make a draw.
Well, it looks like the sense of urgency for the action is not so strong anymore, but the game is not over yet, so we have to see if Vishy's gonna play queen to f6, but for the moment the drawing chances have been increased significantly.
Yeah, also objectively. I believe this position is winning objectively if you analyze it. After rook f8, it's obviously a draw. Or objectively, once again. Computer originally. Let's check back in with our other patients. Mr. Dr. Levon against Dr. Sergey. Levon's trying to make progress. Got his pawn here. I don't know. As long as this guy is alive, I don't believe
Black is
he
just
can win.
too solid over here. And the problem is that you really completely eliminated the opportunity to bring your king over to the queen side now with the pawn being on f5. Obviously, I'm not saying that Levon has done anything wrong. It's just that he needs something like a sacrifice on f6 to make this work, and it seems highly unlikely that that's ever going to happen.
No, he's going to keep maneuvering. Yeah, I'd be
quite surprised.
dumbfounded if Kayakin lost this.
Yeah. Well, Peter has decided to take on g4 in the game against Caruana.
Well, hang on.
Which is
pawn was free.
Not
Caruana
quite.
forced him with rook c5.
Interesting decision. I guess king to g3, he's pretty confident he just regains the pawn immediately.
Can I keep it? At least
Rook
for now?
to c6.
Okay, got a little check.
King g2.
2.
Rook e2, king f1. Rook a. This is something I would be very reluctant to go for.
With black,
Yeah.
I'm not sure about the assessment, but clearly, with this pawn running. Even though I feel like this should... No, I'm probably wrong. I feel like this should still end in rook bishop versus rook or something, but this bishop has a very nice diagonal controlling g1 and a7. So yeah, we shouldn't go for this. What should we go for? That's the thing with Fabi. He keeps asking questions. If I stick to my plan of passivity.
I'll take.
Okay. I want to do nothing.
Okay, rook to c4, king f3, and rook e4. I want to sort of play.
Can I exchange rooks?
That's a good question, but I'll ask it.
Okay. You know what? I'll ask it.
Okay, well, I'll take. I mean, I don't have much choice. c4 is forced.
Forced, and now I want to do nothing. Let's say I go here. Isn't this just a fortress?
King f4.
Back.
Okay, let me play f3. Yeah, king e4, king c6. It just looks like a draw.
No, this is just a fortress. Yeah. Like if you offer a bishop exchange, I'll attack the a pawn, and else what are you gonna do?
Yeah, if that's a draw, then that really makes things a lot less worrisome for Peter.
Yeah, it's also sort of an easy plan. Bring the king, then go rook c6, and White is gonna struggle to keep everything connected. Because this construction is very solid somehow, like very hard to attack.
Okay, currently Fabiano's thinking how to regain the pawn, right?
Yeah, well, you can go rook c4
rook c4
as well.
Is the other option, yeah.
But I'll stick to my plan, I believe.
Rook takes.
Okay.
Okay, if I go rook to d4.
I don't like that square for your rook, so go somewhere else.
Let's say rook d3. King f3.
Yeah, here I'm slightly less happy. But hang on, yeah, I go back here.
King e4.
Now I will check you. Can I?
King
No, I'll go here. This looks better.
Okay, rook f3. You want to go for this ending again? That's probably a draw.
Yes.
So f3, let's say.
I'm not sure if it's a draw if your king gets to d5.
No, then I would have
my doubts. Yeah. Okay, then I didn't get what I wanted. It's here, or rook d6 also looks good. So, but even if I stay, whatever, I just don't want anything. Can you make any progress, really?
King d5, let's say.
That allows me to go here, right? Unless I'm blundering something.
Yeah, okay.
I feel like if my king ever gets here,
I shouldn't allow it. Can I go c4?
Hang on. Can I win a pawn?
King d5.
I want to take, which might be risky. Yes, in fact, losing. I missed rook e3 check. Okay. So I can't take, but yeah, once again, I can go to my square.
Yeah, again, it's not quite enough, maybe.
No,
king c5 check, you can go king c8 and you're kind of comfortable.
Yeah, so I've counterplay.
Yeah, it's tough to really break through.
Fabi's given a check, but okay, it doesn't really matter because I wanted to go here anyway. No, the feeling is just a draw, really.
It seems like a draw more than anything else.
Yeah. Let's see what Vishy's done. Yeah, he's played queen f6. Yeah, he doesn't let such chances slip. And this game is now certainly a draw, which means that...
In fact, it's black who still has to...
Yeah, it's true. It's not certainly a draw, because black could, yeah, go and get in trouble here. But if you force the issue, if you go c3, I don't think white is in time for knight g4. Maybe he is, but... okay. No, actually, I would be scared. Like, the computer says 0, but yeah, I'd be scared.
I'm very scared.
Yeah. But it looks like you always have enough checks, huh? Just to see how this works. Yeah, because whenever the queen gets to d2, black is actually winning.
And hold on. Then how do I play after queen to b8?
95 is a draw. But knight g4 was a
Okay.
winning attempt too. I mean,
Yeah,
knight
knight
g6 is a
g6
draw.
would be the more logical.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, this is how it's gonna end. And perpetual. So yeah, that makes it wild 13 for Anish. And yeah, he's gonna be unhappy because that was very close, and he really did a lot to unbalance that one with black against Vichy.
Yeah.
Went for this bishop takes f2 stuff. And the risk almost paid off, or it did pay off really, in the position he got. But he couldn't quite finish the job, which I'm still a little surprised by.
Yeah,
It's always hard to say which move is easier to find. But rook c5 feels like a move you want to play. Like
Well,
you target
the
all these
thing
pieces.
that is mostly surprising is that rook f8 is just very clearly not the right way to go about it.
Right.
So, you know, if you use as kind of a method of elimination here, I think you should find this move, rook to c5. But yeah, it's a pity. Again, a missed chance by Anish to put it very...
This game, the lines there aren't so complicated. Bishop c4, queen c7, you just overload the white pieces in every line. Bishop f7, king g7, bishop c4 once again, queen c7. And yeah, the best white can get is one of those which look losing. And yeah, the other line was his queen d4, maybe he saw this, but okay. Here after rook c7, at least you go for this and then you start thinking because you've won the whole tempo.
I mean, queen d4, rook c7, you're clearly going into the right direction. I mean, if rook f8 is your initial intention, then you would sign up for this position anytime. So, yeah, unfortunately. Okay, queen a2 has been played.
Yeah, he's just going to give checks, right?
King g3.
Actually, be careful about the Nigel short here, but he's got to go back. He only move.
Yeah,
currently.
which is very odd. I mean, queen e3 check, okay, but it would be something if Vichy ends up winning this game.
Also, would to really change the tournament situation. Still don't understand why this is winning, but okay, actually, this is a big threat. You have no checks, and if here, then white is in time. You don't have a check threatening this. Well, I guess he spotted queen a7 back, but he's just made a mistake. Like now, you could start panicking a little bit.
Yeah, either that or he's suddenly very uncomfortable.
How does this draw? Knight g4.
Just a g1 check.
King h4, queen e1 check. Yeah? Okay, you can also go here. Whenever the queen manages to cover this square, you're probably
should be
okay.
alright. Yeah.
Okay, here are some weird lines. h6 check, best move. Don't ask me why, because I don't know.
Okay. Let's just say that there's still some space for
some room for
action.
creativity.
Yeah.
Okay, very random line, but bottom line is if Vichy plays king g3, which he will, then Anish has to find queen a7, only move to hold the draw. Which he probably will, but this feels like slightly a wrong step in the wrong direction as well, because go c3, give yourself some counterplay.
Yeah.
I was afraid of this, but once again,
you get to c1 here after most of the
if
checks.
you ever get here, then you're probably winning. What happened? King g2. King g3, queen a7 has been played. Yeah, that was his plan. King g2. And now, once again, you gotta give this check, which he will. It's weird though, like now c3 you're no longer in time, for example, because after knight g4 you don't have any checks.
He will go to f. There's simply no check at all.
Yeah. But he's gonna give the check. No, this is gonna end in a draw, which means the Giri promotion is gonna continue tomorrow.
And Anish plays with whom in the last round?
Hang on, I have that somewhere over here. Here, those are the last round
Okay,
pairings.
well, I must say that Anish versus Topalov, if anyone is going to help Anish get out of his drawing streak, it must unfortunately for him be Topalov this tournament. So the offer still stands, but don't be too confident it will be around for forever, I think. Given how Topalov played today, he does not seem to be in a good place.
No, that is true. Like, yeah, he's been free falling and he doesn't really seem to care to stop the bleeding by, I don't know, playing solid.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's an excellent chance for Anish, but also knowing that he has this well, easy pairing for the way the tournament went in the last round. It's even more sort of tough for him that he just let the win go 3 moves ago. Because else let him win today and then white tomorrow +2.
Exactly.
Who knows if that's enough or not. But yeah, it was not to be. No, yeah, looks like they're gonna repeat moves. Queen, I don't know, Vishy can probably walk around a little, but it seems like...
Actually, Vishy can go king f3.
Okay,
King e4.
Yeah, you always need to go back here, but then there's no way through. Knight g4.
No, actually,
yeah, you need to be very precise with black.
King f4.
King f8 is forced? Not forced.
No, queen is c. Oh, actually, I mean, I would try to win. I would try to win this position with white.
Yeah, also Vishy has to now given a chance, and yeah.
But actually, this is a really interesting line, no? King h6.
Looks like you're getting mated. Okay, it's random moves and black survives, but from afar, like you have to calculate all this crap. Like.
So it's not quite over. I mean, we might see Vishy
we
try to find a way to continue this, because honestly, it's all very forcing. Like, he can find this if he has enough time on the clock, and it doesn't strike me as very risky for white at all. But most likely still a draw.
Should be, but yeah. Yeah, also, I was going to say, given the tournament situation, of course, a win for Vishy makes big difference as well.
Yeah.
Looks like neither of the leaders are going to win their games. That would mean Vishy's right back in the mix. He doesn't hold the tiebreaker. I always get confused with the tiebreakers. I wouldn't know how it is with a three-way tie. But of course, catching them can't hurt.
Yep.
So what else we got? Is Fabi making any progress? No, it looks like Peter. Well, he's not playing it quite as well as me, but still well enough. Yeah. To me, it looked like if I just put my bishop somewhere here.
It doesn't seem to be as great as it looked right after move 40.
Yeah, also he defended well, but yeah, exchanging these pawns quickly seems like, yeah, there's just nothing there.
Yeah. Well, Peter kept his cool and just actually defended very accurately. I see a little bit of action in Levant's game. Okay, actually Caruana can decide whether he wants to exchange the rooks. But given, once again, with the pawn is on f5, it might even be okay to do so.
I think so, yeah, take it.
King f7.
What are we hoping for? Okay, probably, yeah, to remain with h-pawns.
Is this so easy if I go king to f4 here?
I was wondering, first of all, if...
Yeah, takes and knight d7 I wanted to play.
Yeah, if I lose the f-pawn, am I in trouble or not? I still don't know. My guess is I'm not, but... I honestly don't know. Okay, let's do this for good measure. Okay, this one I shouldn't play. I have a feeling such a position is still just a draw, but of course, you better be sure about such stuff.
It's very close. I mean, of course, I'm
push your king back, probably.
Yeah, if I can push your king back a little further, then I'm there, but I might not be able to. It's very close, Jan. I mean.
No, yeah, it's probably too close. Of course, this is by far the best case scenario for white once again. Don't have to do any of this, but just to establish a bottom line. Maybe this is a good move, actually. Put this guy here. Defend it. If your king starts moving over, we pick up this pawn, which I think is a dead draw.
Actually, king to g4.
No, why did I miss this?
No, because you're trying to get the bishop to like c8 or d7, but you can't get there because it's dominated. So.
That's true.
Maybe h4
okay,
is also...
h4 was dominated, sorry.
Just king e7 or something like that.
Yeah,
just wait. Yeah. Just wait it out. I don't even see how white is...
No, I wanted to stop this, but it doesn't really make a difference because you can't attack this pawn.
I will just go king g8, king f7 or something like that.
Yeah, I like my king here. I think I just move the bishop.
Yeah, as soon as you come closer, I will attack the pawn on f5. Bishop anywhere.
Yeah, it's a draw.
Bishop d1 here. in the important detail, maybe.
Yeah, that was what I was wondering, if white can get something like this. If I need to activate my king.
Like, interesting, like I'm forcing it now, yeah? G6 and bishop e6 seems kind of like what I would normally do here.
Yeah, the question is if we're in time to go around. Well, it's a very long way, because these two guys, they cover a lot of ground.
I'm blocked, yeah.
Yeah, not in time actually. Yeah, king b3. Okay, king b3 with a check. No, this I don't know, because yeah. More pawns on the board. If the king comes back here, there should be some, or could be some ways to break this fortress. I'm still not sure. Let's find out. Let's see. Say okay. I admit all my missions have failed. I decide to stay home. Can you actually win this? I'm not positive.
Doesn't look like it, no. Okay, let's try king to d4.
Okay, wait.
Maybe I should first get my knight to d6 before bring my king over.
Yeah.
So king anywhere.
I'll let you do whatever you want.
So king e4.
Not sure how much ground I want to give back.
King d5.
So my bishop is sort of free now. Yeah? If I want, I can give this check.
c6.
Just to be annoying.
c7. d8. e7. I'm gonna take on f6 with my bishop.
Bungle it? What's your plan? King is... Hang on. So I will have to find this probably, which... Okay, it's not a hard move actually.
Yeah, and I lack space for my pieces.
Yeah, it's lucky this bishop can stay. But okay, wherever it stays actually, never ever discovered check.
Yeah, it seems to be a draw once again. Yeah, the drawing tendency is just too high in this position.
Yeah,
there's so much you can get away with black.
Well, we found some ways to get in trouble, but in general it seems like the margin is just too big. Also, what they have now? Rook c5 has been played. Yeah, it's just a draw.
Yeah. Is there anything new in the game of Fabiano or Anish?
Let's stick with Anish. This looks more interesting.
I'm really hoping for king e4 here, because this actually forces both players to continue.
How did we make progress here? Knight g4, was this the line?
Yeah.
And then you have to go rook e8 check. King f4. And okay, this got messy. King f8. White is taking a little risk too here. Once the perpetuals disappear.
Okay, I can still go for queen h8, queen f6. Yeah.
Well, let's say you go for this. Oh no, this we can't go for.
Yeah, then there's this.
What did we do? I can't remember this thing ever.
I think we gave a check last time.
First.
Yeah, maybe this one is a bit more safe. What happens if I go queen takes h7?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask.
That's
just like it's losing.
Nasty check on d4.
This is cute, by the way.
No,
trapping the queen.
All right.
So yeah, it should end in a draw, but Vichy can still torture Anish a little bit.
I honestly feel like it's a little bit of a test of character for Vichy here. I think that he's very happy to draw after kind of a tough game.
Yeah, but he shouldn't be, because in order to qualify, he needs to win this one.
Exactly, but really he shouldn't be. Like, he should really try to take his chance here, and whether it's a small one or a real one. Or
Speaking of which, the game has just ended in a draw.
Oh,
so.
Okay. Well, that's a little bit disappointing.
Yeah,
but
hard-fought game by both players. But yeah, Vichy, he could have tried something here, but probably just thought it's not realistic after queen a7. And Anish's streak continues, much probably to his dismay, because today, I thought it was an all-around good game, and the one big mistake really, once again, we could speculate if it's a pattern, why doesn't he win good positions and so on. But yeah, this would have concluded a very good fighting effort on his part, while rook f8, then he had to be careful to even make a draw.
Yeah, and good effort by him today, but again, he lacks the actual spirit to finish a good position and find the last couple of precise moves. In this case, of course, it was still quite a lot of work to be done after rook c5.
I disagree, actually. I think this is pretty straightforward.
Yeah, I mean,
I think once you make this move,
of course,
every other move
it
is
depends
easy.
on how you look at winning that position. But actually, yeah, I mean, if you get the 3-8 versus 1 with the rook,
Yeah,
it's a matter of...
That's just making moves. There's really no subtleties there.
I have one question, Jan. Queen to d4 here.
Mm-hmm.
Queen takes a7. Bishop takes c4. Knight takes f7.
That's a different story. This is a draw, right?
I have no idea.
No, I think it's a draw.
Normally speaking, it's
an H pawn left.
When I was asking,
of course.
I was always asking one of the grandmasters from the Netherlands, John van der Wiel, what about these endings, and he told me, most of the time it's winning if you have the 2 pawns. But this time, I guess you have to make a very precise move to hold a draw. But sometimes 2 against 1 is lost. Sometimes it's...
Yeah, it depends where the king is. I think I once won this HG against H, but here, yeah, it should be a draw. But that's a very good point. And maybe I have to take everything back I've set for hours. How did we get here? Here, and now I'm not in time to stop this. Yeah, whatever you do, you can.
And the one thing is that Vichy, of course, will play knight x7 in a position like this. Any of these players will, because they realize how critical the situation is.
So, hang on. Is there anything we can do here?
You can chase my bishop down the board, but I'm just moving.
But you have enough squares here? Yeah. No, okay. That changes everything. Then I might have to...
and I see some people are saying they checked it out with the engine and it's indeed a draw. So perhaps at the end of the day, it was a draw after all.
Yeah, still a bad chance, this rook c5, but...
I don't really think it excuses Anish completely, but let's just say that he could sleep a little better at night.
Okay, so it wasn't a winning position. Apologies for that. No, I shouldn't apologize for every misassessment I make on this show.
No.
Wouldn't stop all day. This position is a draw. I'll apologize if
it
was wrong about that.
Yeah.
Well, what happened though? He managed to keep some pieces on the board.
Karyakin chose to keep the rooks on the board, which
strange.
Is very odd.
Yeah. It shouldn't spoil anything, but it makes sure he's gonna at least suffer for another 2,000 moves.
Mm-hmm.
He spotted this nice little trick. Okay, Levon's just gonna go here, and the saga continues.
I wonder if Karyakin would take on e4.
With the bishop?
It sounds extremely strange, but rook to c2 then? Is this also not a draw?
Probably it is if you get the h pawn.
I have the feeling all these positions are objectively a draw.
No, I agree. Still sounds like a tough decision to make. But yeah, if you get the h pawn, I'm reasonably positive it's a draw. So can I keep it? h3.
Yeah, just rook to h2, for example. And I will wait king h7.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, rook c2 or something like that.
You just want to do nothing, and when king comes over, you counterattack. Yeah, should be a draw.
Should also be a draw.
Yeah. A lot of drawing margins in chess, as we see on display in all our games today, where it looked, well, like they could all go either way, and they're all hard fights, but looks like we're going to have 3 draws.
Mm-hmm.
Because Svidler now has the Gustafsson defensive setup, which...
It's tough to break.
It's very tough to break.
He does go for rook f6, which is a little bit of a surprise to me.
Doesn't matter though.
It doesn't really matter, no.
Here, and this, now you have, if this rook leaves the g file, you have this rook f5 counterplay. I also can give this check.
I'm trying to find some sort of an attempt here for white, but it's very hard to come up with something.
That's nothing. Also, I can take here if I want to, right?
Yeah, that should be there as well. Yeah. No, also Fabiano is not going to be able to get a win out of this. So that means that we're going to see Karyakin in a very good spot tomorrow, most likely. Yeah. Everything goes according to plan.
If he holds, because I feel like even though his position is a draw as well, he's still the most likely to lose. Because there's... he's a piece down and there's still some stuff going on.
Yeah, I must say I'm a little bit surprised about not changing rooks.
Yeah, if he decides he can never do that, it might change things a little bit. Because
Yeah.
once white can work with like pretend trading rook's threats, then it's gonna be harder to defend.
Yeah.
But maybe he's also just
If he
messing
goes
around.
rook a8 here, then well, I don't think he's messing around this time. Like
No, I don't mean that. But
Yeah.
maybe he thinks, okay, I can exchange rooks whenever. I don't need to.
yeah,
just yet.
no, but honestly, both of these games have very very high draw tendency.
Yeah. So what else can we tell you? No, I think it is time to first of all check the Twitter hashtag C24Live, which has been so much drama today. We haven't done a lot of Twitter checking and interacting. People are making fun of Anish. Yeah, I don't think he deserves any of it today. Anyway, throughout the tournament, I think the one day he deserved to be made fun of was his white game against Vichy. Like the
That
bishop
absolute-
takes f6, that one I thought was very odd.
It
Everything
will-
else is sort of normal high-level chess, really.
I agree. That game with Vichy was really what put things a little bit out of perspective. But overall, he's been trying to fight. He's not trying to make draws per se, but he's just not being able to finish off the good position once again.
Yeah,
Today
but
he's
also
done
a chess
everything he
weakness,
could.
which
Yeah.
I don't know. I think people confuse a weakness in chess and they make
Yeah.
it sort of into character assassination, right? Like it's
Yeah.
not like today he didn't have the character to win the game.
Today
really
he went
tried.
for a very risky sacrifice, which I don't think was 100% correct. So, you know, it's not that easy to get Vichy out of his comfort zone with white and.
Remember Vichy's score
Yeah.
with white before this game? It was like 4 wins, 2 draws, 0
Mhm.
losses. So
Yeah.
no, the kid can play chess. And yeah, chess24.com points out the most wins tiebreaker is not working in Giri's favor, which is fair. Yeah, it's mainly Giri jokes. Come on, guys, tell us something interesting. Vichy's lost the threat. Yeah, Nakamura won. Not that much going on in the Twitter hashtag. So that means I believe we have to get to the discussion I have to have with every new or old co-host. It's a very important topic. If you were stuck on a desert island with one of the participants, which one would you choose?
Well, I think I would go with Anish. I like to boss
Really?
him around a little bit, and he will follow my orders. I'm not sure about the other guys, so
Okay, that's an easy choice. If you also in your case, yeah, you have one clear pal out there.
yeah.
But you also want to maximize your survival chances. And okay, I don't want to imply
that's
this has to happen,
But
but
that's also an important question there, because maybe Anish is not gonna like find the food, but he's also not gonna require a lot of food once we find it. So it's all relative.
that is an important point.
Yeah.
But you could also take it further and say he's not going to be a lot of food if there's no other food.
That's
saying,
also a
just saying.
fair statement. Yeah.
No, let's not go there. But yeah, you would go with Anish because you're friendly with him and you feel like you would be a good team.
Yeah.
Like I'd never go with Svidler, who's probably my best friend in the field, because I feel like he'd be too neurotic and he wouldn't maximize my survival chances.
Okay, so would you choose? Who would you choose then, Fabi?
We had this discussion the other day. Actually, I went with Fabi, yeah, which I'm
Okay.
not sure is a good choice. 'cause-
Fabi would be my second choice
Yeah.
for similar reasons as Anish. I get along well with him, and also I think he doesn't require, like, given the fact that there will be some food to be found on the island, he's not going to eat most of it. I hope.
That's interesting thinking, because I was more thinking like I need a strong, resilient guy who can like build rafts and go hunting. and
Yeah,
stuff
but
like that.
I don't think that I'm gonna
But you
sit.
don't want a big eater, yeah, that's a good
Yeah.
point. Then again, with Fabi, the problem is I'm not sure if he's ever lived by himself, and you want some guy with like who's had to survive by himself for a little bit, even if it was in his own flat, right? So it's a very tricky decision. I think Topalov might be an interesting choice. He strikes me as having some hunting skills, some experience as a survivor. But also the way he's given up in this tournament, like I'm not sure.
I'm not
Desert
sure about the
Island.
character right now. Yeah, he might give up at some point.
Yeah, Fabio, you know he's gonna keep chipping
keep-
away, right? He's not
Keep
gonna.
at it. Yeah, he's gonna keep at it.
Bad position, but he's gonna keep defending, gonna keep posing problems, gonna keep fishing fish.
Yeah,
He also has small hands, I think, which is helpful for catching the fish.
is that true?
I think so, because if you have a big hand, they're just gonna slip through.
Huh. I've never thought about that one. Well,
Anyway.
I think my pick
Anish
is
it
still
is.
Anish because he's just not gonna require. I'm not gonna give him a lot of food, and he's gonna survive. So
Okay, you probably have more of a trust relationship with me. Anish, I think, is a bit of a mean streak. I think he would leave me behind if he had the chance.
really,
Wouldn't blame him, but Fabiano, I feel like he would save me. Anish, not so sure.
but I don't really feel like I would be the one that has to be safe to begin with, Jan.
Yeah, Luke criticized the same thing, that I'm too worried about, like, why do I think everyone's gonna leave me behind, right? It's more.
Yeah. You have to be from a position from strength in
That's
the
probably true.
in the jungle, you know.
Yeah. Anish. I don't know. Like, I think you just want to be king of your island and you just want to boss him around and say, go there, Anish, I'm stronger than you, like, do something. Well, I'm thinking more of, like, I really need some help out there.
Okay, well,
Anyway.
Karyakin has actually played rook to a8, and he is going to exchange rooks and hold on. Yeah, I guess that what...
Has he played rook yet? Not yet.
No, he has not played
Ah.
rook a8, sorry. I thought he did.
Yeah.
I take that back.
That's just... It's just too drawn. Nothing Levon can do. He's also going to be very miserable right now because... Well, first of all, as in every candidates tournament, he was in the lead at some point, had a good start, played some good chess. Well, now, if he doesn't win this game, it's... I'm bad at math, but I guess it's mathematically the end of his hopes
Yep.
to win this one.
But generally, you want to have your faith in your own hands, and if you're not in a position where you can at least still get to the first place by winning, you're not very happy about your tournament here as being one of the high-rated players, or simply any player here
Yeah.
is not going to be very satisfied with a place somewhere among the 50% lines.
No, I agree. And yeah, today is sort of the... Because everyone except Topalov and to some extent Nakamura was still in it with a shot even today, even though we've said for a couple days they really got to start winning some games. Even today, anybody who is not called Hikaru or Vaseline and wins this game today still has a good shot in the last round to win this tournament. But it was not meant to be for Vichy and Anish. And it looks like, I think Svidler's position is a dead draw.
Whose survival chances do you rate lowest out of the field?
That's another interesting question. With me or like in general?
In general.
I think Vichy would have trouble. I
Yeah.
think Vichy, he's been married for a long time. The one thing is going for him is that he's into astronomy, so if he can like figure out the stars
Is he into
in which
astronomy?
direction
Okay.
to go, that would help. But I think he could be in some trouble and... Oh, I hope he's not watching. I feel Peter could be in some trouble as well.
Peter? I actually
Peter's a
had
big intellectual.
I had a sense that Hikaru would be in big trouble too. I think Hikaru is not used to the survival game.
He's American though. They've all watched like hundreds of episodes of Survivor and all these things. So he
Sure,
might
but-
have some theoretical knowledge.
But they're also the inventors of the whole fast food and stuff. There's no fast food out there in the jungle.
No, you could argue it's all fast food. There's coconuts and sushi. He likes sushi.
Oh, you're imagining
raw fish.
you're imagining an easy going island with coconuts on the trees, but I'm seeing
I don't
a
know.
long beach ahead with nothing out there.
No, I think as a benchmark we should use this island from Lost. So you don't know. There might be
There might be
wild
some
tribes,
resources.
There might be some coconuts. There might be the others. There might be a monster. Least likely. I think Levon, by the way, is also a pretty good choice. First of all, I get along well with Levon, even though he would make fun of me all the time. But he travels a lot to exotic countries. And I feel like he's a witty guy. Like, he's well educated in many walks of life. The only thing is, since he's also an intellectual, I feel like he might become miserable too quickly. So you kind of want
Once again,
Fabiano.
actually, the more I think about it, the more likely I would choose Fabiano at the end of the day.
I think Fabi is the way to go.
Fabi is in the best shape out of all of them, and that's probably the most important at the end of it.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's physically the strongest, but he's been working out a lot, so he's also, he's pretty strong. I'm sure he's very resilient. Yeah. I think he's very stable. Actually, it's pretty much the same discussion as like who's most likely to win the candidates tournament. Like,
Not too different, not too different. Although I feel like Hikaru's chances at the start of it all were a little higher than surviving on the island. I think Hikaru is not a very good candidate to take with you to the island. In all respect.
no, so yeah, it depends on the chemistry. But if you have like Hikaru and Chris Littlejohn who are used to each other, I'm sure they could split up the tasks perfectly. I don't know.
Surely, yeah, they would come up with some good survival plans. But
So you're also not a believer in Topalov.
no. I think Vesely, no. I'm I'm inclined to take one of the younger guys
Yeah.
for the quest of survival.
Also, they have a bigger lust for life the younger they are.
Yeah.
Kayaking could also be good.
Yeah, he would be the last one on my list though from the young guys. I feel like Karyakin is
He also doesn't get nervous, and yeah, I think he's in decent physical shape. I feel he could be a little clumsy, maybe, like when
I
it comes
think
to climbing those trees. You want Fabi there.
Yeah, Fabi needs to be there. Maybe even, I don't know about Anish's climbing game. I feel that Anish could shake some of the coconuts.
You really just want to sit there with a cocktail, which Anish prepared for you, and climb that tree, and catch that fish, build a raft. Like, that's yeah. It's not your mutiny on the Bounty Island.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Karyakin has actually exchanged the rooks, and I think that made his task even a bit more easy than with the rooks on.
Yeah, I think this is just a draw now. Without the rooks, there's really very little margin, because this pawn, whenever your pieces go do something, you just pick up this pawn, and if this pawn is exchanged for this pawn, this is pretty dead. No, the game's going to continue a bit. Levon's probably going to go h4 to fix this stuff. But it looks like the only way Kayakin could get in trouble is if he goes g6, exchanges.
Would you rather take Magnus or Fabiano?
That's an interesting question. With Magnus, once again, these are my complexes, but I'm almost positive he would leave me behind given the chance. Well, with Fabiano, I feel like there's a pretty decent chance.
You have
Magnus,
you have the feeling that Fabiano is a very, like, how should I put it, principled person who's not going to leave his pal behind, yeah?
Yeah, I think he has this marine coat or whatever, something probably implemented.
Right.
Magnus probably physically stronger, and he's such a competitor, like he would consider it like a game against death that he really wants to crush. So I think he'd be a decent choice. Because then again, he's a little lazy.
He is a little lazy. Like, I would not pick Magnus because at some point I will tell the other person to do stuff, and Magnus is not going to do it. And
Magnus would not listen to you.
We will just sit there, see who can survive the longest without food, and then we'll both be like, "Crap, we have to start hunting." So Fabi and Anish are still my top picks. I think Magnus and I wouldn't get along very well.
Right. Also with Fabi and Anish, I'm not sure. I'm not in great shape, but you feel like when it comes down to fight for death, which hopefully it doesn't, you feel like you have a chance. Well, I think like Magnus is stronger than me, so if he decides to eat me, like I wouldn't like it. Fabi's probably stronger than me too. I don't know. Enough talked about cannibalism for now. We're gonna revisit that topic, and we're gonna check out the games still ongoing. But there's not that much going on. Fabiano's position against Peter Svidler is pretty much a draw. Levon Aronian's position against Sergei Karyakin is as well. There's a fair point being brought up that Norwegians are very outdoorsy. So Magnus here, I'm sure he has a lot of experience in the woods.
Sure, but we are talking tropical climate, though. It's a different,
still outdoors.
different ballgame.
Well, Fabi, I'm not sure if he spent that much time outdoors.
Well, Fabi definitely doesn't spend a whole lot of time outdoors, I don't think. Magnus a little more. Yeah, maybe Magnus has that. But once again, it's more Magnus' character that's going to be hard to handle. Like, he's going to tell you to do stuff, and you're going to have to obey.
He's going to get upset at you for screwing stuff up.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's tricky. One could also rephrase the question if, like, I don't wish this on anybody, but just saying, there is a plane of the candidates. They all go together after the tournament. For some reason, it's flight Moscow-Paris, and it's flying over the Caribbean and it crashes on some deserted islands.
Moscow, Paris is flying over the Caribbean. Okay.
Not the quickest route.
Uh-huh.
Who do you think is most likely to
survive?
Like if it's the 8 of them on that island. We're not there.
Well, are they all gonna cooperate? That's the question.
I don't know. It's like the prisoner's dilemma.
Like, are the Americans and the Russians gonna stick together? Is that a thing?
I don't think they are. That's gonna be an issue.
No, I don't think so either. No, once again, Fabiano, I think he is the most likely to hold his own. And yeah.
Could be though that Fabiano I think is excellent if it's just you and him, because it could be that the others team up against Fabiano. Right. He's not gonna see through it because he's
the group dynamic is gonna hurt him.
Yeah, it's like the nice guys always get kicked out immediately on these Survivor.
Yeah, I feel
TV
that
shows.
Anish could definitely partake in some very dirty politics when it comes to group efforts there. Like
But he could also like make everybody team up against him immediately by just trash talking everyone on day one. It's very tricky.
That's true. I feel Vichy would definitely survive out of respect from the other participants. I feel like whoever's gonna take the lead over there, he's probably gonna make sure Vichy's gonna remain
I agree. Vichy would be like the Switzerland of that island, and he would take care of him. Another interesting dynamic could, of course, be Topalov and Kramnik alone on that island.
Yeah, that's a pity that those guys are not both in the tournament there, because that would definitely split up the group in 2 parts.
I don't know. I feel we need that TV show. There must be some market for it. We have all kinds of reality shows. Why not have like 8 super grandmasters on an island?
Mm-hmm.
In Germany, we have this jungle camp show. There's a Survivor show.
And in Holland we have a exactly like deserted island with a few celebrities hanging out there.
Golden Cope or whatever.
I don't know. Ours is called Team Robinson or
that's
Robinson Island, something like that.
Let's make it happen. I'm not sure we have the budget at Chess24 to organize such a thing yet, but we'll take into consideration. Okay, let's go there. Why not? Another show concept I've been thinking about for a long time is a concept called Farmageddon, where man has to fight in different rounds against animals for survival. And it starts with an easy animal and then it gets trickier. Which player, saying they have like 5 years to train for it, what do you think has the biggest chance in my Farmageddon show? Take into account some of them, like Vichy and I think Levon, are vegetarians, so they...
Oh, no, I wasn't going to go with either of them. I feel like maybe if you give them a long time to train for this, Hikaru could go back to his roots and pick up some very great like Japanese fighting methods, and his chances would suddenly be a lot higher. So I would go with Hikaru this time, but given that he's very disciplined and he's picking up some new fighting techniques.
Yeah, I like that choice. I think that's a pretty good choice. But once again, Fabi with 5 years to train. He's young. He's always a good choice.
Yeah, Fabi is a very solid choice as well. This 5 years is a lot. You can get into any shape you want in 5 years. Yeah. But I'm glad that you're thinking about new TV shows, cage fights between animals and human beings.
Yeah, I thought we'd start it in Japan and then see if it
picks up.
Yeah. Picks up. Yeah. Caruana Svidler is going to be draw. Aronian Kayakin is going to be draw. Is there any tricks? Nah. What did we do earlier? You sort of got your king till here and then it had to be stopped.
Yeah, but it was a bit of a dream scenario, I think.
Also, I was being kind of cooperative, I think.
Oh, hold on a second. I'm going to try and say something. No, I actually wanted to try and bring my king to h5. If that makes any sense.
You want a self-mate?
Yeah, I'm not sure how I'm going to go about this. King h4. King takes h5. Well, I mean, I'm just exchanging too many pawns, am I not?
Well, I can't take it.
That's true. Well, you played it a little bit clumsy. You could.
No, I just wanted to show the self-made. That's why I went here. But yeah, even this apparently is still a draw, but I should not have allowed that. Of course, I can start with this, let's say. And you have to go here, I guess. Actually, this knight is kind of nastily placed here, dominating the king. But still, what do you want?
Not much. Not much to hope for, Jan.
There is nothing. Nothing you can do about it. Nah. Let's check Twitter. There's a question Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, if anyone has some live questions, most likely not for me, but more for Jan, or things that we should definitely discuss before these guys are most likely gonna agree to a draw or come up with some crazy risky approaches, then tweet at C24 live and we'll get to your questions.
Absolutely. Let's see what's going on. There's a question if Vichy can still win if he wins in the last round. I'm not smart enough to figure that out, but...
I was thinking about this. He actually has a 1 versus 1 record against Karyakin. First lost to him with black, but then took back his...
He's winning the tiebreaker
score,
of most decisive games. He's actually had 7 decisive games, so most wins is always in his favor. Let's say he wins against Svidler, then he needs... He doesn't need that much, actually, does he?
No, but
he needs
loses,
a draw and Kayak Caruana. What's going on there?
But he loses to Caruana in the 1-on-1 tiebreak because he lost to him.
But how is it if there's 3 guys tight?
That's exactly
what
the
I don't
question.
understand.
I'm not sure about how it works. Perhaps someone knows the exact rules, but it sounds strange to me if Vichy wins, even though he loses to Caruana head-to-head.
I would guess so, but yeah, I thought this head-to-head only applies if there's 2 guys tight, so I really don't understand how it is with 3 guys, and could be that then the tiebreaker is just number of wins.
Well, then Vichy's going to beat anyone.
Very much in it.
Yeah, Vichy has a huge amount of wins.
So yeah, he would have to win. He would need this game to end in a draw. Both not impossible, even though he's not a favorite to beat Svidler with black, of course. But yeah, I'm sure someone's gonna know this better. If you actually know this and have looked it up, please keep us posted. If Vichy wins last round and Kayak Caruana ends in a draw, who wins the tournament? Oof, we have to do a lot of math tomorrow, but not that much as if, let's say, Svidler had won against Fabiano, Aronia had won against Kayakin, and then it would have been head explosion.
Actually, hold on a second, Jan. Does Anand have more wins than Nakamura if he wins tomorrow?
Nakamura has 3 wins so far, while Anand has 4,
Okay.
Nakamura can't catch them, right?
No, if Vichy draws tomorrow but actually no, it's not even possible because Karyakin and Caruana are going to have to divide a point among each other, so...
Yeah. The scores here aren't right. Vichy has 7 now, and these guys are going to have 7.5. Well, Nakamura has 6.5. So yeah, Nakamura can't get there.
Well, speaking of Jan, I want to talk a little bit about that match that's upcoming. Most likely, we'll keep track of the games, but imagine you are in Fabi's position, and I'm not talking about the Lonely Island where you would have to choose from Fabiano's perspective. That's a whole different thing, but you have to win against Karyakin in the last round as black. Let's say that Karyakin will play e4. What kind of opening are you going to go for?
I believe at this level, c5 is normally the go-to choice. At a slightly lower level, people often play like 1g6 or something, but it feels very hard to get a good position against a solid guy. So I would go c5, knight f3, d6, and see what happens. Because the knight off, it's not so easy to be super solid. And of course there's lines like bishop b5 check, knight d7, which are at least a little unbalanced if white is playing for a draw. d4 cd, queen d4 is what Svidler did against Karjakin, not very successfully. There you also have a board full of pieces after a6. So I believe you're supposed to play c5 d6 or c5 e6.
Is Fabiano actually playing the Najdorf as black? I'm not even sure about this. I know he
No,
played
he
the
always
Khan a lot in his
loses.
career.
He always loses to the Najdorf, so he has a lot of
Exactly.
experience. And I'm sure he's played it once or twice, but he's not been a regular.
No,
But it doesn't matter in such a situation. All these guys have looked at the Najdorf so
Sure.
much they can play it.
sure.
And also, yeah, you can go for the Khan. The problem with, yeah, like let's say stuff like this is you might just get hit with the theory hammer, and here it's gonna be
Yeah.
quite tricky to create like winning chances, I think.
Yeah, someone actually mentions Paul Cooksey is tweeting to us asking, will he play the Khan? I doubt it. Actually, Vichy played the Khan in his match against Magnus, and after c4, I was looking at it a little bit theoretically, just looking if black actually has a nice way to play for a win, and it seems all very risk-free here, unless you're willing to go for a hedgehog, which sounds a little bit extreme.
You can always get a hedgehog, but the problem with the hedgehog is also hedgehog is a great counter opening.
Yeah, but if
But
there's
if
not
white
gonna
just
be...
does nothing, then
Yeah.
good luck creating chances, like in whatever. It doesn't really matter, but you can get a position like this in a myriad of different ways. It's very, very hard to create winning chances here if white just plays all the normal moves. I don't even know what the normal moves are, but whatever.
Definitely a situation which, if I was in Fabiano's team, would cause me quite a headache. If he really ends up having to play for a win as black, that's one of those like well-known, very tough spots to be in, and I'm not sure what I would do. Like you need some sort of decent opening against everything that Karjakin plays, but just playing one g6 and saying, "Oh, this is gonna be great," it's not gonna cut it. It's not against a guy like Karjakin.
No, you can also, I think it depends a little bit on the opponent. Sometimes you can play mind games and you play whatever the Caro can, which is not supposed to have the most aggressive reputation. But if your opponent's trying to choose a solid line that is not his repertoire, like sometimes he can overdo it as well if he goes into his own head.
Yeah.
Or the French, like stuff like this. And yeah, your opponent plays a French. Do you really want to take on d5 and try to do
No,
this?
no,
Like
no.
normally not, but then you're opening yourself up a bit.
That's true. Although after knight d2, it's always hard to find a way for black to really.
Yeah, of course.
There's
Well,
but
play h6.
speaking of, actually, I would probably go for the French. At least being able to play the French as black personally, I guess it's one of the openings where it's not so easy to kill the play, and people are very reluctant to go e takes d5. So it would grant you some sort of position, but I mean, objectively, there is no real way for black, of course, to imbalance. Bring an imbalance into the position and get a decent position out of it in this level.
No, there's no good answer.
Yeah.
We see normally in the World Cup if white wins, if black wins the first game, there is no coming back. Like
No.
Karjakin did it, but that had a lot to do with tiredness and nerves. And it happens very, very rarely because it's hard to win against a world-class player that plays e4, no theory, and it's fine with a draw.
I remember one instance of Peter Liko actually having to win with black on demand versus
Didn't go so well.
Samuel
Shankland.
Shankland. Went for the Benoni and got such a horrendous position very quickly that he ended up just offering a draw. So one thing is that you also shouldn't take it too far, play something out of your comfort zone entirely, because that's just going to land you in a bad position and feeling uncomfortable. So it's you have to find a balance.
Yeah, no, we've had the situation many a time, like in the last game, for example. Anand against Kramnik. Kramnik needed to win. He chose the Najdorf, and Anand decided to say, you know what, show me the money. I'll play bishop g5, and there's lots of sharp lines which I know, and force draws there. So for both sides, it's a very tricky situation to approach. But I have a feeling at the highest level, the Najdorf is currently the favorite in these scenarios.
Yeah. Well, who knows? A Taimanov could be a nice surprise weapon too, being a Taimanov fan. But the Najdorf is surely by far the most popular Sicilian, obviously.
Yeah.
And Grant's a lot more played than, for example, another Sicilian, which is of course very solid, like a Sveshnikov or something. There, actually, if white doesn't want to, he's not gonna risk much. But the Najdorf is very, very annoying to play against when you want to kill the play.
Yeah, of course there's solid systems, but even there's a lot of play. Let's say bishop e2, e6, you can't just make a draw. The structure is so imbalanced already.
absolutely.
And of course you can go bishop b5 check, but after knight d7 it's also, well, as far as I know at least, not so easy to force your way home.
Definitely not so easy.
So we'll see how it goes. Also very unclear to me if white actually wants to go 1 e4. Normally people go 1 e4 needing a draw, especially Kayakin, because he's a natural e4 player.
Exactly,
so
that's why I was sort of putting that, that scenario in mind. Karyakin has been playing a lot of other stuff here, like against Vichy, he went for some very funky knight f3, c4, e3, b3 stuff. He's been getting quite creative, but I do think he would go e4 if he wants to feel most safe with his opening play.
Yeah. I agree, e4 is a favorite, but of course it goes for any first move. After d4, yeah, I think the favorites are King's Indian or some goofy King's Indian, or some lines with early c5, be it the Benoni. And knight f3, knowing from experience, also a pretty solid move if white wants to play for a draw.
Yeah.
At least you can play the Dutch or something. Like against e4, it's harder to get a half playable sharp position.
No, e4 does not really allow... it doesn't really allow many openings in which you can sort of play a risky variation and maybe not know it all. A lot of the openings are just very forced in a character. Like even the King's Indian, there are some lines there that you can sort of play without having to know all the details, just because it's so risky from both sides. In the e4 openings, it's hard to find something similar to a King's Indian, or even a Dutch for that matter.
I agree. We have some action on the board, so let's go back there for a moment. Maybe I find the right cartoon, else we can't do it. So these pawns have been exchanged. I'm not sure if Peter had to do that. I'm not sure I like it.
I'm not even sure what's happening here. Is he not losing the pawn on a6?
Yeah, hang on. So after rook g5 he took, which must mean he's calculated something till the end. Cause I don't like this decision, because there's absolutely nothing white can do if you just wait.
Oh, what is his point after rook takes g6, rook f3
He's
check?
given a check.
King to
c4, he wants to give another check.
Yeah, no, you have to go back to c2 probably.
King c2, and he's seen something. Maybe it's, probably it's this. And
he's actually going for the rook bishop versus rook here after c5.
Is he?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he is, because king e7, rook g6, for example, looks like the only way to get out of it.
That's a bad decision. Like he's supposed to hold it, but so rook f2. Here you really don't have to do anything.
No. How is your experience with rook bishop versus rook?
I've had it, I believe, twice with the bishop, and I drew both times, so not impressive.
Okay, I had it once on the good side of it. One time I lost it when I still had some pawns on the board, but it made it a little bit more complicated. A long time ago I lost it to Maria Muzichuk. And the last couple of times I drew it, I think I had it like 4 or 5 times. But I'm always getting into the 7th rank defense.
Yeah, that's the one I know better. I also know this other drawn position, but there I could get confused. But with the 7th rank defense, and it's hard to go wrong.
Yeah,
like it can happen. We've seen stuff happen, like Bruzon against Kramnik and so on. But in general, it's pretty easy.
Yeah.
And we're gonna get to it. Should we get there? We'll explain you everything.
I'm pretty sure we're gonna see it, Jan. I actually don't see a way around it for black here.
I'm very, very surprised.
It's
Svidler calculated to go for that.
This is a very, very strange choice by Peter. I mean, he must be very comfortable making a draw there, but as far as I know, no one is ever really waiting to make a draw with rook bishop versus rook. It's like one of those endings that you know it's a draw, but you always have to watch out and be careful. Like one of the few endgames which is theoretically drawn that I think almost any grandmaster still finds unpleasant to defend.
Yeah, definitely. No, you don't want to go there unless it's totally needed, and here it's really zero way to make progress. I don't understand it at all. Very odd decision by Peter. Could be some simple reasons, like he missed king c2 or the plan to give checks forever. And I don't know, something has escaped his attention. Like one of those lines.
He's currently, it looks like he's thinking after king c2. I mean, he might be kicking himself a little bit right now. But okay, we'll get to the ending, and we'll have some time to explain the 7th rank defense on my part, because much more than that I'm not very comfortable explaining without having looked through the theory again.
This is very strange, because I know Peter, he's not gonna be thrilled to defend this against Fabi for 50 moves, and he must have miscalculated something. This is also a critical moment for him. He has to accept that he has to go for it if you're right, and I can't see why not. And that there is nothing else to do, because else you could,
This
I don't
just
know,
leaves
just
the white king to a4, where it's
give a
exactly...
couple checks and now start thinking and resign more or less.
Yeah, no, you can't leave it with 2 pawns over there.
So yeah, this is a very, very odd decision. I might have said it like 15 times already, but just do nothing. Like, what are you afraid of? Like, I just don't see it.
No idea.
I mean, sometimes it makes sense to force a draw, but it's also, you can't talk yourself into it if there's really no need, because it was white to have to do something here.
Actually, it looks like Levon has come up with some funny construction here in which he trapped Karyakin's bishop, and he's sort of... No, he's actually not forcing him anything. I was thinking his plan might be bishop to a1, king to b2, knight to a3, but as we mentioned before, pawn f5 is just hanging, and that's just still a total draw. So he's kind of messing around with some ideas here, but it's not leading to anything really. No. So this is still a dead draw.
Yeah, nothing's gonna happen. Let's take one more draw, one more break. One more draw as well, probably 2 more draws. But now that Peter's allowed this, I have a feeling we're gonna be here for a while talking about the ins and out of Rook Bishop versus Rook, which I do not think was Mr. Svidler's intention. And also, even though it might only be a 20% chance, gives Caruana winning chances again.
Yep.
See you guys in a couple minutes.
See you soon.
Welcome back, boys and girls. We are still here, still 2 games ongoing, both should end in draws, but especially Peter Svidler has made his life much harder than we thought it should have been. What do you think, Robin?
I'm always very excited to see Rook and Bishop when I sit next to you, Gusti, because I know that this is your niche, this is what the people are waiting for, and you're about to explain us all the ins and outs of this beautiful endgame over here.
Actually, yeah, they got to his Rook and Bishop, which, as we've mentioned before, I didn't understand at all. Just do nothing, and
in all seriousness, I find it a very strange choice by Svidler. He could have gone for something like this, but just bring the king to c8 first, or just doing something a little bit more clever. Of course, Rook and Bishop is not anything serious on this level, but it is one of the few endgames that grandmasters do lose once in a while, which is, of course, drawn. And also here, this was an odd moment. I must say, we skipped past it now, but king b7 over here seems like the given move, and I still don't exactly understand why it was not played.
Yeah, also I'm not sure if the move order is right, because this looks like it's taking the pawn.
So this might be just a little transmission mistake or something, but bring it back to the original position we have now. Well,
I'm confused by his first move here already, frankly. I would go Rook c7, because all I know is the second rank defense. But he's played Rook c6.
Okay.
And after Bishop d6, at least we can't put the rook here so easily. Of course, you can switch to the b file and still go for the second rank defense, but once the pieces aren't all in their place, it's always a little trickier.
Yeah. Well, I know 2 ways of defending. One that I've never used, and of course the 7th rank defense, which I pretty much use every time I get this. It depends a little bit on how Peter is going to put his pieces now, but basically the position you don't want to get to is like the official way, old official way to make a draw.
Pin the bishop from far behind. Yeah, that's
really far behind.
Tricky.
But there is another. Okay, first of all, the 7th rank defense. Let's put it on the board for the people who don't know.
Let's find a way to get there without blundering all our pieces. Something like this. Yeah. Here.
Let's say we make a silly move here.
The big point is whenever such a scenario arises, which looks very dangerous, you have this move. Here will be especially powerful because you immediately force it. Okay, let's make it slightly less silly. Let's say we go here. How do you get this realistically?
Yeah, something I now like the bishop could move. We move the rook and the king comes in, and it looks like we're about to get into a lost position. Of course, a passive defense does not hold up against this. Now the rook will shift to the other side, and you're losing. So you need to have this resource of rook b6 check. But it's holding, and this is actually the most famous way, I would say, to hold the draw here. And you can absolutely let white, let your king move from one side to the other. It's pretty much very hard for the side with the bishop to get the defending side out of this defense.
Yeah, some weird Zugzwang position where you can make him shift like to the 8th rank instead of the A file and so on. But even that is very hard to accomplish once you're there.
Yeah, and well, I've seen the Zugzwang positions once or twice before, but I think it's very hard actually to get into. Recently, there was the game of Magnus against Ding Liren, I believe. I'm not sure if it was knight and rook or bishop and rook.
It was knight and rook, right?
Okay, well, knight and rook is even more trivial than the bishop and rook, but it's very hard to get out of that defense. The one other case, but it's kind of hard to display here, is basically the original defense, but one row moved up. I'm not sure how I would even show the people. We might see Svidler use it, but basically it's kind of a hybrid version of the original way to defend this. But I'm expecting Peter to just go for the easy way. And
he's played king c8, and now I believe it's high time to switch to this stuff. The point is, even if it looks a little clumsy like here, you can always get away with this if your rook and king are next to each other, because after a check, just go here and you go back, and there's no way for white to really make any progress. While if king c6, the idea we've already shown on the 8th rank. I once had a discussion with, I believe it was Svidler, who said it would be much easier to stand on whatever side of the board you're defending. Like if you're defending along the A file, you should be able to stand on the left side of the board and not have to sit there because it's confusing.
It's a little bit confusing. That's one of the few things that you can try. bring basically the king to the side of the board when it can get a little bit more annoying to use his defense. But overall, of course, it's technicality. Like
Still the same
principle is
position,
the
but
same.
like visually it's a little different. And yeah, I'm still confused he went for this, but if he goes rook b6 now, I don't think he's going to lose. Still, you gotta always handle with great care, because it's hard to explore like all possibilities here, and there's some positions that can get a little tricky. Quite normally, I don't know, try something weird like rook h8 and is asking you to give up this defense. The good thing is you can't go wrong as long as you keep your rook here, pretty much. So it's very hard to break it.
And as soon as white makes a waiting move now, your next move will be rook to c7. And once again, there's always a square for the rook to make sure you keep this formation going.
Yeah, king c7 or rook c7. Hard to mess up here.
Yeah.
He's played rook b6 as you should. And yeah, anything but a draw would still be a great surprise. Now you go rook b7. But you gotta earn it. And as for Fabi, yeah, he's gonna keep playing. He should keep playing for 50 moves. Stakes are too high.
He will make his 50 moves, but if he gets Svidler out of this defense, and I still don't, I wouldn't know exactly how to. It's a very complicated process if it's possible at all. Then he has a bit more of a chance. But honestly, I mean, you know Peter better than I do, but I imagine that Peter actually knows all the ways to defend this position, given his experience. I'm sure it's not the first time he has this endgame.
No, I'm pretty sure. I think we might have talked about this on air when we were commentating. I'm pretty sure he's very familiar with this second rank defense. And I think he knows these other positions too, but there, as we've mentioned, it's a lot less intuitive, the process.
Yeah.
The good thing about the second rank defense is you don't have to remember a sequence of like 8 accurate moves. You just have to know the principles, and they're not that hard.
So
Sorry, go ahead.
Let's have a brief look at the Aronian game, but not too much has happened here either. Aronian has put his king back to f4, but still the major problem for white is the pawn on f5 that has given him some play when the rooks were still on the board, but now it's kind of a permanent target for black in his defense of this position, and black is just way too solid over here to really be in danger of losing this position.
It's just a draw. You need both the knight and the king in order to pick up the a2 pawn, and then black picks up the f5 pawn. So yeah, there's absolutely nothing to do. And yeah, Levon, it's his last draw as well, so I'm not surprised he tries till the end. But in this position, I wouldn't be surprised if they agree to draw quickly, because there's just no way out. So how do we pass the time? No, let's not go here. Let's look at tomorrow's pairings. Once again, there is Svidler versus Vichy. Vichy, with a win, can still catch the leaders. I haven't figured out yet who has a better tiebreak in case of a draw. But both Vichy and Fabiano are very likely in a situation where they have to play for a win with black.
Well, I think there's still a relatively interesting round ahead. Of course, Kayak and Caruana is the game of the round, and it's going to be a lot of pressure on Fabiano, given that those two games that are still going on are going to end in a draw. But if I look at the pairing, something like Nakamura against Aronian, I don't really see why either of these guys would not be motivated to fight for a good finish of this tournament. I think especially Hikaru, given his last couple of games went pretty well, is going to be looking to finish off in style and get to +1, is that right?
And I'm very busy with my visual effects over here.
I believe back to +1.
Hikaru could actually end the tournament on a plus, which sounds insane, but he's made a big comeback.
I would be very impressed if he does manage to do so. He's beaten Aronian before. Levon, of course, also doesn't want to end at the lower part of the final standings. Anish against Topalov is sort of supposed to be an interesting game, simply because Anish would like to win at least one game, and Topalov should be the target given the tournament situation. And then, of course, there's Vichy with a little bit of a situation against Svidler in which he's supposed to try and win as black, similar to Caruana, which is going to be a very tough job, but still there's a lot to fight for, also for Vichy, who could get to +2.
I agree. No, especially Vichy. Yeah, someone has to figure this out. What happens in case of a draw and a Vichy win? Like, who wins the tournament? Because I still don't know. We need answers. Someone says Caruana should be a winner with 2.5 points from their mini tournament. I'm not sure if that works. Maybe then they take the mini tournament into account. But yeah.
Wouldn't that be very odd, Jan, if basically Caruana would lose if he finishes alone with Karyakin, but if suddenly Anand wins, Fabiano is the winner?
Would also change the dynamics, because Caruana would have to play for a win in case Vichy draws, but then once Vichy is better, he would have to switch to making a draw, so it would all be very weird.
I think it would end up being a little bit too weird.
Yeah. If someone actually understands the rules of chess and the tiebreak situations of this stuff, please inform us, because we're not smart enough. This is the current table with the games still ongoing. Oops. Here it is, where we can see. At the moment they're tied, but both Fabiano and Sergei should add another half point to their score within the hour. Fabiano still with a small chance to add a full point to his score. That would leave Kayakin and Caruana tied. I'm not sure if our table here is smart enough to show the standings in the right order. Maybe it would mean that Fabiano holds the best tiebreaker if they're all equal. I don't know. And Hikaru...
It's a confusing system, that's the thing. But like, once again, Hikaru... Actually, do you think, given that Hikaru is kind of on a positive road back to a plus score now at 50%, and Aronian might be very disappointed after actually several games in which he had his chances, and before that he had a kind of a bad run, losing a few games, but against both, I would say, today and against Caruana in the previous round, he's had his chances, but he hasn't quite been able to use them. I think that he might not be in the best spirits for the last game, so I could see Hikaru perhaps making a last push, which would be a very bad tournament in the end for Levon Aronian.
Yeah, and it would be history repeating itself, because it feels like this has happened every time Levon starts out strong and then collapses in the second half.
Yep.
Sad for all the Levon fans out there. And yeah, I was also, like, doing all this commentary, I'm reasonably impartial. Normally we root a bit for Peter Svidler over here, because of course he's a colleague and a friend. But Levon, just, as a chess historian, would have been nice to see him get to his World Championship match somehow. Yeah. So, yeah, it's sad to see he can never quite make it there. But what are you going to do? You got to qualify, and he hasn't managed. Let's see if there's any big progress so far. But that's also normal. They're probing. The thing for White is he's on the clock here in these endgames, because the 50 moves are coming closer and closer, so you don't have a lot of time to move around and then do something else.
Let's have a quick look what the last capture was. I believe it's move 66, if I'm not mistaken. And then we know exactly that.
12 in, 38 to go. Yeah, he's just trying to ask some questions. At the moment there's no wrong answers. I would just keep my king here for simplicity's sake. And yeah, you can't do this yet, because this is quite strong.
Forcing the draw right away, yep.
But yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with strolling with the king over to this side either. So you can do whatever you like, but you gotta do something. In Levon's game, there is not much to say. Except for, I'm surprised it's still going on, because I don't see a single resource. Then again, I didn't see a single resource in Caruana Svidler either, and
yeah, and still he's got the
change.
The rook and bishop. Interesting. How do you think Karyakin would weigh up in a match versus Magnus? Whereas I think everyone is pretty excited to see Caruana, because he's been beating Magnus quite recently, and of course he's also losing. But Karyakin and Magnus have a much more peaceful record, to my mind, if I'm not mistaken.
Kayakin has hardly ever beaten him, maybe once in a classical game, and he's lost a couple, not that many. There's been a lot of draws between these two guys. My opinion right now is that I believe Magnus would be a bigger favorite against Kayakin than against Caruana, because Kayakin, his skills are sort of well matched with Magnus's skills. Like Kayakin is an amazingly tenacious defender, but Magnus is also an amazing grinder. Like if he has to play for 8 hours, look for the last chance and break through, he more often than not manages. So that sort of neutralizes Kayakin's skill there. I have a feeling Kayakin is a little less dangerous in the opening or in the early middle game to outplay Magnus, which I feel Caruana would be a bigger threat to him. So I would think Magnus is very big favorite against Kayakin. Like, I don't know, it's always hard to give numbers, 75-80% to retain his title, while against Caruana he'd still be a favorite, but
not as much
one.
so, yeah.
But of course, if you qualify, if you win this candidates after winning the World Cup, and then you have a lot of time to prepare, I'm sure Kayakin would have all the resources he needs to prepare as well.
I think
it makes you a better player as well.
I think it must be mentioned that Karyakin would actually basically have the same track record as Boris Gelfand, who was maybe at the time that Vichy was a champion, not the most likely challenger, but also won the World Cup and then won the candidate matches, which were still slightly different format back then, beating Grishuk in the finale, I believe, which is just, in my opinion, that is incredibly impressive. Especially the World Cup is such a tough tournament. If you manage to win both of these tournaments, it does not really matter how you did it. If you ended up with like a equal score to number 2 in the candidates, or if you came back from a miracle defeat against Svidler like Karyakin did in the World Cup, those two events are just, most people don't even come close in their lifetime to win any of them. And if you win both, you more than fully deserve a shot at the title.
Yeah, in a way it's the most grassroots way of qualifying, right? You didn't qualify by a rating, which some people argue you could keep high in the super tournaments or by wild card or by anything. You win the World Cup with 128 players, then you win the candidates against the best of the best.
Yeah.
You've clearly earned it.
Clearly earned it, I agree.
Still, I think, he would have a much smaller chance than Caruana.
Yeah.
And mainly for stylistic reasons, like in a different matchup, this could be different. I don't think ratings are that important. Like at the moment, Kayakin is a little lower rated. But okay, he didn't have a good tournament in Vike and so on. He's normally between 2760 and 2780. So that's, not a big deal. I just feel like Magnus wouldn't be scared. Well, Fabi has some punch. Or some more punch.
The interesting thing that I'm thinking about is I'm a bit surprised about also Karyakin's opening preparation in this tournament. It hasn't been extremely impressive in any way, I would say. It's been decent, but I always have the feeling that Karyakin is perhaps the player with the biggest team, I would say. I know he gets a lot of support from the Russian Federation, as they are, of course, correctly, as we can see now, hoping that he will have a shot at the title. Do you think he would be able to show really, really good preparation, perhaps even on a higher level than Vichy Anand, which was, of course, for the matches quite good? I think that we could say that Vichy probably had the better preparation against both Magnus in both of the matches that they played. I'm wondering if there is a match between Karyakin and Magnus, Karyakin will be able to bring his openings to the next level, adding maybe a few more openings or a few more weapons. I'm not sure.
It's a question how you define that, because I don't think he's ever lacked like depth of analysis in his pet systems. He's just been quite limited for a long time. He's played the Queen's India and then these headshock systems. With White, he's already expanded. He goes E4, D4, C4, but he rarely wins games out of the opening there, unless his opponent helps, like Topalov yesterday. So I'm not sure if he's universal enough a player to, let's say, learn whatever we want to make up the Grunfeld from scratch for a match like that. Or if he's not, if it's not part of his strength that he's been defending these Queen's Indian structures for the last 20 years and he knows his way around there. So I doubt he can just reinvent himself as a player.
Yeah, I feel that Fabiano is a little bit more experimental. Like he does play openings quite a lot, but for example, one of the interesting switches he's made is that he was really a Grunfeld expert for a long time, and then suddenly he went to the Queen's Gambit
Queen's
declined.
Gambit, Slav, yeah, he's been doing all kinds of
Slav,
things.
and very successfully. Like at the time when he won the Singfield Cup and he had the amazing results, he was actually winning a lot of games with the Queen's Gambit declined. So he's a little bit more all round in that sense.
Yeah, also in this tournament, let's not forget, I think it's been a strategy to play as sharply as possible. We've seen him play the Benoni unprovoked,
Yeah.
and not a must-win situation. Just play the Benoni with black against Levon Aronian.
And getting a good position too.
Yeah, arguably. It's still Benoni, so it's terrible, but...
Or Benoni standards.
As for this game, looks like Svidler's trying to switch to the B file now. Not sure if he had to or if he just got bored. Is this one of these Zugzwangy positions? Because here, at least after bishop b6, you should not go rook b7.
Oh, but I believe rook to h7 would be the
H7
normal
is
way.
fine now, right? Yeah.
This is the thing, Jan. I once sat down with Grandmaster Ian Rogers, who, it's from a different generation than we are, and I was playing this endgame for the first time against his student, and I used the 7th rank defense, and I thought at the time that there's no way out of it, and I'm not sure how he did it, but he took him like 5-10 moves, and he got me out of this defense, and I was really making the logical moves, and up till now I still don't know how he did it. You probably also saw some of these Zugzwang
No, I've seen it like
positions.
once or twice, but I couldn't put it on the board
Yeah,
right now.
I couldn't reproduce it. It's very tough, and I'm not even sure that black has to allow it.
I've practiced this endgame against the computer, and the computer never asks any questions, but
Yeah.
that's because he just evaluates every position as a draw, so it doesn't matter to him. But there are some tricky questions to ask. Still, Svidler's now switched to the B file. Wasn't this something close to what Brozon lost to Kramnik? I remember in that game there was some sort of freak rook a1, rook a7, and all of a sudden the black defenses crumbled.
Yeah,
Not sure how you can do it.
I'm not
Let's say
sure how
something
that
like this,
yeah.
this, and I think it's
that's
this. And all of a sudden, it looked like you had the second rank defense, but here you're not in time, and all of a sudden,
Yeah.
this is a massive threat.
Because you're actually switching sides out of nowhere. But of course, rook to b5 would be probably the fatal mistake here. You can just go
Yeah, it's a
rook
mistake
b2.
if you go rook b3 or rook b2.
Mhm.
But sometimes you have this pattern, because it's normally correct to keep the rook and king close together in the second rank defense. So that's what happened to Bruzon, but it's unlikely. Of course, Peter's seen this game, that he falls for the same thing. And even if you get here, this, and trying to give a check is still fine, of course. And it's back to square one.
See, some people are talking about a tiebreaker in case several players finish at the first place, which seems very unlikely to me. That will be the tiebreaker with two finishing at equal score as well.
I honestly don't know. Does anybody know this thing? I'll try to figure it out. It's all too complicated. Yeah, people are saying that the first tiebreak is head-to-head, and therefore Caruana would have the best tiebreaker if they're all equal, because he would have scored 2.5 out of 4 against his opponents.
It just
Maybe
sounds
that's it.
very flawed to me that if you lose head-to-head to your direct opponent and then another guy joins in at the same score, suddenly you are winning the tournament. It just doesn't sound right.
Yeah, the thing is, he
Maybe that's
doesn't
just my
lose
opinion.
head-to-head to Kayakin. He loses because of number of decisive
Okay,
games. Since
okay.
head-to-head is tight, then
Sure.
if Vichy joins in, it's no longer
Still,
tight.
it's a bit of a
still
strange situation.
Also, it would lead to Caruana would have to evaluate. Does he have better chances to beat Kayakin, or does Vichy have better chances to beat Svidler? Because it completely changes the strategy.
But does that mean that Anand still has an incentive to beat Svidler at all?
That's also a good point.
I don't think so, because he's never gonna...
Oh, that's true. Vichy can't win, even if he beats Svidler. Yeah, it's unlikely this
Yeah.
happens. That's a good point. So Caruana would have to try, no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
It's all very confusing. Anyway, what we can say, I believe, unless all of a sudden Levon is winning, which I don't think he is. Still, it's one of these sort of boredom decisions after playing 100 moves, 94. You don't have to do anything, but Kayakin just says, you know what, like,
Just
I'll go
yeah.
for a different draw.
Yeah.
Which I'm sure is a draw, but sometimes these things are dangerous. Like I think Svidler also did it out of sort of boredom. And sometimes after defending for 100 moves, you just feel the need to change the situation to go home. Does this give any winning chances?
I doubt it. I think he's
What
gonna.
does he want? He wants to go back here?
No, I think King D6 wasn't King D6 played.
Oh, okay, same thing. And yeah, if the king goes towards the pawn, you just
King to
go
D5.
towards the f pawn. Yeah.
Well, you can go Bishop D4 and win a tempo, but
Sort
it's
of.
not gonna cut it.
Mess around with swings, but
Mhm.
it's not enough because you need like 100 moves.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say even the best scenario for white, something like this. Still a dead draw.
Yeah.
Actually, white might have to be careful here.
I think white has to be careful.
Okay, the king is close enough, so not really. Yeah, you don't want to get into stuff like this necessarily, because the upside is kind of low for white. So no, this game is still totally drawn. And is Svidler messing around?
Is there any chance that you can get black out of this defense here? Rook to D6. I guess you go King A4.
I guess I can also go Rook B8, right?
Rook to D7.
Oh, that's your point.
But still King A4 would lead to the same
Yeah.
thing. King A4. King
This is
A6
losing.
would be the losing. Yeah.
Found it.
Actually, probably in quite a nice way too. You go Rook to A8, King B4, Rook B8.
Yeah, and Rook B7.
Yeah, this is
Then we managed.
switching sides. Yeah.
And now there's no stalemate defense because it's not stalemate. So yeah, this is the key move. But you gotta be alert.
Yeah, you gotta be a bit careful. Karyakin officially agreed to a draw with Levon Aronian, so Svidler versus Caruana is the last game going.
Yeah, no surprises there. How many moves are we in? 87, so
Still
it's
a lot to
21
go.
moves in, so still a lot of margin for error. And sometimes it also gets important that even if black blunders at some point, that you still have enough moves to checkmate.
Yeah, that's kind of a strange situation.
Bishop d6 is on the board. Yeah, I don't think you can go wrong right here. What do we do? Is this a bad move? I'm trying to find bad moves, but no, this is fine. Check it anywhere. I think whenever possible, I try to keep my rook on this, whatever we call second rank at the moment. I guess this is also fine. Because here, once again, we have the little check. Yeah, not a lot of new things to say, except for that this is very, very tricky to play over the board, because you gotta be very attentive. However, as long as you take your time every move and make sure nothing bad happens, you have a lot of margin here. And I'm being told that according to the arbiter, Kayakin would still win if Caruana and Kayakin draw and Vichy wins, but various other people think that's not correct. So we don't really know. We need
we need confirmation on this.
confirmation from anybody, but maybe just no one out there knows.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think your point is very important, that if Vichy can't win in either scenario, he has very little incentive to play for a win with black. Svidler also doesn't have that much incentive, so tomorrow it could be a situation, I'm not saying it's going to happen, but it wouldn't be out of this world if Svidler Anand was a quick draw and maybe Nakamura Aronian or one of those ends in a reasonably quick draw. I think Anish is going to push against Topalov just, because he wants to break the drawing spell, and also because Topalov has looked so vulnerable in this tournament.
Yeah, very vulnerable. Yeah, well, it's going to be a very tough match for Caruana. I could even see him losing, in fact. I mean...
No, of course, but that's part of the deal. If you push too hard for a win, you can lose. It happened to him in Vaikanze in the last round against Tomaszewski.
Yeah, but to be honest, that was a must-win situation that you're bringing up, in which he played a bad opening and a bad game, actually, and it was not a very impressive attempt.
No, he didn't know the subtleties of the opening he was
Yeah.
playing. That was a big problem.
He played this Reykjavik system, I think, which was not really successful. Okay, this time is a little different. He's got a team behind him, I'm sure, and it's
Sure,
working with one
Lawrence
of the.
Trent is already looking at his files of goofy openings to bamboozle your opponents.
I think Kazimjanov might also open his computer and think about what to do, but surely Lawrence has a few weird openings ready for Fabi to try out.
Even though Lawrence would swear he's not involved in the preparation. We all know that when the going gets tough, the tough get going.
Yeah.
Yeah, Fabi's still trying to confuse the issue a little bit here, but at the moment, little progress. King b6 is fine, and the king can go back to b5 next move if you do nothing. So it's hard to break this defense. What else we got? Let's do a little recap. Levon against Sergei Karyakin ended in the draw. It was poised to be for the last, 100 moves, because that's just not enough material to work with here after he got this d3 pawn. Earlier, we liked Karyakin's openings. Then some of his choices could probably be questioned. Knight a7 was a cute idea, but maybe wasn't ideal. And then later on, after knight d2, okay, this is a human move. The computer wanted this, but I didn't like it. He got into some trouble when he allowed this c6 trick, but then he did Karyakin things, defended well.
He defended very well, I must say, and as we mentioned, this is really his strength. He just played like an absolute machine after he got into trouble, and just like Caruana, actually, those guys are very, very tough to beat. They can get into a lost position. That doesn't mean they're gonna lose the game, and Karyakin showed it once again today.
Yeah, Veselin Topalov just played a very, very bad game, very puzzling on many levels why he chose this line with CD and b4, which is not supposed to be very critical. And yeah, apparently he didn't know it and got into trouble with white. Had some chances to hold later on. But yeah, lost a bad game against Hikaru Nakamura, who's back to 50% after this win. He's feasted on the old guys, Hikaru. He's scored 3.5 out of 4 against Vichy and Veselin, -3 against the rest of the field. But yeah, he's back on 50%. Anish Giri stays on 50% as he has been throughout the tournament. You do the math, how you do that. He played a very interesting game, actually. He went for a very sharp piece sacrifice. Maybe not objectively correct, but asking a lot of practical questions. And yeah, at first we thought he was winning at some point.
But
Now
most
we're no
likely-
longer sure.
Yeah.
Because the key moment was this position after bishop d5, where we were looking at this line, which I thought was winning, because if you manage to get 2 moves here, you are winning. But as you correctly pointed out, knight takes f7 here seems to still hold the draw.
Seems to still be a draw, yeah. Very close, but it does mean that at the end of it, it was probably a draw all along.
No, computer gives -5 here. I'm not sure if I have the wrong position or
maybe
if this is actually winning.
He is making a very strong case
He
for the
seems
win.
very convinced.
King g3,
Not
g5.
anymore. See, you can't trust computers.
This is very strange. The computer was just pointing out g5, saying it's a win, but after h4, it's a clear draw.
This is like the easiest draw of the
So,
bunch.
once again, don't trust the computer. At least let it run for a little while, because it does not always have the truth ready. Amin Astley on Twitter asks, knowing that Carlsen has a strong team of seconds and assistants, how can you still believe he doesn't prepare for his games? I don't think that people think he's not preparing for his games.
No.
It's more that his style is just to sort of go with his own opinions, and that's usually not the same, that he doesn't reach the same consensus as many of the other top players when it comes to opening preparation. He still likes to go for slightly more sideline focused play, I would say. And for his matches, he likes to switch around a little bit too. As you saw in his match against Vichy, he was actually almost picking a different line in every single game, especially against d4. So I think he is just a little bit less principled when it comes to the openings, and he likes to surprise his opponent a little bit more.
Yeah, and also that is in a way a principled choice, because he rightly thinks he's a better player if he's not in an opening discussion and can leave that so that it maximizes his chances to play the occasional London system or whatever, get fresh positions to his opponents. And in order to do that, you also need to think a lot about openings, like where can I catch them off guard. So he does have opening preparation. It's just very different from
Most
the
players.
standard way, like you and I do it, like you pick an opening and analyze it and try to make it watertight. He's not so worried about that. And speaking about his team, his main coach, Peter Heine Nielsen, whom I'm very friendly with, I think he said it on the air that normally he doesn't know what Magnus is going to play. Like, okay, yes, he gives them some ideas and they have some discussions. But often Magnus makes up his mind very late. And yeah, he has a very unique approach to chess in general. But of course he prepares, just in a different way.
Yep.
I also looked like in the Vichy match, the last match, okay, obviously this is me just randomly speculating, it looked like he was getting totally out-prepared for the first half, and then it almost seemed like someone told him, come on Magnus, spend an hour preparing for the games, because then the second half he was showing some preparation.
Definitely, yeah. I think Magnus is just not very much a believer of how much value really deep opening preparation adds to your game. And well, he's proven most of the guys wrong who spend a lot of time behind the computer analyzing openings and so forth. Nobody knows quite how he's studying chess, I think, but he does a very good job at what he does, obviously.
Also, he does know everything. Like, if you give him some random position, he's going to be able to tell you, this is whatever. Kamsky against some dude in 1994. He's not so computerized.
Yeah, he's a very good memory too. I thought it was very interesting that recently some news came out that he was working a little bit with Vladimir Kramnik before the World Rapid and Blitz Championship. And also I would think that those two players are having a very different approach to the game, but they ended up both playing a lot of the London system that you mentioned earlier. And Magnus ended up playing it in his real games as well, in his classical games. So clearly they were, or at least either Kramnik was inspired or they were inspired by each other to try out a system that was pretty much never really tried at the highest level. So that shows that sometimes these players can come up with really fresh ideas and not necessarily the most theoretical type.
No, that's the problem, because computers are so strong, like the longer some opening is discussed, the less likely it is that with white you can go there and still outsmart your opponent. It's one big reason why here, well, no one is playing goofy openings. We've seen a lot of 1c4 and just trying to get some at least slightly fresh positions. And it's not a coincidence that everybody, or the guys have started playing e4 against Peter Svidler, because he's the only player in the field who does not have the Berlin as his main weapon.
Yeah.
So they're looking for positions which you can play, and that gets tougher all the time. What's going on here? Any new insights to share? Caruana's trying to confuse things a little to make Svidler break his construction, but I don't think it's broken just yet. Just rook b8. Could go here, threaten checkmate. And this would be a way to screw up, which is always important to point out, because here it is very much broken. So actually, after rook b8, rook d3, we have to check, which is fine, but you're reluctant to do that even for one move, I believe, to just give up your thingy. Like here, yeah, it's totally fine. You just give the check again. After king c7, whatever, you can go back to doing it, I would guess. Hang on.
I guess you could go for rook to b3 now, since you have the square on b5 for
and then
your
to
king.
b5. Because this move, which I was about to make, probably gets us into trouble again. Because here, at least, you have to go rook a1, which you really don't want.
Normally a very bad sign, yes.
It's probably everything is a draw, because in order to threaten something, you have to sort of bring the king, and then we can go back. But in general, the less you're forced to break your setup, the better, because the margin for error is just so big here.
Yep.
Okay. What's going on? Nothing. Yeah, he's played rook b8, which is fine, but after rook d3, he has to find this check, which
I think he will.
He will, but it's slightly.
He managed to ask a question. Let's put it that way. Whereas most players would find it hard to even come up with one trick. At least Fabiano is trying to really, make it as difficult as possible. But once again, it is a draw, and Peter is very unlikely to fall for any of these ideas.
Yeah, gotta try. Rook d3. It's very easy to blitz our rook b3 and then sit there shaking your head after a rook d4 check. Like it certainly happened, probably this exact position.
Yep.
But of course it's unlikely. What else we got? How's the Twitter sphere doing? And yeah, according to Supashish, the draw in Aronian Kayakin ends it for Anand at Moscow candidates. So he does not have a mathematical chance to qualify anymore, which is also what we think, but I'm still very confused by the tiebreaks. Anyway, also should be mentioned, gotta give a lot of respect to Vichy, who had not only the most decisive games in this tournament with 7 decisive games, which is a lot, but also with White, he's been an absolute juggernaut. He's scored, what has he scored? 5.5 out of 7, which is almost unheard of in such a field.
No, Vichy's been playing very enterprising chess. I think we're all very happily surprised to see the way he went about it. He took a few very heavy hits, especially in the English, against both Nakamura and Caruana, but he came back very strong several moments in the tournament, and I think we all should give a lot of credit to him still being around and still playing great chess. And who knows, maybe we'll see a lot more from him to come. You can never say it's over until it's over with Vichy.
No, for, I don't know, 8 years people have been saying, yeah, it's over, and he keeps proving us wrong, so greatest respect to Vichy Anand. The thing that stopped him from winning this tournament was an unlikely problem, at least for him. It was an opening preparation problem with the black pieces, which I thought that's one of his biggest fortes, that he's untouchable there.
Exactly, it is strange to see that Vichy got into some opening trouble. It's not something I expect to see happening much in his coming tournament games, but then again, in the candidates tournament, people are really prepared to play whatever it takes to get you out of your comfort zone. And as we said, 2 players managed to find a hole in Vichy's repertoire, and he didn't really respond well to it by not changing it when he played against Hikaru Nakamura for the second time in the English. And that's
on the first.
that cost him 2 very important points, or actually 1 point overall. But
Svidler spotted rook c8 check, no surprises there. King d5, and no. Whatever you like. I'd go back here, blundering my rook, but that's just me. Just showing ways to mess this up. I'm not sure what's the easiest. Probably to give this.
I think king to b5 looks like
if you give the check bishop d6, it's harder for your rook to return, so probably no need for it. So you go back here, check, and doesn't matter. Actually,
am I getting into a little bit of trouble over here?
Yeah.
I think so. Okay, let's.
This is losing, maybe. I think.
Yeah, now we're on the wrong side of the spectrum. Okay, actually, maybe Fabiano has pulled off what we were describing all this time.
The way to break this construction.
It would be very impressive.
Yeah, the position is still a draw, but if you have to do it differently, then
what we're basically talking about is if you're going into that position after rook h8 or some move like that, I don't even know exactly how to get it. I would probably lose this position. Maybe it's already lost. I'm not even sure.
Oops, after this is lost. This I think is also lost here.
Yeah, this is
you can't run away. Normally you pin and then you run to the other side, but here with the rook on d3, you're being checkmated.
Yeah.
So what has Svidler done? He's played king to... he's played rook d8 check, bishop d6,
and
rook c8, which is probably a very good decision.
Yeah, that's a very clever way to go about this, yeah.
So if check, king b5, while your construction has been broken, it's also hard for White to really claim any achievements. But still, this is already like a moment where I probably lose the game here, in all honesty.
Well, after such a long tournament and such a long game, I mean, margin of error is, it's one move here and it's already over. This is just a very tricky ending, and I think Fabi's doing a great job of making it difficult once again, but Peter is not going to let this one go.
No, so far he's passed all the tests, and the good thing is if you pass a couple of those tests, you're getting closer and closer to move number 50, which, as I mentioned earlier, now there's 33 moves in. At some point, even if you allow one of the losing lines, normally it still takes like 7, 8, 9 moves to checkmate. You can still get away with it. But yeah, gotta give credit to both. Fabi managing to pose problems, which is also definitely a skill in this position, and Svidler responding well. So rook back to c8. The problem is, yeah, this is a logical move, but then you just repeat moves. Oops, not here, but here. And yeah, I guess he's gonna try to, to give a check and give another check. And now, yeah, play some move.
Yeah.
Because, well, it's not the same construction anymore.
No, it's not. But I guess, how would I? Actually, not even sure how I would defend this. I keep making mistakes here as well. King. Should you even move your touch your king here?
I think at the moment everything draws, but it's not easy
It's
at all.
very annoying, yeah. No, I think this is actually exactly the position where you're probably gonna have to switch to, at least temporarily, a different method of defense.
I managed to lose again.
No, this one is always
very
losing.
easy to lose. And there's some madness here as well, like this draws while rook h8 loses because here...
Yeah, because you go...
Oh, sorry.
No.
No, I've studied this, I've never understood it though. Here I think this is one of these situations if we can trust the engine, and I've looked into this in detail when I was checking this Kramnik-Bruzon game. It's just the moves aren't natural to me, so it's very hard to reproduce. But here's one of these situations where you mate it, but extremely slowly, which you probably can get away with now that he's close to move 50.
I believe there was also a Dominguez Pulgar game from the World Cup a few years ago, which saw a position like that.
No, but very good job by Fabi somehow breaking this construction.
Really, real determination that we're seeing here. It looks all very big for the moment, but I think that Peter is going to have to show one of the other defenses. Like, this is not over.
And he might regret king b5 here. This is the natural instinct, like keeping these guys close together. But I believe here's one of these spots where you just run away, for example.
King to b3, and you're very far from being tied to any side.
Yeah, whatever. You have many options, like you can give this check and return, for example. Is makes it a lot harder for white. But that's a tricky thing. Like, you get used to this construction with the rook and king close to each other, and sometimes you get into trouble. But still, white has got to find a lot of these size moves. Kudos to Caruana for making this happen, and I don't know. I see Svidler, not out of the woods yet at all. What move is it though? It's 17 moves still to play. Yeah. So if you make one mistake, you're probably still getting made.
Yeah, I think so. No, rook to b1 is gonna be played, I think, and like we said, we're not exactly sure how to make a draw actually. King. This would probably... King a6 looks like actually a smart move, Jan.
Because here we have a check, right?
Exactly.
And if, the king goes here, obviously we give another check. Well, if the king goes here, at least we're not getting mated quickly. I mean, you still gotta be on your guard here. Rook b6 because it's always in the air.
Exactly. Now we would have to probably switch sides to rook to d2.
It's never easy.
It's...
This, rook b6 check, king a5, and rook somewhere.
Yeah.
It's very, very tricky.
No, it's.
I mean, it's a drop, but you gotta be extremely, extremely careful. And I'm not sure. Also, Svidler is hating himself now for allowing this.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially now that he realized what Fabi has managed to take him out of the easy defense.
And let's not forget the stakes here. The outcome of this game, very, very likely, I think. Yeah, let's say 75% likely. Decides the challenger of Magnus Carlsen in the next World Championship match. Yeah. If Caruana draws, he's a big, big underdog, while if he wins, he's a just as big favorite. And now that we've broken the second rank defense, in practice this is incredibly hard to hold. What helps Svidler, what I think makes him still a favorite to hold, is that first of all he's a great calculator, and secondly there is only few moves left, so if you can calculate your way out of it for a couple more moves, then you're safe. Just the survival. Let's see what happened. Rook h8, rook b7. Still safe. And isn't this theoretical position?
We're actually there now. We're actually there.
How do you do it? This is wrong, yeah? This is the way to lose. King c6. And So tough. This holds, I guess.
Yeah, king to a6 feels like the right move.
It's now back, because now you can react to whatever side white is coming at you. Yeah, this actually feels still reasonably safe, because after some move like this, you always stick around here. But yeah, you can lose with rook h5 check, which is not an implausible move. I think you gotta find this. This is the way to go. Does this lose? This might lose. Yeah.
King to c4, yeah, we're back in that
And
position.
now we have this theoretical winning position where you can't run with your king to either side.
Yeah. Now, if you have to go for that passive defense with your rook, that's usually the signal that you're
this
lost.
normally loses. Yeah, if you have to stop the mate, because here white
But
just dances around.
Isn't it some sort of a very complicated, like
Still
bishop,
super tricky.
bishop f6 or bishop f2 somewhere? Like at some point you have to take a square from the rook, as far as I remember.
You have to make the rook come here.
Yeah.
It's still
It's
almost impossible to find, and it's also mate in like 15 moves or whatever. So once you're here, that's what I'm saying. Even if you bungle this, if you then don't get mated, you still make it to move 50.
Yeah, I think I actually remember an example of something like that happening in the Aeroflot Open among two grandmasters.
It's this line. This move. Some random move. This move, stopping the mate. Some crazy move like this at some point. Which, I've seen this. I've studied this many times, but still over the board, it's just,
and you always end up forgetting because it's just not very logical.
No, it doesn't make any sense. And now it's Zugzwang. Now this rook has to go to the third rank, or the f-file in this case, and that changes things, because here it can no longer keep his distance. How do we win? Check. King a5 is forced. Rook b2, king a6, rook b6. It's also weird. Here. Now if you pin, there's nothing to do.
Yeah, now king a6, rook c7 is like the textbook example.
But even here, this would be move 115. Here you've bungled it. This is just
one move before the end. That would be a legendary scenario.
What happened? Svidler keeps playing well somehow, or is he? b7, he's run away, which is the other way to do it. King a4, king c. And this is the... Hang on. Isn't this lost?
That's what I'm thinking.
I think it's lost, but the computer is not giving it because it understands we're close enough to move 50. I could be wrong. I always get confused here, but I believe that's what's going on.
Okay, bishop to f6, is that the move again now? Not yet.
Boy, I wish I understood anything about this.
Oh my god. This is the scenario that I was not hoping for, Jan. This is where
same here. And also, I've run into this problem before, because we have the computer running, and the computer doesn't give you like this is mate in 24, but the computer says it's it's equal because it understands you can't make it to move 50.
I can honestly say that I came across this once. I think it was with even... I know Anish was there, and maybe Erwin was there, I'm not sure, but I know that Anish didn't know this by heart either, for example. It's really one of those things that I think you have to look at it like 100 times, and then at some point you'll remember, but it's some weird geometry going on in this position. Like,
I've studied this more than once, but I never understand it. It's just too weird. But the good news for Peter is he can still make it to move 50, but you really don't have any time to waste now, because the last capture was a move 66. We're a move 104, so you have to make it through 12 moves.
Yeah.
And with perfect play, black gets mated here, and I don't know, the chat will know this, 18 moves or something. So, I've just shown it, but I honestly...
Yeah, now to reproduce it...
Brain is melted.
Yeah. Bishop to f6, was that how it started, Jan?
No, you can check first, and then
put
mess
the
around, like... No, this can't be it. It's hopeless. But it could be that it's this move here.
Yeah, is it not rook to f5, bishop to c3, check, and bishop to d4 again?
I'm sure the chat can tell us everything from now on, because this is a table basis position.
Well, the computer is indicating it's a lost position, but the question is he gonna lose it in time?
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah.
It was the same thing with this.
It's
It's
incredibly
very exciting.
exciting. Oh my god.
Missed it any day of the week. It's just, yeah.
My god, what a scenario that would be. I mean, I'm not even gonna blame Peter for anything. The way that Fabiano managed to get him out of the 7-rank defense, like we were saying it all along. I have only once seen someone do this before. It was Ian Rogers, who studies Endgame in great depth, and at the time, it was the first time I was like getting into this ending, so I wasn't even sure what was happening. But Caruana has just pulled this off, and believe me, it's so hard to defend when you get out of the 7-rank defense. There's only people who really studied it who can do it. You can never find this over the board unless you just remember it.
No, this is amazing. And yeah, the reason about the confusion about what the computer on the side gives, for example, is that this is a winning position, but I don't think with perfect play you can checkmate within the next... How many moves is it? 11 moves. So that's going to be the big question.
Bishop to f2 was played, rook g5.
Maybe Svidler understands all that, because the rook on g5 is still no problem. It's a problem once it gets here, so you had to do some...
That's why I thought bishop to f6
madness.
is supposed to be the move, but I might be mistaken.
I can't remember anything. And it looks like with perfect play, the 50 move rule is going to save him from here. But, of course, all of this is very much in theory. This is very exciting, so I don't want to go on a break, but I need a little number 1 break, so I'll be back in like 1 minute.
Sure. Yeah, the big question here is Svidler is supposed to get mated with perfect play, but is he going to have to give up his rook in time? It would be such a weird scenario if he ends up making a draw just because Fabiano lacks enough moves. This is going to be absolutely crazy scenario. Rook h7 is on the board, and I'm not sure, guys. I can honestly say if there's one ending that I just keep on forgetting, and then it's this ending. This is such a hard ending, and even grandmasters go wrong all the time. We saw the 7-rank defense being carried out, but Fabiano did a great effort getting Peter out of that defense. And well, these are the best players in the world. Incredible effort. All I can think about right now is our friend Lawrence Trent, who's probably passed out as his manager of Caruana. Shout out to Lawrence if he's watching. I hope you're having a good time. But yeah, what a thrilling end to this round. And they're making moves pretty fast right now. It looks like Fabiano is now forcing rook to f5 if I'm not mistaken. And that's supposedly the way to go about it. Supposedly the way to go about it when you get the winning position, but once again, it probably isn't in time.
Such a drama queen.
Hold on a second. Is it not rook to b5 now, Jan? That's possible.
What's the position?
Rook to b5 on the board.
He's back to the 2nd rank?
I'm not sure. You can give a check and go rook to b8.
Oh, you lost some time.
And now we're actually back to the original position. He's gonna go rook h5 now.
Yeah, and you only gotta make it through 6 more moves, so he's gonna survive.
He's gonna
rook b5.
Yeah, he's gonna survive it, but wow.
Quite some drama here. How do you think Lawrence Trent is holding up?
I was just talking about Lawrence. So.
Oh boy. Who's Ulysses in the chat? Grandmaster Ulysses is telling us clever stuff. Ulysses 2.
So much chatter going on that I can't even find the comment, but
it's okay. Our friend Athanasios Mastrovasilis from Greece. Comes from Greece. He has a thirst for knowledge. He knows what's going on here. But yeah, this was a bit of a break for Peter. Oops, sorry.
And
That's the other game, which is over.
again, this should be the lost position, I suppose.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter anymore.
It doesn't matter anymore.
because
6
you
moves
can't
could
do it
not
in
be.
6 moves, yeah.
Yeah.
You need, one of these, one of these crazy lines, or I don't know. I think most moves are winning here by now, but you're never in time. Wasn't it something like this winning?
Yeah. This seems familiar.
This here, yeah. I think this is the construction, and you. I can't reproduce anything. Sorry, guys. My brain is. It's not even melted. Like even in a fresh state, I wouldn't be able to do this. Which is a bit sad because I've really studied it many times.
Yeah, bishop to f6 is what I was talking about before. I thought this was the way, but it's not gonna make
probably
a difference.
is, but it doesn't matter here because you have to checkmate within 5 moves.
Or take the rook.
Yeah. Just in case you're not familiar with this chess, there is such a thing as the 50 moves rule, and if you do not capture a piece or move a pawn for 50 moves, the game is a draw, even though sometimes a position is lost. Bishop f6. And I believe, according to that 50 move rule, Peter was never really lost. Even though he got into one of these losing positions, it's still a complicated process. It normally takes, many moves.
Still, I'm so confused that it went all the way to this. I mean, great effort by Fabiano.
Yeah, and also that's what we said earlier. This endgame is very tough to hold. So Svidler's decision to go for it, which was really initiated with rook f2, was just
not understandable at all.
Just very strange. Like king c6 or king c8 or really any move that doesn't do anything. Rook e6. It's just, to my mind, a reasonably dead draw. So it's very confusing. While the position they have now, Fabiano, he understands he has to mate quickly, so he's going for last-ditch efforts like bishop c3 check, hoping for king a4, rook a8. But if Peter goes to a6, then, well, it's still a winning position, I would guess, but it's going to take too long. This position might even be a draw, right? I'm so confused by all this. This, I have a feeling, is a draw.
Is it? I think we're going back into something similar after rook d6.
Rook d6 and we're back, but it doesn't matter. The big thing here is not to go king a4, but okay, that's sort of trivial. Most super grandmasters understand this construction. No, it's gonna be a draw, but a lot more drama than we signed up for. What's going on here? Being asked if I will interview Svidler after the tournament for Chess 24. I'm sure we'll talk, but we'll see how Peter feels. I think he deserves some rest after it as well, but he's gonna be around, that's for sure. I'm not quite sure why he's thinking here. Well, probably he's not.
He's thinking about how this decision is gonna influence chess history.
That's true.
Which is actually completely true.
Yeah.
But he decided to do the moral thing and not lose the game.
King a6, bishop d4, rook h6, and now it's back to needing 100 moves to get anything done. Probably his position is a draw, actually. Yeah, I think it is.
Well, by now it should be a draw again,
But it doesn't really matter since we're 3 moves away from the magic move number 15.
Well, let's not write off Fabiano until it's over. Tomorrow he has to win as black.
Of course.
Versus Sergei Karyakin. It's gonna be a very tough challenge for him. But if anyone is capable of it in this tournament, I guess it's Fabiano. Winning on demand with black. We'll see tomorrow.
It's tricky, and he's still trying to move around, but he's got to give checkmate in the next 2 moves, so you really need a very cooperative move like king a5 here. And I think, he understands all this stuff, so he's going for lines where he has a theoretical chance that Svidler blunders checkmate, but I don't think that is going to happen. Can we still lose? Check. Okay, not really. Never in time.
And I guess that a draw is about to be agreed.
Yeah, that's another tricky thing. You gotta know how to claim a draw by 50 move rule or by repetition. Especially 50 move rule, there's some tricky spots because in general you're supposed to write down
And then
your
stop
move
the
on the
clock.
score sheet, stop the clock, call the arbiter. Sometimes you can't do it because you have to claim it after your opponent's move. Because if you wrote down a move, then it would already be too late. I'm not sure what I'm saying makes sense, but there's some tricky spots. Yeah, I think this game is probably officially over now. I'm pretty sure Svidler, first of all, knows how to claim a draw. And Fabi, being the sportsman that we've praised him for, helping us to survive on a desert island, he also wouldn't claim a technicality here. I don't believe. No. So that puts Sergei Kayakin in prime position to win these candidates. He needs a draw with the white pieces against Fabiano Caruana, which is really, great outcome for him that also no one else managed to come closer today.
Yeah. It was a very eventful day, Jan. I think we saw a very exciting game. Still a lot of draws, but it did not say anything about the fighting spirit of the players.
No, not at all. It's been long days here every day, and today, of course, stakes were incredibly high. The players were nervous, as we could see by many decisions. And once again, the Ironman Sergei Kayakin kept his cool, didn't defend it. Tricky position against Levan Aronian. Fabiano did, I believe, everything in his powers to win this game, just couldn't quite get there.
And officially, draw has been agreed.
Draw has been agreed. So let's, as our last act of the day, look at the standings, which I'll bring up in a couple hours. And explain the situation. I'm tired. I'm having a tough time bringing up the table here, but I'll get there. Explain the situation to the best of our knowledge, at least. So let's see if we can do that. This is not it yet. Here we are, we see Sergei Kayakin and Fabiano Caruana both on 7.5 out of 13. Kayakin holding the tiebreaker, which in this case, since they drew their first game, is the bigger number of wins. That means that Fabiano Caruana, in order to overtake him, has to defeat Sergei Kayakin with black. One question that we're still not 100% sure on is what happens if Vishy Anand wins and these two draw? Because then Vishy would join them, and that makes the tiebreaker situation
a lot more complicated.
A lot stranger. We've heard conflicting information. We've heard that Kayakin would still win, and we've heard that Caruana would then win, because in that case, he would have the best head-to-head against his two rivals with 2.5 out of 4. We do not know. We hope we will know this until tomorrow, but you've brought up a very important point. Vishy can't win in either case, which gives him very little incentive to push hard with black. Because in the pairings of the last round, which should be right here, we see Vishy Anand with black against Peter Svidler and Sergei Kayakin with white against Fabiano Caruana. Those are the two games that could theoretically matter for first place, while everybody else is out of the race by now. Even Anish Giri, even though he didn't lose a game, he can't win the tournament anymore.
He can win the tournament, and the special, not even Easter because it's gonna take a little longer now, the special Chess 24 offer still out there. But tomorrow, I'm actually gonna call it already. Tomorrow I'm expecting Anish Giri to get rid of the curse and win his first game.
I agree. He's a big favorite against Topalov with white tomorrow, the way Topalov has been playing. And yeah, clearly Topalov is a bit out of it. So get your premium membership right now before Anish wins this game, because it gives you a 3 free extra month if you get it now and send a mail to support@chess24.com. I think we're gonna zoom out for today. See, I can't even speak anymore. I don't think zoom is a word in any language. Thank you guys so much for staying with us, for watching the drama. Peter Svidler doesn't fail to entertain us for 7.5 hours every day.
Yeah.
Thanks, Peter.
Thank you very much, Peter. Thanks everyone for watching. I hope you enjoyed the show. We'll be back tomorrow with the most exciting day, the finale of the Candidates Tournament. And until then, see you.
Embrace the night, people.